Hello everybody and welcome to the Motegi 300, part of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 24-25 as we get underway once again. A possible 9 hours of racing coming up here tonight and a possible 10.5-hour broadcast for us here on RaceSpotTV this afternoon. It's myself, Ian Leary, Lorenzo Bondo with you for the first part of this race, and behind the cameras for the first part is Justin Ollis. It is good to be alongside you, Lorenzo, for this race. It is the Motegi 300 laps, that means. Could be a very, very long afternoon indeed for absolutely everybody, but very much looking forward to getting a new endurance series underway.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a great series. One of our biggest attendances in IVRA history. I think we had more than 130 teams signing up for this. Only 55 can make it through. We're going to look in the calendar shortly in a bit, but this is our format, right, Ewan? But it's going to be quite interesting seeing these IMSA format cars back up again on the grid now with some format changes, especially for GT3s.
Yeah, we've only got one GT3 class now. Last season we had two, of course, one by BS Turner in GT3 Pro and Rusty Spatulas in GT3 AM, but the GT3 class as a whole is together now. We've reintroduced LMP2 that was put away after about a year and a half ago now in the for a race at Daytona for the GTPs that will be out last. So that's the qualifying sessions, 15 minutes each. One has just gotten underway now for GT3. Then we'll have warm-up, which should take around that amount of time, and then the green flag for 300 laps. I'm going to do some calculations a little bit later on as to just what that would mean in terms of race distance time-wise, but as we all know, it's multi-class racing. It's impossible to know, and in any case, we might well have cautions. Anyway, these are the car classes. Three, once again, the 4 GTPs are represented, of course. The many GT3s in there as well. The Dallara, of course, the LMP2 as always. Looking forward to seeing, really. It's going to be a good indication tonight, I think, just what sort of variety we're going to have this season and how many manufacturers are up towards the front of the GTP and GT3 classes especially.
Oh yeah, it's going to be quite interesting. I was taking a preemptive look on how the cars are. There was a good number of BMWs and a few McLarens here and there in the entrance series. So let's see how they're going to be stacked out whenever we see these GT3 cars out and qualifying, and also how the proportions for the GTPs will be as well, because from what it looked like when I was watching preemptively, it seems a good distribution as well for these cars, so it should provide a really good heterogeneous season for us to look at.
Let's see, as the darkness has very much fallen, sort of. It's dusk conditions here for us in the qualifying session, and the GT3s have only just made their way out onto the circuit right now, so we haven't missed anything. We're just getting into qualifying right now. Nobody's set any times as of yet, and they'll all just slow down a little bit for these final few corners. This turns 12, 13 and 14, pretty fiddly at the very end of the circuit, then out onto the front straight. And haven't been here, worth bearing in mind, for a little while now at Motegi. It was the first race, I think, of 2023 during the 22-23 season, so we've had an entire season since then, but a good chance here to get a look round this circuit for the first time in a little while. Very flat circuit indeed, and a season opening race here in the IVRA Endurance Series in the very same location we opened the Club Sport Series a couple of seasons ago as well. We are on board with Luca Vogts here in the McLaren to start us off here in qualifying.
Yeah, we're going to look on one of the newest additions for DOA Esports, riding that McLaren 720S GT3. It's going to be quite interesting. You said flat, but it's kind of interesting that if you think about it, Motegi of sorts is a unique circuit with its elevation changes and everything, but also might be one of the few circuits in the whole world that you go beneath your own oval circuit, if you think about it. And most importantly, I think it's the only track, as far as I can recall, in motorsports where you have this mix of road and oval kind of within the same, complex, and is also privately owned by a manufacturer because this is one of the two Honda circuits they have in Japan.
Yeah, but as you say, it's part of the same complex, but not really related in any way.
Yeah.
In the same way that Daytona, you sort of come off the banking in towards turn 1, for example, go back out onto the banking after turn 6. You don't do that here for whatever reason. It exists entirely separately of the oval. We're running down the front straight here, directly parallel to the oval. In fact, you may have captured some glimpses of it in our cameras here this evening as we get the first times on the boards. Simify Esports currently fastest as we have a look at one of the new manufacturers, another one of the new manufacturers, the Ford Mustang with Daniel Sommer for Sim RC. This is the opening lap time for that car in the IVRA Endurance Series. Where are they going to get to? Doesn't look like it counted by the... Oh no, it did. There we go. 5th place eventually. So a decent start for them. But it is Simify on top as things stand. Then PGZ, that's the first of the Mustangs. Then it's Motegi Racing, who are in 3rd place. So it's a decent opening couple of times and very close as expected. Just 7 cars separated by 3/10 of a second.
Yeah, and I was just taking a quick glance right here. We're looking at Simify apparently driving a McLaren. So you have a really good, I think, distribution of McLarens, Fords, probably being the overpowered cars coming into the GT3 fray. Overall speaking, of course, I mean, the official series, not in IVRA per se, right? As you see now, the distribution, Simify driving a Lamborghini, then you got a Ford, 2 McLarens, a Ford, then you have your strings of McLarens shuffled around, and then you have your first Porsche in the Instinct X Mechanic versus Mechanic Racing, which is one of the new crews that is coming in here into IVRA Endurance. This is going to be quite interesting. After surviving a grueling Road Atlanta pre-qualifying 2-hour round for both splits.
And as you say, very fierce to get into the IVRA Endurance Series these days. Very fierce competition indeed. Motegi Racing go very close then to Simify, who I think have just extended their advantage at the front. Yes, they did indeed. PGZ also get now very close as well. WSR Esports butt kicker, they're just 200ths away. Now Grid and Go to the top. 4,000ths of a second. What is the time for Daniel Sommer? It is a 49.4. That's going to put him up into the mix as well, back into 5th place. This is even closer. 6 cars with less than 1/10 of a second separating them, although Williams now go to the top and ruin that slightly.
Yeah, and oddly speaking, the AMG, I think they are one of the few AMGs, I think, with the Apex Racing Academy riding and S-Attack Visceral riding the other AMGs around the circuit. Of course, more than 24 cars, and you can see teams like Drago Racing and Apex Academy all the way at the back. Shows how close this qualifying will be and how technical the circuit will be for this race. And more importantly, because this is either 300 lap or a 9-hour race, being at the front is going to be vital for you to try to survive the whole traffic environment that you're going to have around Motegi. Just how this track is aligned and it ships and shapes lap by lap on a format like this.
I did some calculations earlier, by the way. I reckon the amount of time we have in the bag, if you like, for cautions or so is about 40 minutes. I don't think it's that long, actually, how much we've got. So we'll see how
Getting
caution...
it short, very short.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see how caution-free the race actually is. However, I think there's only about 40 minutes in this sort of lap count and timer, if you like. We'll keep you updated with what lap we're on throughout the race for reasons that will become apparent later on. But yes, we will keep an eye on the cautions and how long that is costing us as well. This is Ryan Barneveld. BS Turner, the champions from last season in GT3 Pro, which is probably the class most like the one we now have in GT3 Pro. I mean, it's still called GT3 Pro, even though there's no AM anymore. So BS Turner, effectively the reigning champions, and so far without a time, which is rather strange from Ryder Barneveld.
I think they're doing 2 slow out laps because it's not the hottest track in the whole calendar so far. We're just right in the middle of the Japanese fall season, and fall usually is kind of like mildly cold in Japan. So you might have to take about 2 laps for you to get a proper heat in the tire without overstretching the rubber way too much. This might be Barneville's first fast lap, but I think he just got a very underperforming 12th place so far. I think the push lap might be his second, but we'll see how the Ryanetta Air will perform as he goes on by in qualifying. Not too much remaining, though.
Yeah, we are clear of that for the moment. I believe, by the way, unless I'm mistaken, it's 6:10 in the morning in Sim, so it's rather unfriendly time.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
But a little bit like the Brazilian Grand Prix qualifying last weekend.
No. Don't you dare
What?
compare this to the Brazilian Grand Prix qualifying.
Well, it's
Because there has no rain.
well, no, it's not raining, but it is similarly early in the morning, and these guys haven't had
Okay.
to get up early in the morning either, so it's not similar in that way either. There's the full breakdown. 19 degrees on the circuit. As you say, pretty cold. I would imagine though in the race that would help. We'll see what the race conditions actually are in the race when we get there. However, does that help in qualifying or not? And we'll get to the race later. But first of all, does that help in qualifying? Only being 19 degrees Celsius.
It's a good question in my point of view. It kind of does because it allows you to push a little bit faster. It has a little bit more grip. You don't have to be overly concerned about overheating the tires way too much because the contact you're going to be on the ground is usually a little bit colder than usual. You're not going to get into sometimes you get the scorching, earth-scorching 50, 60 degrees that sometimes you have around Japan when you get around in the summer, mid-June, July. But 19 degrees is always helpful for you to maybe potentially 2 fast laps, go back into the pits, refresh your rubber all over again, and set yourself out for more fast laps.
Let's see what they've got time for as well, of course. Only 15 minutes in this session. So not long to go now. I believe we're just over the halfway mark of this session as of right now. On board with Dino Lombardi here for Grid & Go. He's one of, by the way, and this is just showing you how strong the IVRA Endurance Series is these days. One of four drivers with more than 10,000 I rating in the GT3 class alone. And he's at the moment in second place behind the best rated driver in the GT3 qualifying session, Pecco Justir, 11.6k. That's outrageous, by the way. But Dino Lombardi, one of the 10,000k men these days, and he is currently making his way to the rather tight hairpin of turn number 10 before the back straight and looking to find just 44 thousandths of a second to get pole position.
Now I'm actually curious. I think Beckham nowadays might be the third or second highest I rating in the sim, just losing to Sven. Here's what's crazy. Sven drives for he's kind of like the owner of Grid & Go, right? One of the managers of Grid & Go. He's 12k. I think he's the only 12,000 I-rated driver in iRacing, which is crazy for me to think about. As more as I think.
I think so. I think that is correct. As Lombardi doesn't quite improve. He was only 22 thousandths away from doing so, though. There is Lucas Lindqvist in the WSR Esports guy. He's 8.6k, which puts him quite far down the order. But that's still outrageous.
Much more than us combined. I know this much.
Yeah. Us combined, then doubled, and we're still not there.
And then doubled, maybe.
Up the order goes Absolute Motorsport. That's Riccardo Lemogli in the 8th place now. That's into a top 10 position for the first time. As we continue to follow Lucas Lindqvist at the moment, he is on his third lap of the session, as far as I can tell. Current best is 49.3, as is the pole sitting time at the moment, so he only needs about half a second or so. This is Team PGZ and Matteo Vittorino in the final few corners right now. How much of an improvement is this going to be for the best of the Mustangs in the field? Not an improvement at all. He's coming into a rather awkward pit lane which I'm sure we'll get onto later on as well. Not sure I can see anybody really improving as things stand, unless Dino Lombardi's still going here. It's everybody setting themselves up for what could be their final lap times very shortly. I think we're in the last 5 minutes now.
Yeah, from what it looks like, some of these guys are on the out lap or the launch lap into the fast lap. We're going to see Lindquist is not going to improve his time. I think he was kind of like doing a little bit of jiggling around the lap. He mildly improves. Is it enough? I don't think it is enough off track at the final corner. But it's kind of funny for you to think about. He's going to have one more chance to go before this is actually a checker flag, and then we are all good to go for the LMP2s around the track. See Phil Denez, still weird to see BS competition, not overly improving. This is the main, you can see one of the main cars, sister car to BS Turner. The BMW M4s all the way around at the back, I would say nearly shuffled into the second half of the grid.
CRC improved meanwhile to second place as Denez improves as well. Somewhere near his teammate now he should be. There you go, 11th place with his teammates. BS Turner down in 13th place as things stand. But I don't know, they might well be pinning this one on the BMW, to be honest with you. I'm not entirely sure how truthful it would be to say that it is all down to the BMW. Certainly not all down, but you know, there's certainly a factor in there. BS Turner now move up to 10th place. That's a decent improvement for Ryan Bardeveld. But I mean, these are such fine margins. BS Turner at 10th, but they're at 0.118 of a second off of pole position. This is one of the most ridiculous qualifying sessions I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's insane. I think in terms of times, this might be the first time in a long while. And I mean, this is for IVRA and potentially the other endurance leagues that I've seen, that the qualifying for GT3 cars, the gap to 1 second, I think it's all the way back to, no, I was going to say maybe P26, but everybody's within under the second, which is insane to think about.
Yes, I believe there's one team who hasn't qualified yet. Am I?
Drago Racing, I think, maybe?
Oh, no, Drago have, but they haven't set a representative time. It's a 1:58.7. I'd imagine, we've seen Manuel Troncoso before, I'd imagine he can go quicker than that, because I reckon I might be able to.
He is, yeah.
So he's not on circuit, he's in the pit lane, and slightly fearful that they will be starting at the back actually, but there you go. Is anybody going to pop up with a late improvement here? That's Matteo Coenza into 16th. Simify, the only ones in the top 7 who are actually out on the circuit now, although Maniti have just gone back out again from 7th place. This is Jan Sikowski in the Team Hoytingveld Mustang, a little bit more red to their machine this season, I've got to say, and they've abandoned the Mercedes that they often used in years gone past. Was winners of the GT series back a long time ago, I believe, Hoytingveld, and long time TCR winners of that championship as well. As they go over the line in the Mustang, they will improve their time as well, up to 17th place, but half a second off of pole. This is Brian Bardeveld, still 11th, and it looks like that's where the reigning champions will be starting from.
Yeah, and again, like I said before, basically the BMW is underperforming in qualifying, but then again, I think it compares around how good the 720S GT3 and the Mustang are at this point of the GT3 landscape of GT3 racing and iRacing. Of course, this might change. The wrap up of season 4 is coming in a few weeks. And we're going to get a new proper BOP for the cars, especially with potentially the new tire model coming in. The best GT3 car ever made in racing, the Honda NSX GT3 Evo is coming. Don't at me. And I think qualifying is done. Is going to get the results.
Yes, let's get the results from a rather large GT3 field. Beckham Jasir takes the opening pole position of the season by 14 thousandths of a second from Daniel Sommer in the Sim RC Mustang. It's Dino Lombardi for Grid & Co, who's third. followed by the first of the Lamborghinis to make it 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. That's Gabby Monturo for Civify Esports. Matu Torino is there for PGZ in 5th place ahead of Lucas Lindqvist by just a thousandth of a second. Then another thousandth back to Tim Matska, who's 7th. Luca Bunch for Tor Esports is the last driver within a 10th of pole, but he's down in 8th place. Ricardo Lamogli and Rafael Renhofer round out the top 10 for Absolute Motorsport and Scherer Esport. The reigning champions and their sister team are sharing row 6. That's the big story from this one, I think, with Ryan Barneveld and Phil Denez in the 2 BMWs. Alex Bennett for Maniti's quite a long way back as well by their standards. They're 13th, and of Delta Sport and Carl Modov, it is Ethan Critch, who's 15th place for WSR Esports. We're over 2 tenths back, by the way, down here. Matteo Coenza is 16th place ahead of Jan Sinkowski and Lorenzo Manfredotti. That it rounds out the top 18 with Ricardo Ferreira and Andreas Fink rounding out the top 20. Just under half a second back includes rows 11 and 12. Luca Nadeo and Luke Peters will be sharing 11 with XPD Racing 23rd ahead of Instant Mechanic Racing. It's Geodesic and German Sim Racing just within inside a second. I think they can go a bit quicker than that though. Manuel Troncoso certainly can for Drago Racing down in 27th. That was a very exciting GT3 qualifying session. If LMP2 is even half as close as that, Lorenzo, then we are in for quite something here this afternoon.
It will be, because it is one make, so it's obviously might be just as contested, if not more contested, in my opinion, than GT3 will be. This is the track that you can push 2 laps with this car, maybe potentially 3. If you don't overskid or you might have some fuel left in the gallon, as we're going to look into Marius Romofanger from Nürburgring Esports. I think that, in my point of view, don't sleep on them, because they had solid performances last season in the Entrance Series. I think this is a team that is finally getting its strides around the prototypes, whether it's a GTP or an LMP2. I think they've found a good performance going to LMP2s in general sense. So this is a team that can surprise having some top results this season.
Yeah, let's see. For Marius Romofanger, we should say good afternoon to everyone who's watching here on RaceSpotTV this afternoon. It is great to have you along for a new season. Daniel Civisawa is already correcting us on things we've said. So, good afternoon to him as well, but hopefully he has to do less of that over the course of the afternoon. Otherwise, we could be in a bit of trouble.
We're not. It's fine.
It is fine.
It's fine.
Just pointing out that Aaron Vasquez is the best rated driver these days, as that's a spin right in front of Romofanger, who we were on board with there. Now, who was that? I've got to be honest, Lorenzo, when we came on board with him there, with Romofanger there, I've got to admit, seeing the immediate, and it was Daniel Valle in the Nix Esports car, I've got to say, I thought he started that lap very, very close to number 100. Too close, actually. And, well, that's exactly why you don't start quite so close. Not least dirty air, but actually incidents could happen as well.
Yeah, but oddly speaking, I think there, in this track, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's too many spots that you can say you might have arrow push in here. You can kind of ride off the wind of someone else's guy right in front of you. But yeah, right, that close, you're just potentially asking for trouble. Unfortunately, Valle had a little bit of an issue. Right there is gonna put Nürburgring 2 seconds down on the first lap. But of course, you can get like 2-3 laps with the LMP2 around here with the conditions that we're having. So eventually the lap for Nürburgring Esports is going to go down like a rocket once they find their strides on the grid.
So who is going to get the opening time lead, if you like? Officially forward look like they've got that, although I don't think everyone's quite come across the line yet. We've had 11 of them so far. So if we have a look at a replay of the Nix Esports spin, a bit of a strange one actually. That, I suppose, just coming a little bit down to the fact you're just pushing, I guess, really on the ragged edge through qualifying.
Yeah, and oddly, in my point of view, I think that corner is a little bit misleading, because it's kind of like downhill going a little bit uphill. It has some elevation, and I think the traction control, whenever you try to push the car out and try to get the traction in, is not good enough. You can even see right here with Daniel Savini, right? Your car still needs a little bit of momentum in time for you to grip up and not allow the TC to kick in. And every time that happens, you lose about 1/2 and try to make up that ground that you just lost gets complicated, and it potentially gets into the way of you spinning out your car at any corner.
Moradnes go to the top. Moradnes M squad faster than fiercely forward so far. Daniel Savini also improving, but I don't think that will give him a position. He just improves his time and consolidates third for Tatum Vesta. That was Nico Schiffer for CRZ going over the line in 7th place. He's pushed down to 8th almost immediately though. Effect Simulations move up to the top 5 as well. Composite Performance up to 7th place. So everyone within a second for those who have set times so far. Trying to see if there's anyone, if we're waiting for anybody here to come over the line. I don't think we are anymore. I think that's it. So the 12 of them have all completed their lap times. And again, we've got a class separated by less than a second. This bodes incredibly well for not only the race, but the season as well.
No, absolutely. And I think this is going to be quite interesting because we're seeing so many new teams right in LMP2s, because this is kind of like the one make, the car, I'm not going to say is getting dated, but if we're comparing to the whole rest of the grid, this is probably the oldest car, I think, in the whole bunch. This is the 2017 Dallara P217 car. And of course, we know that IMSA kind of like doesn't use it a lot unless it's like Road Atlanta for Petit Le Mans or Daytona 24 or even the Sebring 12. So it's going to be quite tricky for you to see more and more of these cars coming out in iRacing, and usually qualifying doesn't tell me the full tale, right? You're going to get this sparse gaps between everybody, but I think once racing starts, that's probably we're going to see maybe the cars a little bit more together, because there will be some more aggressive cutting into the traffic, more specifically into the GT3s. But it's good to see like teams from Hyperion, the SRN and Torque Freak Alliance coming in and having a solid performance. In the Hydro race, Geodesic and P11 surprises me as well, knowing their GTP pedigree, or even the LMP3 pedigree that we commentated 2 weeks ago in Club Sport, being so far down.
Yeah, we'll discuss their lineup a little bit later. As in case you're new to IVRA Racing, you have to make your way into pit lane manually. You can't tow back to pit lane. You can't tow without race control's permission at any time, actually, including in the race. So bear that in mind as everybody makes their way in and back out again for presumably another couple of laps here. I'm going to have to redo some of my calculations, but they're actually going a bit quicker than I thought they were going to be. So I'm going to have to redo some calculations from a little bit earlier on about the...
You're going to have to do a lot of recalculations. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I might just forget about it until later on, because it could be a very clean and green race. I seem to remember that I was talking earlier about the last time we were here at Motegi in the IVRA Endurance Series. It was the 2023, so part of the 22-23 season, 1,500 kilometres of Motegi. That was 313 laps, so we'll be going slightly less than 1,500 kilometres today. That means slightly less than 1,000 miles as well, which is a previous distance that we've used in the IVRA Endurance Series in the past, and we are going to be using, I think, at least once this season. And on that occasion, I can't tell you how long it took, but that's the sort of ballpark that we're looking at here, and we'll see just what the average time is, how traffic affects that race, and so on. There's a lot to work out, but we might just leave that for later on. I seem to remember, though, in that race, there was quite a long green flag run for the end of the race.
Yeah.
So if we get one of those again, then we might not have to worry about time limits and so on. More worrying about the laps that we are likely to tick off. But you just never know, really. On the other hand, for example, I think it was the first round of last season or the one before, Road America, was a really caution-interrupted race. So, if we get one of those, then we are going to be going to time. It's really difficult to tell.
Yeah, so it's going to be quite interesting, because normally when we think, if I remember, oh wait, I'm gonna be ashamed right here, but do you remember which team actually triggered the first yellow flag in this race? Now,
No.
in this specific race in 2023,
No.
my team.
Oh, that's why you know. Okay.
Actually, you made me remember because I was like, okay, let me think about. Okay, this was our maiden race in endurance when I got like the W2 team into it, and Rafael Silva unfortunately forgot to request the pit tow, and he actually towed then back to the pits when the car was basically torn down, and we actually got the first yellow flag because of this minor technicality. So as I remember this day, I don't know why, but yeah, it was gonna be. It's quite an interesting race because if you think about it, Motegi works so well for Super GT when you have the Class 1 and the GT3s, right? The GT300 and the GT500. We would never think, in my point of view, like GTPs, LMP2s, and GT3s going around here on a lap by lap basis.
Well, let's get into some more times here because the third lap times, proper lap times of the session are about to be completed. Daniel Valle goes a little bit quicker for the number 100 team. Tata Vesta also going on an improvement. That's 7 thousandths now behind Moradna's M Squad. We were on board there with Nathan Olsen in the number 170. He didn't improve. However, we did see an improvement from number 169. So Daniel Savini getting closer and closer now to that lead of the session. This is David Veg, 0.3 of a second off of pole as things stand. Currently in 4th place. That's the opening couple of corners for him. So he's making his way down towards turn 3, and his lap time will be in a little while. But can Nathan Olsen hold on here? He is under pressure from Daniel Savini and Magnus Nielsen, who are both very close indeed, just behind him.
Yeah, and it's a good battle between everybody. And now we're looking into the Dallatraz Automotive by Major's Garage, seeing how Remy's going to round out his lap. Doesn't look like he's going to do a massive improvement on that LMP2 car. But I think we might see maybe Effect coming down on time a little bit. One of the new teams of sorts coming into the fray as well. Good to see them in 5th place as guys are coming in to try to do their final pit stop and then reset them to go back out in the track for one last time.
Do they have time for that?
I think they do. I think they have one lap in them.
Okay, it's going to be a squeeze, but as I mentioned, you can't tow in the IVRA series, so you've got to make sure you're doing everything on circuit. Hydrated Geodesic Racing now improving. That was an important improvement to make. As we were talking about earlier on, they were a long way down by their standards, but they're up to 4th now. Jason Gerard now in the final couple of corners, just setting up for a lap time. This is David Veg over the line. Improves, but should only be back to 4th place there. There's still that big gap. Still quite noticeable, actually, how much quicker the top 3 have been compared to the rest. And actually, David Veg didn't quite improve enough to get into 4th. He's just 1 thousandths behind.
Yeah, which is insane to think about. The gap, like I said, this is going to be just as close as GT3. So, of course, the numbers are much dwindled. It is half. Well, less than half of what the GT3 field kind of has, but still going to provide a really good racing, I think, in my point of view. When we get to green flag in a little bit, as final laps are going to come in, and I would say Nathan needs to hustle if he's not going to do one more lap, because I think Daniel Savini's lap might actually be the one to top it off. Let's
see. He only needs to find 7 thousandths of a second after all. Does Daniel Savini in the number 169. Tata Vesta Red, this team, not a team we've seen too much of before, but they make their way into the pit lane. Doesn't look like they will be setting another lap time then. Yes, Jason Gerard also just on the back of a couple of drivers at the moment, down towards the difficult braking zone of turn number 11.
So tricky. I hate that. I hate this braking zone.
I always say this, but if you're going downhill into a braking zone, it's always a lot more difficult than it is going along on the flat. And I mentioned that this circuit is flat. Ultimately, it is relatively flat, but there is that little bit of downhill that we'll talk about again in a few moments' time as Joab goes over the line and does improve by a couple of attempts. Rockets up to 6th place for SRN, TFR Alliance, so that's a nice little improvement. But again, the top 3 still noticeably stronger than the rest, and the top 12 all covered by 0.6 of a second at the moment, which is encouraging news again here.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we're going to get a few more guys probably wrapping up their final lap over here before we get into the GTP qualifying. I think this is all said and done. Less than a second. Kind of expected that to happen because the grid is very dwindled. I would say the gap between the level gap between these guys are going to be not going to say considerate, but kind of close to one another. Let's see how the race will pan out over these potentially 9 hours of racing. In my point of view, this might be the class that we're going to be looking into. I'm not going to say the most, maybe the lesser, because it has the lesser numbers, but let's see how this race will go and how close it will be.
Valet goes over the line and won't improve there. That looked pretty clear that he wasn't going to improve, or he certainly seemed sure himself that there wouldn't be an improvement there. As you mentioned, there are 16 GTPs, by the way, in the field. Carter Kundinger now out of the final corner for composite performance and over the line. 38.7 to beat for him, and well, he's done it by a mere few hundredths of a second. As behind, Magnus Nielsen goes over the line fiercely forward. Looked like they might have just snatched pole from Moradness M Squad. Nathan Olsen set that time from early, set his stall out early, and hasn't been able to improve since. But for him, nobody else has been able to get over him either. But at the very, very end, it looks like with the last lap time of the session, Magnus Nielsen has indeed taken pole position. Let's have a look at the results in their entirety. It's a surprise pole for Magnus Nielsen, not necessarily because it's him and fiercely forward, but because it was so late. Nathan Olsen pushed off top spot right at the end for Moradness M Squad. Chatham Vesta finishing 3rd place in the qualifying session with Hydra's Geodesic Racing another quarter of a second behind. In 4th place, David Veg for Hyperion Racing rounds out the top 5 with Jason Diarra for SRN TFR Alliance in 6th place. It's Benjamin Figueroa for FX Simulations in 7th, ahead of Remy Longerand with Delatrap Automotive. Nix Esports and Composite Performance, Daniel Valle and Carter Kundinger round out the top 10, with CRZ, Simsport and Nürburgring Esports rounding out the 12 teams. At just 0.8 of a second, covering the top 12, of course. And that was a very, very good opening qualifying session of the season. As we have a look at Motegi from the air, you can see all the different layouts of this circuit. There are plenty of them, including the oval, of course, which is sort of wider and more open at this bottom end, and a bit tighter at the other end. So don't know what that's all about, but anyway, we don't really use it anymore. As the GTPs now make their way out onto the circuit, this is going to be very, very quick indeed. Can't wait to see just how fast they are going to be, first of all, because I don't believe they were in use the last time. They were in use, but how many of them did we have? We only had the BMW. So
yeah.
We've not seen the Cadillac, Acura or Porsche around here in IVRA Endurance Series competition ever before.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how the Porsche and the Caddy are going to perform, and even the Acura, right, around a track like this would work, because I think this plays out in a setting that might be a medium to high downforce with a little bit of grip necessity and longevity as goes on by. Normally, I would say maybe look out for the BMWs, where they're very stabilized as the run goes on, whereas like the Acura, with having a really good engine performance, can bring up a few acceleration points where it can overperform over the other teams. The Porsche being like a very nimble car with some good speed and acceleration, despite being a little bit twitchy, can perform very well right here. And the Cadillac being full power V8, the run that we're probably going to get on bump starting next season, is going to make this more interesting, as now Harrison Leela is going to open up the first lap for Albert Pedro drop air for the happiness of our fellow commentator, Jack Styles.
We'll ride on board with him here towards turn number 1. Eventually getting down in towards second gear. As far as the track backs go, by the way, that's only one corner for whatever reason. So this is turn 2. 90 degrees to the left this time. And then again, we're backing on ourselves twice in the space of just the opening sector. Then we'll do it for a third time as we make our way down in towards turn 4. Then there's, for whatever reason, what's called turn 5 and 6, even if it is just one gentle move to the right. How can that be 2 corners, but the opening corner can't? Anyway, in towards the sweepers at turns 7 and 8. The second part a bit tighter, really. Down to third gear, running wide on the exit, then in towards, as you say, a deceptive corner. Very tight corner down here at turn 9. Not as tight, though, as the hairpin down here in towards turn number 10 before the alternative pit straight, or indeed, as we are going to call it on this layout, the back straight of this racetrack. Does look like Harrison Lewis, though, is going to be the first driver over the line, and he'll set the benchmark for everybody else.
Yeah, but I wonder how much of a benchmark it will be compared to the other guys. I know this is one of the new teams coming into the GTP fray. Normally, we would see the Orbit Bear drop going into GT3s or like GT4s as well. This time, they're going to be in GTPs. Let's see how the first full lap will be for Harrison.
What's the benchmark? It's a 136.9. And will that hold? How long will that hold for? Indeed. Well, it's holding just for the moment. Patrick Wolf still waving around. Maybe Harrison Lewis is one of the only drivers who's actually gone pushing on that opening lap. I'm not sure whether this is, or what this is down to, actually, so you can maybe let me know. The best lap during the race when we were last here was a 135.6. So we're nowhere near that at the moment. I guess we're expecting to get a lot quicker, even in this qualifying session.
Oh, it is going to get quicker as we see the Movano now moving into the front. Sopak also one of the new teams coming in, second place. This is going to be, I think, right about the 36, maybe 35 highs, because we're seeing a lot of these teams going to slow out laps. I think they're doing 2 slow out laps, trying to build up a little bit of the heat of the tires. This is still a cold track, like I mentioned before, So we'll see how this fast lap, this launch lap, will be for like the Apex Racing team. What are the chances you would see Apex in P12 in the qualifying? Do you think they're going to stay P12 for all that long? I don't think so, brother.
Yeah, they are ones to watch this season. That is for sure. We will be keeping a close eye on them. As João Vaz, long-time GTP driver now for the Orion race team in the IVRA Endurance Series, makes his way out onto the pit straight as well here. Just in ahead of the 2 Motegi Porsches that are running currently 8th at the moment and 11th. Orbit drop there, go to the front briefly. Motegi move up to the top, though, just ahead of them in the number 17. We have a look at the 89 BS competition car, because that's gone to the top now as well. 36.1. This is a bit more like it, although still a little bit slower than what we were that year and a half ago. But I suppose that's to be expected a little bit. As we ride aboard now with Tomola Brutale in the 89. It's not quite as close as we've seen in some of the other classes, but it is still encouragingly close for the GTPs early on in this qualifying session. Still a little bit of a way to go.
Yeah, there's still a lot to go, but so far we're looking into, I think, one BMW, one Caddy, and one Porsche within the top 3. I think Movano running Acura, so good distribution so far, but let's see how this one will go. As there you go. Thank you so much, Dustin, for doing God's work right here. As good distribution between the GTPs. Like I said, I don't think there will be one favorite GTP to come out on top of other guys, because there's so many. A good distribution of GTPs going around the entrance series, and we're gonna get one more next season with the Ferrari coming into the fray, the 499P. I don't know if they're gonna be able to change it, but still, nevertheless, it's gonna be cool to see another GTP car coming into this 4-car roster we have in iRacing.
Absolutely, but good that we've got the 4 of them represented in the top 4 here and decently spread as well down the field. Motegi go up to second. Now Williams Esports Academy go up to the top. Marcus Hamilton for one of the Movano cars. This is not the race reigning champions, I should say, in the Acura. They go over the line though and stay roughly where they are, only get ahead of their teammates here up into 5th place. Patrick Wolf, of course, a very strong driver in prototypes as of a very long time. If driving fiercely forward, what's he going to do with a 36.1 to beat? Is it the first 35? No, 36.2 for him, but he moves right up to 5th with that. Oh, 4th, excuse me, just ahead of Geodesic. So that's a nice improvement for Patrick Wolf. And so far, BMW 1 and 2. Maxime Naz, the first of the Porsches there. 3rd place for Motegi. No improvement there for Geodesic in the first of the 3 Cadillacs.
Yeah, Maxime's now that has the experience in that Porsche GTP. Rode last season, knows his way around that car, and we know that their partnership now merged within the Team SRO is working wonders to try to get this setup to the very brim of the car as they're going to be going on a pit stop, put a new rubber, some more fuel maybe, and recharge their hybrid power as they're going to set themselves for another lap here at Motegi.
Of course, that's something really to think about in these cars, that the other classes simply do not have to. The number 8 P1Ducks.com car is currently driven by Nick Jelicic. Tell me if I'm getting that wrong. It's possible. Getting himself under the bridge just for the moment, and will continue on despite many of the others coming into pit lane here. The number 8 makes its way over the line, and what's the time going to be here for this car? 36.2. This will shoot right up to the top 6, and indeed it's 5th place for the number 8. So that's a very good improvement indeed, and gets another team within 2/10 of pole position. This is getting very, very close now, getting towards the end of this session.
Yeah, but there's still some time enough for you to actually clinch a really good lap. We're going to look into Andre Cazon from Aslet Absolute Motorsports. 145, a slow lap for him, as we're going to see how Cazon is going to get around his first fast lap in this qualifying, knowing they are all the way at the back, more than a half a second behind the pole position in Williams Academy.
This is Andrea Casson of Absolute Motorsport, who are represented in multiple classes once again this season. Down in towards turn 4, down into first gear, get the traction as they go underneath the oval, sort of on the outside of it, if you like, after the first part of this circuit is completed from within its boundaries. The oval now on to the other side of it through the fast sweepers that you do have to go down to second gear for in these GTP cars, and then down the gears again in towards the left-hander of turn 9. Quite a tight corner. We're just over half a second off of pole, by the way, down here for these guys, and so far I think Apex Racing Team being nearly half a second off pole with both Bravados is really the surprise. I suppose those at the front at the moment are not a surprise, but to see those 3 cars down here is a bit surprising.
Yeah, it's surprising in my opinion. Of course, we know Marshall Hubert is a very good GTP driver. We've seen him in multiple teams. I think this is his recently over here in Apex. He's been around with them for quite a while now, but I think this might be the first time he's actually going to be able to prove himself in the GTP. Of course, they are all preparing for the upcoming IMSA Esports Global Championship that is actually coming in a short bit, right, Ewan? And trying to get those setups basically well set, because we know we're going to have a few tracks, most notably Sebring, coming into the calendar that they're probably going to race on around there in the IMSA calendar. Yeah,
this is Norbert Tomas for Motegi Racing. Quite a surprising gap between the 2 Motegi teams at the moment. One in 3rd and the other well outside the top 10 down here. This is the car that contains, among others, the likes of Manuel Sudau and Max Riedmuller as well. Plenty of driving in the past in the IVRA competition for those drivers. Norbert Tomas, though, tasked with qualifying the car, one of two Hungarians in this machine, and they move right up. So it was a surprise to see them down there, but now they immediately get rid of all of that because they move straight up to the top. No concern for number 78 from Motegi Racing. They are now the pole sitters.
We were wondering when the former champions were going to make their charge, right?
Yeah. Well, it's finally now. I wonder whether we're going to get a 35 before the end here. I'm trying to think it's slightly unlikely, but you never know. As Matteo Hubert makes his way in towards the turn 11. PS Competition, meanwhile, have gone up to the front. Can Hubert get anywhere near these drivers? At the moment, Apex Racing Team are a long way further back than we'd really expect over the line, and there is no improvement there either. This car outside the top 10 at the moment.
Ooh. It's odd to think like Apex and P13 and also Mivano, former champions as well, current champions, like in P11 and P12 in a competition like this.
Yeah. It's very surprising, I've got to say. 11th, 12th and 13th, very surprising indeed. Although there is still time remaining in this session. Norbert Tomas over the line again here for Maniti. Can he get back ahead of BS Competition, who got ahead of them with their latest lap time? No. What about their teammates? Maxime Naz is the driver of that one. Always, of course, up towards the front for Maniti. He improved by half a tenth. That won't get pole. It won't even get them any positions, in fact. It doesn't get them quite ahead of Robin Glarham, who doesn't go as quickly as he could have maybe on that lap time. And now there's probably homing in on last chance now for Williams, and maybe this car as well.
Yeah, I don't think Martial is going to have one more shot at this. I think he needs to get this lap right. Otherwise, abort this lap and try to go for a very fast south lap and then one launch lap. And I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think there's going to be an improvement. He goes around 31 at the exit of the corner. Improves, but it's not going to be enough, I think, to put him inside the top 10.
Yeah, he just sneaks into 10th. But will he stay there? I mean, this is exceptionally surprising. 10th, 12th and 14th are Apex, Movano and Movano again. That is a real surprise. What have you seen?
Improving. Okay.
Did they?
Yeah, they improved. They bumped Manini out of the top spot.
Yeah, that was a couple of moments ago now. 36.0 for them. What's the gap? 27 thousandths of a second. Quarter of a tenth. That's what we're looking at here. P1docs.com for the number 8 BMW, Nick Jelicic, currently at the wheel of that one. How much can he improve maybe from 6th position here? Just under 2 tenths off of pole at the moment. Needs a real improvement even to get onto row number 2 at the moment. Into the final few corners here for the BMW. Turns to the left and the left again as Maniti go to the top. Great improvement from them late on here. Maniti might well be first and third, but what about Jelicic? Can he go faster than them all? He does go faster than himself, but only improves a position into 4th place. Tomala Butele with the final chance maybe to get onto pole position here. It might even require a 35, and he delivers it. He delivers it for BS Competition. 12 thousandths of a second from pole position for Maniti Racing. It's BS Competition who take the first pole position of the IVRA Endurance Series for sure.
And everybody just decided to do their fastest laps on crunch time. You can see Arbor drop there. Take that, Jack Styles. Now got the name right. Improving his lap. Patrick Wolf, all right, on his final lap potentially. Can he improve? He does. Not by much, but he does.
Does he improve enough? He doesn't even improve enough for a place, which is bizarre. Here's a Snowgate goes over the line for 16th place. That's Fast Repair Motorsport. Hopefully they won't need any of those this afternoon. In the Acura, just under 7 tenths of a second away. Doesn't look like Maniti Racing are going to improve here, but that, they must be disappointed in some sense that they haven't got pole position, but in another sense they have put themselves on the front row.
Yeah, absolutely. This is insane, and basically it's gonna round out the GTP qualifying. Very close qualifying, very exciting one. One quick note, and I actually reminded about this, and I was glancing at our YouTube chat, and thanks for bringing that up. Williams Academy actually has a 30-second penalty because that's not their original number. They have a number 11. Their original number is 70. I think they joined with the wrong number, so they're getting 30 seconds of pit stop.
Let's have a look at the results of the session. After a very exciting 15 minutes or so, it is BS Competition who take pole for BMW and Motegi Racing alongside them for Porsche with Maxime Naz. Marcel Huber and Norbert Tomas will be starting the second row there with the Apex Racing Team and Motegi Racing. Then it's Williams Esports Academy in the top 5 for Robin Glerum. Nick Jelicic is 6th ahead of the Orbit Drop Bear car driven by Harrison Lillas, who's driving very early in the morning, by the way, over in Australia, if he is over there at the moment. It is Patrick Wolf, who's 8th ahead of the first 2 Cadillacs, Austin Young and Blake Reynolds for Geodesic and Solpec. João Vaz is the next to the BMWs, followed by the first of the Acuras. That might be what Movano look to as to why they're down in 12th and 14th. Between them, it's Absolute Motorsport with WSR Esports in 15th for Adam State, and Joseph Snugger has got them the Fast Pet Repair Motorsport Acura into 16th position. So that is qualifying in GTP, and that is qualifying done here at Twin Ring Motegi. We'll have a warm-up session to come in a few moments' time, but before then, a little bit of a preview of the race to come from us. Surprises from the opening session then, I suppose not surprising the top 4 or 5 or so. BS Competition followed by Maniti, Apex, Maniti, Williams. However, Movano being down in 12th and 14th is a surprise. I wonder how much they're going to be putting that down to the car, actually, and the Acura not going well around here, because the best Acura is in 11th place.
Yeah, I'm going to be more blunt. All Acuras are in the mud. Basically, I think the top 4 cars over the bottom 5 are all Acuras, which surprises me a little bit. I thought the Acuras were going to be a little bit have a little bit of better performance. I don't know if that's going to translate on Acuras having a little bit of a better race performance than qualifying. We'll see how it will happen in a few moments' time.
Let's have a look in the meantime about the schedule for the season, because we didn't show you that at the start, but we'll chat about it now while we've got a bit of time. The Motegi 300 will start us off as we are having here today. The Sebring 200 will be after that. That's 200 laps. The first after the new year will be the Texas 200 at Circuit of the Americas, also 200 laps. Then we get to the more regular distances that we've seen in the past. 1,000 miles of Silverstone, 6 hours of Suzuka for the first of 2 timed races. Could be more timed races, of course. All of them have a time limit. And then the 1,000 kilometres of Algarve before the 8 hours of Spa. Opening race here at Motegi 300, Lorenzo, of course. But tell us your thoughts about the season as a whole as it stretches all the way through to May in a 7-round calendar this time round.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of everything, don't you? You get 2 rounds in the Pacific, you got 2 rounds in America, you got 2 rounds in Europe, basically, or you can say 2 to 3 rounds in Europe, right? With Algarve, Silverstone, and Spa being at the bottom half of the season. So it's going to be quite interesting how these tracks will go. I think kind of molds very well to the style of racing in these cars. Can't wait to see how Suzuka will go, because there's a thing about the, I would say, multi-class racing for this kind of format that it's mystic for me in Asian tracks like Motegi, Suzuka, Fuji not so much because the WEC goes around there, but it doesn't go around to Suzuka or Motegi. How they will drive, because they're tight tracks. There is not too much space for you to go on. And oddly, again, both of the tracks that we have in the Pacific are Honda tracks. They're both held by Honda. Can you say this has been sponsored by Honda? Foils.
Probably not.
I know.
Probably not, no. Are we allowed to say that? Anyway, I don't know. These are the car classes, once again, that we have this season. The 4 GTPs all represented, although not all of them in the top 10 here at Motegi. Got the LMP2, of course, in the middle, then the variety in GT3 as well. Plenty of BMWs. We've already seen the reigning champions are back in the BMWs, of course. BS Turner, as they always are. Plenty of Mustangs and McLarens making their IVRA Endurance debut here today. The Lamborghinis are on the grid again. We've got Mercedes with the Williams team, Porsche as well. So plenty of variety in GT3 as well. But I think that GT3 class is going to be the early, I don't say problem for those prototypes, but they are certainly going to be in the way. It is the biggest class, GT3 Pro, and the opening run-through traffic, as we always talk about for those GTPs, is going to be the most interesting, I suppose, here to start off the season with 55 starters.
Yeah, we always say this is a nail biter, isn't it? We're always biting our nails the first passing of the traffic. If we think about it, I think was Spa last time here at IVRA Endurance that we had the first passing of the cars actually resulted on a yellow flag. So let's hope. I hope I'm not already cursing this race already. That the first passing of the cars will be much more less heart-aching than normally what we see first time buys.
Let's have a look at the starting grid then, as we've had our 3 qualifying sessions. We're about to get into the race. Thomas Leboutelet should be starting for BS competition from the front in the BMW ahead of the Porsche of Maxime Naz for Maniti Racing. They're sort of lined up together on the outside, if you like, on Maniti. Norbert Tomas in the 4th place behind them. Daniel Suisava on the other side. He's on the inside for Apex Racing Team, with Robin Glarum for Williams Esports Academy in 5th place. P1Docs.com for Nick Jercic is in 6th place. Then it's Harrison Lillas but in 7th for Orbit Drop Bear. Fiercely Forward will start from 8th ahead of Hydrace Geodesic Racing and Solpec Precision Racing. It's Jalvaz and Marcus Hamilton next for Orion Race Team and Movano, with Absolute Motorsport in 13th ahead of the other Movano car, and WSR Esports, Bookkicker and Fast Repair Motorsport 15th and 16th place. LMP2 is headed by Magnus Nielsen with that late lap time for Fiercely Forward. Get himself ahead of Adam Brockway for Lamorades M Squad. Chatham Vesta are 3rd ahead of Hydro's Geodesic Racing in 4th. And there's, of course, that bit of a gap from 3rd and 4th. We'll see if that materialises in the race as well. Hyperion Racing and SRN TFR Alliance are sharing row 3. 7th place is Effect Simulations ahead of Delatraz Automotive. Augustin Bernier will be starting there with Nix Esports 9th at a Composite Performance and Carter Kundinger. It's CRZ Simsport in 11th ahead of Marius Rommelfanger of Nürburgring Esports. That's the smallest class of them all, of course. Just 12 of them. There's more than double of that in the GT3 Pro class, with Beckham Jasir taking the pole here ahead of Daniel Sommer. Dino Lombardi is 3rd ahead of Gabi Montoro 4th. Matteo Vitorino and Lucas Lundqvist share row 3 in an all-Mustang row 3. It's Tim Matska and Luca Vunks next, with Riccardo Lamogli, the first driver, over a 10th behind in 9th ahead of Rafael Renhofer. Then the reigning champions are 11th ahead of their teammates in 12th. BS Turner and BS Competition sharing row 6. Alex Bennett is 13th for Maniti Racing, with Carl Moda 14th. Ethan Critch and Matteo Coenza share row 8 ahead of Jan Sikowski and Lorenzo Manfredotti on row 9. Ricardo Ferreira and Andreas Fink round out the top 20, with Luca Landeo in 21st ahead of Luke Peters. It is Alberto Moreno and Niels May on row 12. Then finally, Antonio Rega, Florian Horn and Vlad Kimichev should be starting the cars there, 25th, 26th and 27th, although I'm pretty sure all of those struggled to get a representative lap time in throughout the qualifying session. I believe we're still in warm-up at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we are. But look at the noticeable difference, Lorenzo, in how busy it looks. This is what it's going to look like even just 10 laps or so into this race at Motegi. It's not the longest circuit in the world. It's going to be very, very busy indeed.
It will be. From what it looks like, how clustered this track looks like a little bit at a few points, this looks like, and I'm trying to get drawbacks from Japan. This looks like the Shinjuku crossing of sorts, with with how many people are going around in the crossing, and how confusing it can get for some people, and disorienting it can get for some people. But 300 laps or 9 hours of racing. Can't wait to commentate on this one. Should be exciting.
A good afternoon to everyone watching. By the way, someone asking what happened to Vlad Kimichev in qualifying. Well, first of all, it wasn't Vlad Kimichev even qualifying in the first place. It was Manuel Troncoso, but I don't think we really have any word on Lorenzo on quite why they were nearly 10 seconds off the pace, because they're not going to be 10 seconds off the pace, I wouldn't have thought,
Nope.
in the race.
No, not at all. Just want to confirm real quick something. Let me just check it out if it is what I think it is. No,
Okay.
they had. I thought they had the wrong inscription. In the car. We know we have some penalties, right? We have like car 248 having a penalty. Car 248. I'm just grabbing right here. I think it's Impulse.
Hoisingveld. Is it?
Hoisingveld.
Okay. Hoisingveld, I think, yeah.
It's Hoisingveld. Having a penalty. Then we have the Williams GTP Academy, also with a 30-second infringement for joining with the wrong number. So it's going to be quite interesting how this one will go by. And we had also the Motegi car with the wrong number too, because William joined first. So this is what caused the confusion. And we're going to see how this one go in a little bit.
Yes, it's rather confusing, but there's been some tomfoolery as to quite who has picked what car number. Some of them have just decided, I'll pick whichever one I want, and they've got a penalty for it. But as you say, number 77 hasn't got one, because... Or is it number... Oh, I don't know. But
the
anyway.
Manidi number 11 joined, I think, with the number 77. And the Williams 77 joined with the number 11. So that's what caused the confusion.
Okay, so yes, Williams should be in 77, but they went for number 11, which meant that number 11 couldn't be number 11, if that makes any sense at all. Is that Fiercely
Just
Forward?
Just play along with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Fiercely Forward should be number 11 as far as I can work out. The one that was qualified by Patrick Wolf. That is now number 30 in this session, so their penalty has been cancelled. But number 248 hasn't been. Neither has number 77 either. That is now indeed number 11. There are a couple of penalties to look at in GTP as well in qualifying for whatever reason. It looks like there may have been some blocking or something going on in qualifying, but good that the LMP2 and GT3's got through the session without blocking each other or whatever, because it is an open session, of course, but it looks like there could be some penalties early on in GTP as well.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting. Normally, this is a track that I think would get this kind of cluster, especially for qualifying. People kind of like blocking each other out as we're going to get our checker flag, and we're going to get that for racing. But ought to see qualifying impediments. But then again, this track gets so twisty after you go underneath the ridge for the second sector that potentially this could have been the place of like some blocking for the cars.
Speaking of this circuit, someone saying this track is very underrated.
I agree.
Do you agree? Okay,
100%. I would say it's very underrated because I think it provides some really good racing. For MotoGP, it's fantastic for us to see, and being a stop-start straight loop track, and seeing this for multi-class, it's different. It's a challenging track. It's highly technical. It's not easy for you to drive on, especially with the different layouts that you have around Motegi. So it will provide a challenge 100% for these guys, especially for the faster traffic, because you have to be committed and clean to go around the traffic. You can get massive gains, especially in the second sector, like I just mentioned, in that uphill, downhill, uphill crests that goes into the hairpin before the back straight. That leads into the final four corners of the track. So it's going to be quite interesting how they're going to navigate through that, because that's where my point of view is going to be the main point for us to get a yellow flag in this race.
Let's see if indeed we do get yellow flags. Of course, that is what happened in IVRA. If a car can't be or wouldn't be able to be collected in real life easily without a caution, then we have one here in the sim. And of course, the procedure might be a little bit more complicated than it used to be, because there are now 3 classes to be sorted out, whereas before there are not. We've got plenty of time remaining here, I think, for the formation lap gets underway, unless I'm mistaken. So we're still a few minutes away. But actually, we were a couple of minutes early, skipping forward from warm-up into the race. So we would have been a little bit early beginning, but not anymore. We'll be just about on time, which is good. Another thing to note, and it already has been by those watching, is the pit entry here, which is pretty difficult to get into. You can just about see it there on a very, very narrow piece of road indeed. If you know what you're looking for, you can see it anyway. That is awkward on the way into pit lane, and if we get green flag pit stops, I'm sure there'll be many of them. We will be seeing a lot of drivers get very close to, I'd imagine, getting in the grass or indeed the wall through a quite narrow pit entry.
Yeah, I think even when we commentated this in 2023, we had an incident coming into the pit lane of cars making contact with each other and actually getting some considerate damage going on. Because this is, if you think about it, it is a Le Mans or Circuit de la Sarthe style of pit entry, being a little bit of a chicane or a right-left chicane instead of being a left-right chicane that you have at Circuit de la Sarthe. And Circuit de la Sarthe also has the kind of like the gravel trap tarmac to play out as its advantage, rather than a grassy entry that you have here in virtual Japan. So you cannot take this entry for granted. If you make a mistake, this can be deadly in your car at any specific point of that pit entry.
Interesting that you've got quite so much support for Motegi is underrated, by the way, which I don't know. I kind of think this circuit is rated exactly as it should be, which is I don't know, sort of average. But there we go. Hopefully we'll have a good race though, as we have a look at the conditions on the right hand side. A little bit warmer, 22 degrees Celsius, but it is only 9 in the morning on the 8th of November. That was yesterday. In sim, so 9 hours. That takes us to 6 p.m. Does that mean we might get a little bit of darkness towards the end? I'm not entirely sure what the sunset is in Japan at the moment.
It's, I don't know how it's going to be around Motegi, which is, as far as I'm concerned, is right about 6 p.m., 6:30. It's very early for you to get a sunset around Japan. As far as I could recall, when I went to Tokyo in January, it was around 5 p.m., which was insane in my point of view. So it gets dark really quick.
You think that's quick? It'll be dark in the UK in about an hour.
So, but hold up. Counterpoint. It is always dark in UK because you always get cloudy situations and weather. Not my fault.
I know, it's not ideal. 4:34 in real life today, it says. I've just Googled it. So if it's any time around that in the sim, it should be around an hour and a half before the end of a timed race, if indeed we get there. I don't think, even if there are no cautions, I don't think this race will be complete before at least dusk, if not full darkness anyway. So I think that will be a factor to look at a little bit later on in the day. But we'll wait and see just how bad it gets. This should be one of the longest races of the season, by the way. The Sebring 200, or indeed the Texas 200, should be. I know they're a little bit longer laps, but there's 100 laps less to contend with, so it should be a little bit shorter on the races on that occasion. 1,000 miles should be a little bit similar to this one. But this could be our longest race of the season. The formation lap gets underway. Hopefully, Lorenzo, we get off to a clean start of the season.
Yeah, please. We want to start out strong, as now Benny's leading them off into underneath the bridge for our first start of the season. Can't wait to see 9 hours or 300 laps. Which one gets it first?
Yeah, which is going to get there first. On the top left of your screen, there will be the 9 hours counting down, so we'll keep you updated on just how far through we are as now the GTPs make their way into the final few corners, ready for the start of a new IVRA Endurance Series season. The Motegi 300 about to get underway. A possible 9 hours of racing this afternoon here in the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25. Up towards the line for BS competition. They choose when to fly the green flag, and now they go over the line. Green flag waves, a new season underway. In towards turn number 1, and it's BMW that leads the field. BS competition who lead the field ahead of Maniti Racing, then Apex Racing Team, then the other Maniti car, followed by Williams, and it's a good start for all 16 GTPs.
Yeah, let's look into the LMP2s. Everything looking clean at the back, and now we're going to get GT3 starting just behind the frame, as they're probably going to go around turn number 1. Looking clear so far, and GTPs, a few wrecks here and there.
Looks like fiercely forward red have got off the road early on. That's Patrick Wolf in the number 30, who qualified from 8th place. He's now down to 16th. In towards turn 2 for Williams. They lead in GT3 ahead of Grid and Go and Dino Lombardi in the McLaren, or at least it was he who qualified it. Then it's the Sim RC Mustang and a top 10 or so that is completely single file in an also very clean start to the GT3 race.
Yeah, really good start, everybody trying to find their spots around the track. A few battle for positions here and there. You can even see, I think, battles going around with Scherer, Maniti, and I think from what it looks like to be one of the cars, which car looks like to be behind the Maniti Vistra, I think, moved up one spot from Matteo Quenzer as Alex Bennett had to yield the position.
Side by side through the sweepers for the other Maniti car by the looks of things, I think. So I think that is Alex Bennett, still not quite giving up the place as of right now, battling away. Though congested though in the GT3 order. Down the inside, go visceral again in towards turn 10. There's contact. They've come across on Maniti and they've gone straight head on into the wall as well. First crash of the season, I'm afraid. First bodywork shed, and it's for the visceral Mercedes GT3.
Yeah, Matteo just trying to move up in the field, got a little bit of contact with one of the Maniti. It looked like could be Alex that actually he got involved coming out of the hairpin into turn number 9 and 10 as moving to the lead.
Oh, that's a huge dive for the lead for lap 2 as Maniti Racing looked to try and overtake BS competition. It was Maxime Naz late on the brakes down the inside. That could have very easily gone very wrong.
Yeah, but good awareness, I think, from Maxime to not over push the car. He's going to have one more chance here in this first hairpin. The final hairpin coming in before turn number 9, but he doesn't commit to it. He tried to wait for the right opportunity for him to strike and pounce on that BS competition 89 car. Yep,
that was an interesting and risky move to make, but he's just backed out of it, and Naz will bit in line, bit behind the BS competition. The top 8 all running in one long line at the end of the second lap of the season. The Motegi 300 should be 300 laps, or indeed 9 hours at the very maximum. As we have another look at the opening lap, and what happened to Patrick Wolf here seemed to have contact actually from the geodesic Cadillac from behind him actually. That's at least what it looked like to me.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think there was some kind of contact from between Austin and Patty coming out of the corner right there, and unfortunately spun Patty around. I think luckily for Patty, he didn't get too much damage in that car of his, can continue forward for the fiercely forward red car.
As the name suggests, towards turn 2 for the LMP2s, and this is what happened in GT3. I think you said it at the time, but it's hard to see that as anything other than Visceral actually not leaving Maniti the space and getting turned around as a result of it.
Yeah, I can agree with that statement. We're going to see what the race control will decide, but from what it looks like, there's a little bit of uh, potential, glue right there, or physics playing into part. Cars come together, but then again, it's a 50-50 in my opinion. As traffic has been reached already, we're barely
Well,
to lap 3 or 4.
Jan Sikowski is. I wonder whether that is because of the penalty. They have pitted. They've already made their pits, by the way. 30 seconds in the lane, and that is because I think because of their penalty. But I'm pretty sure, unless it is the rule now that you have to serve your penalties away from your pit stops. That's a strange call to make, isn't it? Pitting on at the very start of the race.
You have at the start of the race. I think it might be a sound strategy for Hoisenfeld, because let's take into consideration the first passing of the GTPs on GT3s gets really messy, right? And you haven't served your penalty. What are your potential gains right here? You're not gonna get too many gains. You're gonna probably have to take this when you come down into your pit stop, right? As they're gonna reach the bulk of the traffic in a little bit. So I think take this early, take the L right now, go into your specific penalty area, something they do similar in Club Sport and also in the 24-hour series esports, and let's see how the race will pan out for you.
Drago Racing then already making progress, and this is more progress down the inside of turn 11. Well, not quite done yet. XPDMO Racing just, not without the MO, on the outside line trying to hold on, but can't quite do it. And so Drago up to 21st. Manuel Troncoso needs to make up positions early on here, because otherwise he could get mired down in traffic all day long, as it's side by side. Meanwhile, up for 7th place, this is Effect Simulations and Hyperion, who make contact. Oh, they spear across the middle of the road, and I'm afraid it's Composite Performance who make the contact with them. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Composite goes straight on down at turn 9 as well. That LMP2 looking more like a pickup truck now, and their rear right tyre is completely out of shape. That is the least straight suspension I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that happen, and they're coming back into the track like that and getting composite just like that. Unfortunate to see that happen for Colin Kudinger and or whoever I think that is driving the car and getting this damage early on. We're gonna get a potential first yellow flag of the race, though.
This could be our first yellow of the season. Just 7 minutes in, and we'll see just whether race control will call an early one here, or whether it will be one we get away with. This is, and it is indeed a first yellow. Unsurprising, perhaps.
There you go.
Effect Simulations, it was with Hyperion, absolutely side by side. Hyperion currently being driven by David Beck, by the way. Effect Simulations by Benjamin Frigiero, and you were right, Carter Cunningham is driving for Composite Performance. All 3 of them now with major damage. This is Carter's view of it. Oh, they just come right across the road, and he didn't have time to brake and get out of the way. He could barely turn, actually, these cars so damaged.
Yeah, but it's so odd for them to come back together into the track like this. Kind of like, have you seen the movie Speed Racer?
No, unsurprisingly.
Oh, yeah. I remember, it's you. But then again... But then again, it's kind of like having a spear hook around your car, and they both come together into the track. Carter it's not to blame right here. If somebody gives a penalty for Carter, I'm actually gonna call my lawyer, and we're gonna work this out, because this is not on him, not 100% on him. I wonder if this actually is a racing incident, just like we saw between Motegi and
it's a big hit, isn't
Vistral.
It? A very big hit.
Yeah.
Or is it? Which of them is it with the really out of shape car? I think it's Benjamin Frigiero. Yeah, it's Effect Simulations with a really out of shape car. That's especially bad. Good, nice joke from Double Delta in YouTube chat, by the way. Didn't know iRacing had added the Peugeot.
Yes, that's why I was chuckling a little bit.
Yeah. the engine cover and rear wing removed, and the LMP2 all of a sudden looking very Peugeot-ish.
And he's blaming me for the yellow flag, by the way.
Okay. I don't know if you said there was going to be a long green flag for
No. I said here's the thing. I think when we and now I'm probably going to do a drawback to season 23. When we actually activated the first yellow flag, I think it was on lap 1 or 2. We're going to look at the replay close up. Ow!
Big hit.
This big hit.
Yeah. Hyperion in the light blue. It's effect simulations in the Peugeot, as we'll call it. The BS competition will now pick up the safety car, but the yellow came out as they were coming up to turn 3 there, or turn 2, I think. So they will have been going very slowly for a long time, and you'll notice everybody's staying to the right-hand side of the road here. That allows everybody who's caught between their class leader and the overall leader to make their way past, and you'll notice the Mustang of Team Heusinkveld doing that right now. It turns out to be a very good call to serve their penalty early on, because effectively they'll be right on the back of the rest of the GT3 field pretty much immediately here.
Hey, take the L. It works sometimes for you. What's the problem of you taking the 30 seconds already off your time off? It's not going to damage you in the long run. This was the perfect call for them.
Yeah, it turns out to be. I didn't like the call at the time particularly, I've got to say, but it's turned out to be the right one. Now, time for the first time this season, Lorenzo, to chat pit stops. We're only 10 minutes in, but I can't imagine that everybody's going to bypass this opportunity to come in, although I suppose because this caution's so early, this is going to be a non-pit opening yellow, isn't it? So we might not actually see any pit stops. They might not have the chance.
I think we're just going to see maybe whenever Team Heusinkveld actually finds himself within the GT3 grid, we might get a green flag. We've seen situations like this, I think in Spa. And in Spa was, I think, kind of like a not long yellow flag. And see how this works, as David Duino is actually proud to make me laugh. From the Hydra Race Geodesic team. Nice. Check. A little bit of a checkbox marked on his list. But, yeah, I think this is going to be a very quick yellow flag. We might see maybe 2-3 more laps just to see the grid routed out and then go back into green flag once again.
Visceral Esports are in the pit lane right now, by the way, from GT3. I think they're still getting service, actually, down in GT3 Pro. Maniti Racing Green have also come in, so those two cars that made contact have clearly had to come in. But I don't know if the pit lane's open yet. Coenza trying to get out ahead of Heusinkveld, and he just about does. But that shows that there is actually quite a lot of damage on that car. That was 76 seconds, and I wouldn't imagine that all of the damage has been fixed.
But if you do that, you're probably going to take an end of line penalty. So
yeah. So
for them, it's like we are already at the very bottom of the grid. What's the problem? What's the point of us, going to the pit stop? We're going to look at the replay again. They had the incident with Maniti. So take the L right now. Repair your car. Try to get back as mostly in one piece as possible. Get the end of line and reset your whole race back up again. You got about more than 8 hours of racing left. So there's still a lot of action for us to break down.
Yeah, I wonder whether... I don't think the light's going to go off this time round. I'm not entirely sure what we're waiting for now, whether it is pit lane opening here or whether it's something else. I'm not entirely sure, but doesn't look like we're going back green flag racing this time round anyway for the race. So, go on.
I was going to say, if I can bring it up, one thing that's going to be interesting in my point of view is going to be the strategy for the GTPs and the GT3s per se. Because if I remember correctly, I don't know if you remember this, I think when we covered this round in 2023, the GT3s had a real long longevity in the fuel range. I think they went about nearly 1 hour and 10 minutes fuel stints. And the BMW, if I remember correctly, went to about 45 to 50 minutes of a green flag run. So it's going to be quite interesting. Apparently, the pits are going to still close, and we're going to go green flag at any point.
Okay. Maybe we're waiting for some people to catch the train or something, but still no green flag just yet. All of the GT3s are back out. By the way, both both LMP2s that had that crash, or two of them anyway, are getting some long repairs. That's Composite Performance and Benjamin Effect Simulations, Benjamin Frio. Although Cunningham is making his way out now. Going to see a red light here at the end of pit lane. That's going to put him 2 laps down, I think, on the field. So he would have liked to have done that pit stop a little bit earlier, so he could only be 1 lap down, and then there might be a chance of him getting a wave around and back in the race. But, 2 down is not a disaster at all with nearly 9 hours left. I mean, he is well within a chance of getting back on the lead lap and getting a decent result.
And you have to consider the halfway points as well, don't you? So you have to stay in the race no matter what, or try to stay in the best way you can with a drivable car for get those halfway points. If you're thinking about the long way haul that this race is going to pan out on the traffic, like I said, this is going to be a race that we're going to have these moments. I don't think, personally speaking, this is going to be the only moment in this race where you're going to have these cars coming together and potentially triggering yellow flags. I think we're going to get maybe 1 or 2 more yellow flags before our first commentary stint is done even.
Well, I'm not going to say anything.
If it happens, blame Lorenzo. I heard you, David Duino. I don't care.
It's already trending. It's already trending. One more thing, by the way, before we go back green, and I've forgotten it, so that'll have to wait. Oh yeah, that was it. Halfway points, as you mentioned, there was a change, of course, for last season, that halfway points are no longer 50% points, but actually 33% points, as this is weird. BS Competition are pulling off to the side of the road. What's happened here to BS Competition? The leaders of the race, and Thomas Leboutelet has pulled off to the left. Now he's back going again. But is he going to be able to reassume his place in the train? There was a very bizarre moment there where he was slowing, and all of a sudden he's lost the lead. Now he's overtaking everybody under yellow to get back into the lead. That is a very bizarre moment.
Maybe monitor disconnected?
Yeah, maybe. But he knew where to park, at least, so he could see where he was going, at least to a degree.
Yeah, that's good. No drama right here. Let's move on.
Okay. He's rejoined the front of the train. By the way, no penalties from qualifying, just the outstanding ones from the pre-race, which still has been served from Team Hoisingbound in GT3, but the number 11 Williams GTP will have to stop. Now, what's gone on here? The engine's off by the sounds of this. Has he accidentally pressed kill engine, or?
Is there a kill engine button in iRacing?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, there's an ignition button in iRacing. If he configured that and he actually shut it down, I'll be very surprised.
Okay. Well, he's got an engine again now, that's the important thing. As everybody weaves around behind the safety car to get themselves back into the operating window. Okay, so we're just hearing that he was trying to save fuel under the yellow by keeping the revs low, but if you keep them too low and you don't keep them at sort of a minimum, then you need to come to a complete stop to restart the engine. So that was slightly bizarre, but I'm slightly surprised he's been allowed to reassume his place in the train. But we'll see how race control view that as the pace car pulls into pit lane with nearly 20 minutes gone of the Motegi 300. We are only completing lap 7. If we go at this kind of pace, it certainly will be 9 hours, but let's hope that a green flag run is to come as the green flag waves again now. Thomas Leboutelet takes control of the field again in towards turn number 1, weaving around again from Absolute Motorsport in the leading Acura, just ahead of Movano in the second from that manufacturer. And further behind, the reigning champions, of course, the number 1. A single file restart, of course, and hopefully this is a bit calmer, especially in the GTP field, than it was on the opening lap of the race.
Is it? Absolute? Kept it on track, though.
Yeah, incident-wise, it is. As meanwhile, that's the battle in LMP2 going on. Nürburgring Esports and Nix Esports down at the bottom there. This is side-by-side between Geodesic and Orbit Drop Bear. And Geodesic prevailing that one. It's a big slide for Orbit Drop Bear. These tyre temperatures are really quite cold at the moment, and the GTPs are really not very much quicker than the LMP2s in these sorts of conditions. there is the leader in LMP2 just in the background, coming around the corner there, and right on the back of the GTP train. It's a real struggle to get back up to speed.
I was wondering how much the cold tires would actually affect the GTPs, because if I remember correctly, in the previous E-race, we had a situation similar to this. Like in the 22-23 race, we had a situation similar to, cold tires affecting the grip of these cars, and Williams is going to serve the penalty.
Yep. Williams. So is this, well, again, I'll pose the same question. Is it a good idea? It's 30 seconds, of course, stationary.
Yes.
However, but the reason why this is different to Hoisingveld, I think, though, Lorenzo, is the fact that in GTP, you'll find yourself behind all of the GT3s and LMP2s, having to lap them once more than everybody else in the field.
I think for this point, Williams saw the gamble that Hoisingveld did and kind of paid off to them, and they're going to be like, oh, if it worked for them, why shouldn't it work for us, right? So we're going to take the gamble and take those 30-40 second loss on the pit lane and try to go back out strong and try to overtake the GT3s as fast as possible, and maybe potentially counting with the GTPs causing an incident with the GT3 traffic whenever they come around in about like 5 or 6 laps, depending on how fast the GTPs are going lap by lap basis.
That was the Hoisingveld car we were just watching from on board the German sim racing car. This is Thomas Labutelet and Maxime Naz resuming their leading battle just 20 minutes into the Motegi 300. Another penalty to speak of, by the way. Luca Wunsch in the number 220 managed to overtake before the start-finish line and keep their advantage. That's a 20-second time penalty to serve for them as the battle for 8th place now sparks up in GTP. It's Movano now making progress now that race pace is becoming a factor. Down on the brakes they go, past Orbit Drop Bear, who again are still struggling on these cold tyres.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Orbit Drop Bear.
And in there.
He's going to struggle a little bit more. And coming into the pit lane, do they have a penalty? I don't think they do.
Nope, they don't have a penalty, but they do have some rather uncooperative tyres. So I wonder whether that is anything to do with it. As Harrison Lillas makes his way down the pit lane, you can't drive through all the boxes in IVRA, so they're not doing a drive-through. Instead, they're just abiding by the rules. Into the lane they go, and this is a very early stop indeed.
Earth to Jack Styles, I know you're in the chat. Reply to us, what happened?
Yeah, please feel free to let us know. Out of turn 4 for Thomas Labutelet, who still leads the way. All 16 GTPs had a decent start, but Hassan Lillas obviously will drop down now, and Robin Glarham also has now as well. He's actually 53rd overall because of the fact that everybody is still on the lead lap here, and they will have to be making these overall overtakes. And there is Glarham going down the inside, just interrupting a little battle here involving Hoisingveld, but this is a really unappetising prospect. 27 GT3s stacked up right ahead of you, all nose to tail pretty much.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for him to clear basically the whole traffic. I would say maybe 2-3 more laps, 1 or 2 more laps to actually clear the proper traffic. He's not going to be able to clear all 27 in just 1 lap. He's going to be aggressive, 100%. But that puts a little bit into that aspect of you putting yourself into risk, of how much time lost you really want to take compared to how much time lost the other guys in the front of you can take, as Labutelet doing the fastest lap in the whole race so far. Yeah,
first 36 of the day. We are again, as I say, going at a bit of a slower speed than we were during the 1,500 kilometres of Motegi at the start of 2023. Or was it start of 2023, sorry, part of the 22-23 season, the first of the GTP seasons, of course, at least in part. Another penalty comes through as race control are really getting through the incidents very quickly indeed, and a big thanks to them once again for all their hard work. 10 seconds of a penalty for Geodesic and Austin Young in the GTP class for hitting the number 30 on the start. The message saying that the 62 seeming to misjudge their space to the 30, causing a collision, causing Patrick Wolf, of course, to go down to 16th at the time. He's now back to 14th, but Austin Young still getting a penalty nevertheless. Is that the right call from your point of view?
Potentially, I think, in my point of view, I think it is because Austin just came in way too hot and potentially misjudged Patrick's speed coming out of turn number 4, and unfortunately caused the contact right there. And we also saw Luca also getting a penalty, Luca Wunsch for Door, as we didn't see the contact that caused the issue. We're gonna look into Austin's perspective. Yeah, that's worthy 10 seconds.
Yeah, he just runs him over there, really, doesn't he, Austin?
Yeah.
So that's the 10-second time penalty. I can't see anything wrong with that myself. No further action between 2.78 and 2.96. That is the incident between Motegi and Visceral on the opening lap as well, I believe, at turn 10. I think that is the right call as well. If anything, Visceral were at fault, and they very much punished themselves by going headfirst into the wall. So that is no further action there. I don't believe Visceral have really made very much progress through the field yet either. They are at one place from German Sim Racing. It seems that Florian Hearn has really been struggling actually early on here. He's been overtaken by Team Huizingbeld, Motegi Racing Green and Visceral Esports, all three of whom made a pit stop during their opening caution of the race, and they're all now past German Sim Racing as things stand. This is the battle meanwhile for the lead. You will have noticed as what we were watching that battle in GT3 Pro that these guys are not far away from their first lapping of the season.
No, and this is where, like as we said before, it could be the point where Williams might be able to make up ground depending on how chaotic this first passing of the GTP's on GT3's car will be. We saw it already with Team Huizingbeld, but then again, it was just one GT3 car. It wasn't the whole grid of GT3s they went through. So let's see how the top 2 guys are gonna get around, and if there will be any time gain for both of them compared to P3 and so forth, because there is a considerable gap between Motegi and Apex Racing Team. I think that's next to 2 seconds that Maxime has on Martial Hubert.
It is noticeable. I think it's surprising as well, isn't it? When you compare it to qualifying, and GTP was really close, as GT3 was, and LMP2 to an extent as well, that we do have some really big leads here in GTP for the top 2. Percy Forward leading in LMP2 by 2 seconds here, so it's a very good start indeed from them. This, meanwhile, is a battle for 8th place between Nix Esports, CRZ Simsport, Hyperion Racing, and then Solpec, I think that is, just in behind as well. Or is that that's Composite, isn't it? Who are recovering, of course, and a couple of laps down, so they're not necessarily involved, but they are here anyway. I've got to say, very good recovery for Hyperion. They still haven't stopped, and I can't believe they've got away from that crash without damage. Yeah,
same. Maybe they have some slight damage, but it isn't worthy enough for you to go into pit stop. I had a few races when I raced in Petit Le Mans, and it doesn't look like, but this LMP2 is built like a tank. Like, it can take hits. And it's not going to take a long time for you to actually repair those damages in the pit lane. So that's why Hyperion probably got the better end of the deal compared to Effect Simulations when they made the contact with the Composite.
Yeah, the other car that was involved in that Effect Simulation seemed to just disintegrate into 1,000 pieces upon contact, but it was a very hard hit, as we commented at the time. Carter Kundinger will be 54 for a while, I'm afraid. It remains to be seen whether Effect Simulations will even get back out onto the circuit. They are still getting repairs that now number over 20 minutes, but hardly unsurprising when you see the crash itself. 50 Forward leading the race, by the way, by 2.2 seconds now. Another quarter of a second put into the rest of the field last time around. So we have a look at a replay here for SRN. Slowing down, and that was a bit odd. Did they accidentally hit the pit limiter or something? I don't know.
Potentially, as we get our first passing of the GT3s on GTPs on GT3s.
Yep, that's Apex still just ahead of Motegi, but not by much at all. And how will that change through this first run through GT3 traffic? Don't forget, 27 GT3s entered in this round of the championship. It is a remarkably big field. Oh, Norbert Thomas diving down the inside. I wonder how many moments like that we're going to see in the next 2 minutes or so.
Everybody breathe. Take a deep breath. It's fine.
We'll have a look at the track map. Look at that. It's just a whole blob of green that these light blue prototypes having to work their way through on that track map on the bottom left of your screen. Remarkable. And the LMP2s, by the way, are not that much slower than GTPs. I've said it again, but you know, the cold tyres initially is what I put it down to, but actually they are just in normal speed, actually not that much slower. So they'll be coming through on these GT3s pretty shortly as well. Certainly before the LMP2s are lapped by GTP.
Yeah, they're just being about 4 seconds slower on clean air and about a second slower on a proper congested track. So it's going to be quite interesting.
I think the fact they're slightly slower in a straight line means that we do have a bit more trouble in traffic with the GT3s than the GTPs do. So that could set them apart a little bit further as we go aboard with Jesus Nugget of Fast Repair Motorsports. Been taking it calm and gaining places where they can so far in the day, up to 13th position as of right now. Moving down the outside in towards turn 4, then look up the inside as well. But now through the sweepers. In behind one of the Porsches, now having to go around the outside through the slightly tighter right-handed part. Oh, so tricky to work your way through this many cars so early on. And look at the train that's being created just up ahead of us here as well. I think this is from Adam State in the WSR car, and there's side-by-side GT3s involved here as well. That's what's making it quite so difficult. Orion now caught in behind this. One of the Acuras having to work their way through. Wait their turn, and now they do get through. But this is remarkably busy early on. Just around half an hour gone in the Motegi 300, the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25. We're just completing lap 15, by the way, as Thomas Leboutelet holds on to a 7/10 of a second lead. Actually, nearly a second over Maxime Naz. He's had a slightly better run through traffic first time around. Marcio Huber has had a good run through as well because he's a bit closer, but the other Maniti car isn't quite. This is back with Solpec in the 7th place. Blake Reynolds just ahead of Marcus Hamilton for the Movano Azzurro car. That's number 33. And that's a very good start from them, actually, in this race. He won't be able to work his way through down the inside here. Instead, the battle is in GT3 as Sim RC have been dived by Simify after Solpec went through. Simify trying to follow through here on the Sim RC car down the inside for another one of the Acuras. Free wide ever so briefly into turn 7. Simify get back down the inside and comes Luca Vokes as well. Oh, do they realise they're 3 wide? Just about. Oh, Adam State there, going right round the outside and just about making it work.
And Orion going around the outside of the right there on the exit of the corner, and then inside on the second, on the first. The last set of hairpins made it a little bit dicey as now both, I think, goes the WSR and the Movano cars right in front. And Dor might actually make this move stick at the end of all things.
Of course, they have a 20-second time penalty to serve at the next half an hour, 45 minutes or so. However, for now, they're up into 4th place. This is LMP2 now. Magnus Nielsen leading the field into traffic. Nathan Olsen catching up a little bit as a result early on, but how will that develop through the stint now? This is a real heads-up moment for GT3. All the GTPs have come through, and now the LMP2s are doing the same, but it's difficult for the prototypes as well. Difficult for absolutely everybody so far.
It's going to be quite challenging, especially for these LMP2s. They're not as fast as the GTPs are on the straight, so they're going to take a little bit of a while for you to regain the composure. They can corner. I know this much. A little bit of a nearly messy situation between the Nürburgring and Drago at the entry of the corner. I think Drago made the overtake work, but they are nimble around corners. They have speed around the corners, but it takes a while for him to build the speed back up. As there's contact, I think, nearly between Hyperion and I think this CRC cars right in front of all this.
Yeah, I should mention, by the way, we were told this in YouTube chat by Toby Prosser from a Hyperion that they do have a crunch front end that's a bit more obvious than what we're seeing at the moment. So they do indeed have damage to contend with. I mean, there is a slight bit of damage on the front end, but I suppose it's probably worse where they are, and they will try and get that repaired best they can. It looks a bit out of shape.
Better airflow, it's fine.
It is actually narrowed in. It
on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and a little bit on the left as well. It is a bit crunched, so that will be something to repair for them, I suppose. But unless they get a caution, I mean, they're not going to take those optionals, I suppose. They're still going at a decent speed.
Yeah, I think because how tightened up the LMP2 situation kind of was, they were able to kind of like work something out right there. But other than that, it's pretty much that is done between everybody.
Well, LMP2 still working their way through here early on. The first time round in the IVRA Endurance Series that they're having to overtake lap traffic here. It will be a little while until they put a lap down, though, these LMP2s. They are not much slower than the GTPs who lead the field around. Of course, it's been quite some time since we've seen LMP2 in the IVRA Endurance Series. Been away from the last couple of seasons, or season and a half or so, since it was replaced with the BMW GTP car. It is now back as the middle class, though, as we go aboard with CRZ Simsport in this battle for 8th place. It is somewhat difficult to even work your way alongside, though, of the car in front when there's so much traffic to get involved here in the GT3 class.
It looks like you're going around the London downtown, if we're making a good assumption about you being in the middle of London. Oh, near contact between the CRZ and I think that looks to be the PGZ. I know guys in the PGZ Discord would be very unhappy with the situation if that ever happened. Meanwhile, there's some good battle between the Mustangs right in the middle of the field as Delta Sport trying to fend off or overtake the WSR Mustang and having some minor advantage in the overlap coming out of the back straight downhill.
Yeah, they're clear of prototype traffic now, just for the moment. So the Mustangs are free to fight on their own. Late on the brakes on the outside from WSR. And they work their way around the outside here and through decisively. Not yet. Apex Racing Academy with the best seats in the house. But these final few corners, as good as turn 11 is for racing, the rest of the circuit right up to the start-finish line is not so good because really it is one line through turns 12, 13 and 14.
You say that, okay? You say that, Mr. Ewan O'Leary. I actually went side-by-side in F4s. You can do that. What is the rate of you dying in the middle of the process? 95%. 99 if you're me. But you can do that. But not in GT3 cars, so 100%.
I mean, I feel like it would be slightly not unsensible with 8 hours 22 to go to do that, but
agreed.
It may be possible later on. Let's see as we go aboard with CLZ again, trying to get themselves past Nick's Esports, and they're just in behind one of the Mercedes at the moment. I think this is Williams Esports Academy.
The lead, yeah.
It is indeed the leaders of the class, so they're now through the GT3s, but look at that lead, 2.4 seconds, although it'll be about to be a bit less with this bit of traffic for Williams Esports Academy.
And Nick's got a little bit into a very sticky situation right there. Made the life out of Williams. It's like more unnerving because I think they had to check up the LMP2 cars that kind of like blocked the path in front. The speed was pretty much one of the same as we're back into this P13 fight as WSR Esports butt kicker Mustang, the big boy, holding the Delta Sport off. And the whole tray of cars down at the back.
Yeah, there is quite a train behind them now. Maybe as a result of the battle. WSR back through again after going around the outside of turn 11 one lap ago. Now back ahead of Delta Sport in the field. By the way, out front, the last lap was a 1:37 or so. In traffic, they were certainly going a lot slower than that. So I think based on sort of average lap times at the moment, I think they'll have just under an hour's worth of caution to sort of play with. But I reckon, I'm not sure, I didn't time the last caution. I think it was about 12 minutes long, though. 10 minutes or so. Was it a bit longer, less time?
No, it was about 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes, yeah. So I reckon we've still got around 3/4 of an hour to lose here before we are cut off by time. So I think we're okay. The timing screen, as far as I can see at the moment as well, is showing 300 laps remaining now. So it thinks even if we started right now, we'd be able to do 300, as far as the one that the one that we can see. So we do still have plenty of time to play with, but plenty of time to go here with lap 20 just completed now by Tomala Brutale at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting how this lap buffer will potentially go down as the race goes on by. Remembering we have 300 laps. It's insane to think about. I think you said this might be the longest race of the season. I might say Silverstone might be the biggest race because it is 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles is 1,600 kilometers. I think this might be the second largest race in the season if we go full length. This will be 40 kilometers. So
Yeah,
1,400 kilometers.
Sorry, I was talking about time when I said that. Talking about the amount
that
of
makes
time.
sense.
You are correct. The 1,000 miles of Silverstone should be the longest, unless we get a really quick speed at the 8-hour race, in which case we might be able to go longer distance-wise. But sorry, I was talking about time amount, and I reckon this could be the longest. Of course, depending on what the limit is for Silverstone and indeed how long that race takes in 2025. On board we go with Hydrarace Geodesic Racing in LMP2, meanwhile, as the battle for third place goes on. Tutton Vesta currently holding on to this place, and this is encouraging for Geodesic really and everybody else, because the top three in LMP2 was a lot stronger than the rest in qualifying, and it's good that Geodesic are right in amongst things now early on, as F1Docs.com Black now come into pit lane from GTP. A lot of early stops here.
Interesting. I wonder if there could be penalty related to them. I didn't see any penalties coming from them. I do see some penalties from the leaders in LMP2s. Actually not leaders, P2 in LMP2s, and Nathan Olsen. This battle, actually, Daniel Savini has a 20-second pit stop, stop and go. So LMP2's getting the short end of the stick so far right now. And BS competition, the leaders of this race has also a 20-second pit stop after this is all said and done.
Yeah, this is very interesting indeed, this early part of the race, and a little bit difficult to read as things stand. So, yeah, we've still got at least 5 outstanding penalties, I think. Interesting, though, that the 89 did indeed get 20 seconds for that technical reset. The penalty issued, of course, for retaking their position in the queue, which they shouldn't have done. Meanwhile, they're back in the GT3 traffic all over again here. So the current race leader, Tomala Brutale, although not the net race leader, that will be Maxime Naz, surely, making their way through lap traffic again. It barely feels like a couple of laps since they went through for the first time.
Yeah, it feels like the last lap they went around through traffic, if you think about it.
Yeah. Doesn't feel like very long ago, but already the GTP's having to do it all over again. And I did wonder, actually, with nearly 45 minutes gone, whether anybody in GTP might pit in early just so they didn't have to do this all twice. And I wonder whether that's what the number 8 team are doing. 32 seconds in the box, that's the most normal pit stop length I think we've seen so far today. But it came at a very interesting time, I think, because they were about to come through on GT3 traffic all over again, yet they wanted to avoid that, maybe. And so pitting in early might not be such a bad idea.
That would be the biggest 1,000 IQ brain strat in the history of GTPs, if that ever worked out for them.
Well, if it worked out, maybe, but it's not that high IQ, because I thought of it, so or I said, thought of it enough to say it, so it can't be that revolutionary. So we'll see if that's what they have decided to do, or whether I'm talking rubbish. Either possible, as things stand. 8 hours 16 to go out of right now. Tomala Brutale still leading, but as you say, 20 seconds penalty for them after retaking their position in the queue afterwards. So they should have stayed in. I said it at the time, and I'd be surprised if it was allowed. And indeed it wasn't, so Maxime Naz should retake the lead there. Number 8, by the way, is under investigation at the moment for something, as Luca Vunks now serves his penalty. That was for taking a position before the start-finish line at the actual start of the race.
Yeah, I think they're counting with the fact that we have the majority of the GTPs going around GT3s again. They could take their pit stop a little bit earlier or take the penalties earlier, because you have a certain amount, a lot of time for you to do it. You have up to nearly 100 minutes for you to do that, and in such a tightly contested race like this, or a high attrition race like this, that you might not have a lot of spots for you to take this for free, air quotes.
Yeah. I don't know if we've mentioned this already or not, but we're hearing that the 8 had damage, which is why they came in.
Yeah.
Apologies for missing that and not picking that up. Into the pit lane for Patrick Wolf. That is the number 30 for Fiercely Forward Red. Now, is this a scheduled pit stop finally? It might well be, but it's been a little bit bizarre so far with when people have been pitting and how long they've been pitting for. So we go back to GT3 again, because they're getting lapped again by the GTPs, who are a lot more spread out this time round. It feels a little bit less nerve-wracking actually than it was first time round, but it is still very difficult for the GTPs, because they're basically still all doing it in one go.
Yeah, but we kind of figured they would be split out due to the not just pace, but how the lapping of the faster cars are going around. But all in all, there's still a lot of big trains of cars, of course, considering this is the biggest grid of all 3 grids in the field so far. We would have this like 4, maybe 5 car trains following each other around the track, despite being overlapped by GTP cars.
So 3 wide into, oh, and off! 3 wide in towards turn 1 and off for one of the Maniti McLarens. That's Tim Matska, who will have to rejoin now. He's going to have to do it. Oh dear, reverse then. Yep, rejoin at a better angle. There you go. In towards turn 1. That's going to plummet him down the order. He was running inside the top 10, and now he is going to be way, way down, I'm afraid. Tim Matska outside the top 20, I think. Yeah. He's dropped down to. He has indeed 22nd place. That is so disappointing for the IVRA veteran there, Tim Matska.
Former champion, if I recall correctly, so it's a little bit of a letdown. I think he made contact with the BS Tour competition car, and I don't even blame the BS competition. He goes around the outside, does his line, but because Tim was kind of like the meat of the sandwich, because of the GDP on the inside, he just gets spun around by the BS competition, the M4, and takes a trip around the gravel trap.
That's a real shame. We'll see how the stewards view that one. We've not had an incident per se to look at for a little while. They are investigating, though, as I say, the number 8 car as things stand. After they seem to have that about round of their pit stop time. Yeah, Matska wasn't maybe quite as far to the right as he should have been, maybe. I think that would go down as a racing incident. It's very hard to point fingers there when you are 3 wide in towards turn 1 with 2 classes involved. As a battle for 14th, by the way, 2 cars that have pitted for roughly the same amount of time so far today, although for different reasons, have exchanged places in Williams Esports Academy up to 14th.
Yeah, and the pace in the P1 docks is not actually all that bad, so they can kind of use the Williams BMW hybrid prototype as a way for you to follow around the other cars, as they're going to have to overtake the bulk of the LMP2s that are right in front of them. I think the first one that looks to be might be the Nürburgring Esports LMP2 they have to overlap.
Nick Jasic has got a warning for disabling their pit limiter. We, of course, saw during the Club Sport Series 2 weeks ago that that is not allowed in IVRA competition racing, because you can do funny things with the pit limiter if you are smart. Evil giggle there from Lorenzo. that'll be creating a few nightmares tonight, I'm sure. 8 hours 11 remaining.
Certainly with myself.
Yeah, yes, indeed. 8 hours 11 remaining in the race. 25 laps gone now for Thomas Lebouteler, who's about to cross the line again, by the way, at the front of the race. So ticking off the laps nicely now after an interrupted start to the race. It always makes everyone feel a lot better, I find. Maybe it's just me as an outsider spectating, but I feel like everyone always feels a little bit better once they've gone through traffic for the first time round. If there's a caution before that, I feel like everyone can get very nervous that it's going to be a very stop-start race. But we've had a couple of trips through GT3 now, and I feel like nerves have settled slightly.
Yeah, I think so. I think now that you pass the cars, and not just once but twice, you can kind of breathe easy and analyze a little bit more calmly the situation and read the room more properly, because you already assess the situation of maybe time loss and time gain in an overall stance. But for faster cars, absolutely, because you want to cut them as fast as possible. You have to do as safe as possible without getting any penalties, as we get this battle for GT3s between Team PGZ and Scherer. And interesting to see Scherer now folding into the GT3 fray in a McLaren. Normally we'd see them in a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, arguably the best team in the whole world to do that in entrance racing, in my opinion. You said it, I think, yourself as well, Ewan, about this on a previous broadcast. But let's see how they will fare in GT3 so far. Doing good within the top 10.
Yeah, I think they're one of the real rising teams in sim racing at the moment, especially on the sports car side of iRacing. They're a fantastically growing team, and continually and increasingly taking it to the real top teams, sort of world championship level teams now. So I hope that some of their drivers maybe can get into PESC at some point and give everyone a real go. I think that'd be great.
I think Renhofer did contenders last season, or dabbled around contenders last season.
I haven't kept up with contenders as much as I should have done. Apologies, but yes, I think they've got real potential in that series to do something surprising for sure. As oh, that's close. One of the GTPs getting down the inside of Delta Sport Sim Shop there, and work their way through eventually. This is for 12th place in GT3 Pro, as, by the way, away from our cameras, the LMP2s are pitting for the first time now in the field. So unsurprising perhaps, but pit stops are well and truly underway now, because LMP2 have, in some cases, been making their first stops of the day.
Yeah, for LMP2s, I think it's normal to see them pitting around right now, considering they had the yellow flag to save a little bit more fuel. The run would be up to 40-something minutes, so up in a normal pace. We've gone, I think, about 40 minutes of green flags. So we're going to see CRZ coming into the pit lane. Normal stuff, like I said before, about 40 minutes tops for you to get around the LMP2s, because this is more of a cluster track. You can save a little bit more fuel on your Dallara P27217. So it's going to be how the race will pan out for these cars under the green flag. You can stretch it out one pit stop, get extra laps on your whole grid, and that can help you on a overcut situation on the final pit stops, given the case we go green all the way, of course.
Yeah, this is giving me a bit of a headache now, trying to work out who's quite where in LMP2. We'll get a view as to that what's going on properly in a few moments' time. However, 170 and 169 have still yet to pit it, as have Nürburgring Esports and Nix Esports still waiting. Fiercely Forward are out first then in the 113. They were first though, so that's not too much of a surprise, but they're not miles ahead of Geodesic as of right now. There is the gap. Actually, they've come out quite a... Oh, that is actually quite a decent gap, actually. Apologies. So Geodesic are a couple of seconds further back, but they were beforehand. Then it's Delta's Automotive in the 188. They were fifth, and they should be again with SRN in sixth, and they were sixth as well. So the positions should be largely the same as far as I can work out at the moment. Still waiting for those last ones in LMP2 to come in. Those we go back to GTP battles. It's Geodesic versus Solpec for fifth place at the moment, the number 62 and 60, which is where they've been running for a while now, but losing a little bit of time to the leading four.
And don't forget that Austin actually has a 10-second pit stop and go because of the incident he had with Patty Wolf earlier in the race. But interesting topic about this one. Remember when I said that it was odd to see the Acuras in the mud and the Cadillacs in the mud of sorts, air quotes, on qualifying, and we didn't know if that was just qualifying pace versus race pace. and now we're seeing two Cadillacs battling for top 5 positions, and then you have a Acura right behind them fighting for position as well, or chasing for position as well. I think this kind of like goes into the topic that I had. Of course, we had incidents in the GTP category. We see guys having issues, but it's good to see that happen in my point of view, and especially with guys that we normally would see in like other leagues battling with other styles of cars going at GTPs here.
Changes in LMP2 as Fiercely Forward hold on to the lead, but the number 170 is down the field. Moradness M Squad, they of course serving that penalty of 20 seconds for causing a collision under safety car. Same for Daniel Savini in the 169, 20 seconds for them as well. And so they drop down to, that's a couple of positions lost there. Moradness down to 10th place. The 169 is, where have they gone? They are down 4th place, apologies. But they didn't serve their penalty. Wow, so they're playing with fire a little bit. They will have time, I think, before time expires to serve it, but interesting that they've chosen not to there.
Playing with fire in a little bit, in my opinion.
Very much so. Well, that's rather bizarre, I've got to say. I don't know what that's all about, to be honest, but anyway, they still run 4th as the overall leader now comes in. Sorry, 2nd place, it will be the leader, Maxime Naz, in the Maniti car. That's 30 laps to begin this race, so that's a very nicely split up strategy. Maybe because there was traffic for GT3 coming up here, Lorenzo, but I think actually pitting after 30 laps is a good idea. 10 stints seems like a good number to me.
Yeah,
maybe
but
maybe it's just because I want the stints to be all even.
You want the round numbers, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, you want the round numbers. You really don't want to get yourself overly confusing with, oh, maybe like 37, 36, 34, 35, 33, and then basically fumble our heads. It's not like we're fumbled already. Yeah, it could be a good idea, but then again, I really don't know how much advantage you would get in comparison to the rest of the field getting these round numbers, like 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, all the way. Because there's so much variables in this race already. There's still so many cars in this grid. I think we have about 54 cars as bar effect simulations that caused the first yellow flag in this race. So it's a long race, and we're probably going to see, maybe potentially see yellows and things like that. Hoping that we do not. But it's so much of an unknown situation right now that I don't know if 30-30 is going to work.
Yeah, we'll see. It could be a little bit on the early side, you're right, but we will wait and see. Especially considering that the caution came out with about 10 minutes into this race, of course. They will have saved a bit of fuel within that. But the fact that everybody's gone round again, maybe that suggests actually that they pitted because there was more GT3 traffic coming up, and they're hoping that the other GTPs that are still left out there will have to overtake them all, then pit in, then have to overtake them all again, which Maxime Naz is hoping to benefit from.
Yeah, that could be a possibility in this whole situation, as we're talking about Maxime as now Apex moves into P2. I just saw them into P2, and I think Maxime is giving them chase. No, actually, Norbert Tamaz is giving them chase so far. And seeing how this is gonna pan out. I think BS so far, they have the penalty, of course, but doing really good work off the traffic so far, as what happened in the safety car discussion is still going on the IVRA Discord.
That's unsurprising perhaps, but we'll see what comes of that as pit stops on lap number 31. I think another 4 drivers have made their way in on lap number 31. How much longer is Thomas Labrutale going to be able to leave this now, as I'm trying to figure out who is out first of those who's pitted. The number 68 Drop Bear Jupiter car is out first, then it's Williams Esports Academy, although I'm not sure they've put any fuel in yet. Maxime Naz has come out third then behind those two, although he's only 2 seconds or so behind them. This is on board with the 78 in the replay. of the inside of BS Turner, and contact. More than a little bit of contact, but they both get away with that. Now, has that been subject of a protest? No. No investigation going on into that for the moment, and just seemed like a racing incident, side-to-side contact anyway.
Yeah, but you're cutting very close right there.
Well, that's exactly what the
close.
GTPs do into turn 9, I suppose. They look from the off-board camera. I mean, I think he's entitled to go down the inside there, personally.
It's because you really don't have an overlap going into the corner. You kind of commit yourself to have an overlap in the kind of like in the corner entry / apex. That makes this a little bit of a more complicated situation, right? But it's the aggressiveness of you trying to cut time and try to cut down the losses towards, you know, the traffic against your opponents. You can even see Apex taking a really good advantage out of that. Michelle actually opened a gap to Norbert right there. That's why I think Norbert felt the need of, I gotta dive. You know, I gotta dive and cut my losses right here and put myself in a risky situation.
Wondering now whether BS Competition are going to come out in the lead once they pit here, actually, or whether instead it is going to be Williams Esports Academy, of course, who we've just seen pass Harrison Lillis, you know, in the Orbit drop by car. This is LMP2, battle for 7th place between CRZ Simsport and again Hyperion Racing, who are doing a fantastic job. The other team involved in their incident, one of the other teams, Effect Simulation, is already out, unfortunately, as now BS Competition come in. They will serve their penalty, so they won't be in the lead anyway. But there you go. Norbert Tomas also comes into pit lane as well. This is after 33 laps at the start of this race.
Yeah, but still going over an hour for these cars. I would consider that a win. I don't think that's going to happen for the second stint. I think this could be up to like 50-ish minutes, depending on how much fuel you're going to get around the traffic, because you can kind of save fuel. This is a track that doesn't look like it. You get a lot of time down in the pedal, flat-footed. So, but in the corners, you can save so much fuel and still carry more speed than the slower cars around the traffic. That you can maybe save up to one lap, 2 laps of fuel, and extend the range maybe on these GTP cars. That I think the conversation is still kind of like undecided between all of them.
We'll see how the race develops in that respect. We have a look at Harrison Lillis here, who's surely going to be struggling to keep the rest of the field behind him here. And ET Racing right up the back of them as things stand, as Williams Esports Academy, by the way, do indeed make a pit stop and fall further towards the back of the field. So much variation in pit time, by the way, here. Patrick Wolf only 36 seconds in the box, for example. Harrison Lillis only 17 seconds. F1docs.com, 32 seconds. Everybody else around 46, 47, 49 for WSR Esports Bookkicker, as Marcio Hubert, the new leader in GTP, makes his way into pit lane now as well after 34 laps.
Yeah, so Porsche is coming in. I think only the Orion, are they still driving the BMW, the Orion? I think they are. Historically, they used to drive the BMW M Hybrid V8, so it's going to be interesting to see that. And Blake Reynolds coming in for Sopak in that Cadillac that had a really good range. Good to see that as he hands over the car to Dominic Olivier.
Yep, so already a driver change in GTP as the first round of pit stops do now complete themselves. I'd imagine Maxime Naz is going to be looking to be the race leader very shortly, because Harrison Lillis currently holds on to that position, but for how much longer here? There he goes over the line as Marcio Hubert is just going to come out the line, out the lane behind them. Here there's been an incident for the Apex Racing GT3 in towards turn number 1 here. Now, I saw a bit of bodywork on the outside of the corner. Who did that belong to? Apex Racing Academy were very much spun around by one of the LMP2s, and another one arrives on the scene and absolutely smacks into the Mercedes.
Is that CRZ that actually caused the second contact?
I think so. Looked a bit like
Apex.
Well, that is a shame so early on in the race. But we will stay green as a result of that. Nobody having to come to a stop, but just, I'd imagine, quite a lot of damage to repair there.
Yeah, we're going to look at the replay. This is fully on Nürburgring, okay? First and foremost, Nürburgring is going to get a penalty. Second one, I think CRZ has no blame whatsoever on the second contact. We're going to look on the replay right now. They go through impulse. Naturally, that outside line, it would be the faster as he tries to take him more safe line now to avoid a crash. He just finds the AMG of Apex Academy right in front. I had a very nasty joke for Apex. I'm not going to do it because I think they're going to bar me from the headquarters in case I ever visit them in the future.
Okay. keeping his
it's
his pass.
PG, but I get if the chat wants me to say the joke, I'll say it eventually.
Well, yeah, there's plenty of time remaining, certainly, for that, as side by side between Delta Sport and WSI Sports Bookkicker that goes on again. This has been a battle recurring. 11th place now, the fight, and oh dear, at some point that was always going to happen. Delta Sport now the ones that are off the road. Careful rejoining like that. Komodov, it is at the wheel. He drops down from the fringe of the top 10 right to the back of the top 20.
Yeah. The battle that was happening for ages and ages would end up like that. And we've seen that so many times in this race already. In my point of view, again, I'm not going to blame. I think for me, that's a racing incident. WSR Mustang gave as much room as he could have given on the inside for him to make that corner work.
Yeah, that was... That was probably Delta Sport's fault, if I could apportion any blame there. Have another look at the timing sheet for penalties, and the number 8 has got another one as a spin there for the reigning champions. The number 1 Movano car has gone round there at turn 9. So I was looking at penalties, didn't see what happened to Andrea Barolero there, but they drop out the top 10 again now, 15th.
Unfortunate to see that happen. We're going to look at the replay and check up of cars, racing incident at past here.
Yeah, concertina effect.
But there's a but. You know, there is a potential chance the toe link of that Acura is actually broken.
Would be pretty harsh, wouldn't it? I mean, very small.
You'd be surprised. The rear ends of these GTPs are very frail. So one contact in the wrong place actually can break the toe link of any of the GTP cars.
Okay. We'll look out for that as we show on board. I mean, there's not a lot you can do here when you're 4th in line and there's a triple checker ahead of you. You just end up going into the back of the car in front, but I wonder whether there will be a penalty there. There has been a penalty for the number 8, Nick Jelicic, for attempting to overtake without any reasonable overlap on the 295, creating a needlessly dangerous situation. That was, of course, with a GT3. That's the BS Turner car. Ryan Barneveld is currently running in 9th place, so that's a 10-second time penalty to the number 8 to add to their woes, and there won't be a pit stop in the not too distant future, actually, for Jelicic, because, of course, they made that earlier stop for damage, so they'll be coming in not too long.
Yeah. Interested to see that situation. I don't think we've seen that happen, so unfortunate to see that.
Going to be one of those difficult ones to find. I think we'll have to just accept not seeing that one. As
it's not our job; it's Dustin's job.
No. got a difficult job as it is. Impulse Racing, 11th place, holding on for now, as you said, nearly an hour and 10 gone here, but now finally it's time for some GT3 pit stops.
Yeah, we're going to see the main bulk. We already see some GT3 cars in the pit lane doing already their service. I see more cars coming in, and Impulse, don't go into the slow lane. If you do that, actually can be a 5-second merge penalty. So they actually get it right in the proper allotted position and avoid the 5-second.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful of that in the IVRA Endurance Series and indeed Club Sport Series as well. The leader has been in after 33, was it 34 laps? Sorry, 34 laps, isn't it, here for the leader. So number 277 has been into pit lane. 276 as well, that was running in 4th place for most of that one. 261 was running in 5th. They're back out there again. 266 as well, the last of those in the top 10 previously, has come in first time round. Do you imagine a load more will be coming in next time as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to see the second batch of GT3s coming into the pit lane in a little bit. And like always, the yellow flag aiding to have an extended length of fuel for these GT3 cars.
Yeah, we're nearly an hour and 10, so that's great news for them as they look to try and make a 9-stint race work, although that never really works like that because of the cautions. Into the pit lane for Grid and Go, the new leaders, after 35 laps. We'll see whether that extra lap of fuel that they've been able to save there will provide any benefit at all for them for the remainder of the race. As by the way, we were briefly on board there with the number 89. We have got the previous race leader as a show of just how close it all is after that penalty, outside of the top 10 decisively here.
Which is insane to think about of sorts, isn't it?
Yep. Certainly is, as loads more in GT3 come into pit lane, by the way. PS Competition and Instinct Mechanic Racing and Apex Racing Academy actually are the only ones at the moment still out there on the circuit, but 36 laps, that's very good going for them indeed.
Yeah, it is. It is a good range for everybody.
So an hour and 10 just about gone. Solpec is at the front of the train we're currently watching for 8th place ahead of Orion and WSR, as there's the exit of pit lane and the merge back onto the circuit again. Looks like Williams Esports Academy are still going to be leading ahead of Grid and Go, who couldn't quite get out ahead of them, and then BS Turner also making their way out onto the circuit in the 295 after pitting 35 laps. So we've only got a couple still out onto the circuit as things stand, and of the top 10 only BS Competition remain out at the front.
Yeah, and I know somewhere in the middle of the UK and Australia, Orbit Drop Air wants the race to stop the count.
Yes, although a bit early for that.
A bit early for that. I'm sorry, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
But good result for them so far. I think having the early pit stop did them more than wonders, in my opinion.
yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, these things always look good or not at the end of the race, really. At this stage, we can't really tell where it's going to leave them as the leaders in GT3 come in, by the way, to complete those pit stops. So every class now has gone through a cycle of pit stops. Let's have a look at the top 10 in GTP, first of all, while they look through the GT3 traffic all over again. Maxime Naz is currently leading the way ahead of Harrison Lilas and Nick Jelicic. That's the top 3 as things stand, as we have a look at a replay in LMP2. Rather innocuous moment in the gravel. Don't know, they didn't even seem to break that late, to be honest, but just couldn't get it turned in time for turn number 2. A little bit odd, but anyway. The Apex Racing team are in 4th place ahead of Maniti Racing Black. So that's the 2 cars in the same positions as before, but they're now 10 seconds off the lead. Movano Azuro are up 6 places into 6th ahead of Absolute Motorsport, with Solpec, Orion, WSR Sports and Fiercely Forward in the battle for 8th place, as we've just been seeing. There is the top, indeed the entire field on the left-hand side, with all the movers and shakers as well. The real noticeable thing, the pole sitters, BS Competition, down from the pole position to 13th, showing you just how close the field is and how much damage a 20-second penalty will do.
Yeah, luckily for them, it's an endurance race. If this was like a sprint 1 hour race, this could have been problematic.
Thankfully, they've had it at the right end of the race as well, if you like. They've got a long time to recover from this as well. This is a battle for 8th place. Solpec have done well so far. They qualified in 10th place. They've moved up forward. They can't really, I don't think, ask for any more than that.
No, not at all. like I said before, I thought the Cadillacs and the Acuras were going to perform well right here, but not. I didn't see them overperform compared to what the bulk of the BMWs and the Porsches were actually doing. I think the more experienced teams are hanging out with the cars they know the strongest. For example, Orion is hanging out with the car they know the strongest, which is the BMW GTP. And I know Sopak uses the Cadillac as much. It's probably their main car, but I didn't expect the Cadillac to underperform so much over here, as we have a battle for the lead in GT3.
Yeah, these two have made unusual pit stops so far, I would call it. The Motegi Racing green car has actually not yet stopped based on what I'm seeing, but I'm seeing that as half not true because I can see a stop time for them, but also true because it's not showing me a second stint for them yet. But anyway, as into the pit lane comes the Orbit drop bear car from GTP, but it is a battle for the lead nevertheless, and a decent recovery for Visceral as well. I know they made a pit stop under the caution and that's why they're going further, but it's good that they're back on this pace again. So they are now up to second place, and then the battle for the real lead between Williams Esports Academy and Grid and Go is going on a few seconds further behind, although again, which side of the stint is going to flop out to be the actual lead of the race when it all comes to a close in just over 250 laps time. Of course, we're waiting for the overall leaders to get to the end of the race. They're currently starting lap 42, so not even 50 laps into this race. In LMP2, the pit stops have all cycled their way through to have Geodesic at the front of the race, rather surprisingly, head of Fiercely Forward. That's 3 positions gained for Geodesic here. Head of Fiercely Forward, you've now got Morten Argerson at the wheel. Dalatrans Automotive are up to third, ahead of Chatham Vesta, with SRN now fifth. Then it's Nürburgring Esports it's 6th place, Hyperion 7th, Moradus M Squad 8th, and CRZ Supersport, then Nix Esports rounding out the top 10, with the Composite, of course, a couple of laps down in 11th, and Effectsim already parked, unfortunately, in this race. Traffic is very much upon us again as the battle for 7th place continues. Soulpec Precision Racing holding on from a Orion race team at the moment through GT3 traffic again.
Yeah, and the way that this is looking, it's kind of like the traffic of cars at the like an Indy 500 for the GTPs, right? The one car trying to follow the other and try to make as best usage of the traffic as they can possibly do. If they have the impulse car right in front, WSR has to lift off a little bit and avoid contact with the Orion car. But now they're gonna have the front stretch to overlap these GT3s in front and still try to contend for a battle right here.
Absolutely. So, just over an hour and a quarter gone in this race. A very good afternoon again to everyone watching here on RaceSpotTV live this afternoon for the first round of the IVRA Endurance Series for 2024-25. It is the Motegi 300 laps, of course, tonight in this race, but a maximum 9 hours, which is what you're seeing tick down on the top left of your screen. The driver is currently completing lap number 43. So still long way to go, but a nice green flag run. We've been going over an hour now in this green flag run, which is soon going to be the very longest of the season, or indeed is the longest of the season so far, although we are, I know, very early on. It's a good green flag run, and nerves will be settling here because of the passages of traffic that we've had now, and the more spread out field actually that we're getting than we had earlier on.
Well, which surprises me a little bit, you know, being a little bit more sparsed out eases up the situation as BS competition tries to make the overtake. I think on the Hydra Ratio Desic 62 couldn't work, but I know that 89 car is on the inside. Is probably going to attempt a dive coming into the turn number 10 right here, but it's not going to work for them, as there's still more GT3 cars for them to go around that.
Yeah, Soulpec have really actually stretched their legs now and got away in 7th position. So it's a very good few corners for them, and a bit of breathing space as well. Just under 5 seconds up to 6th place, excuse me. There was a change further back actually. The reigning champions in the number 1 are moving on up again. They dropped as low as 15th earlier on. After that spin we saw through turn 9, they've since passed Williams Esports, although they've come into pit lane, and the Acura just behind them is the other team they've passed. That is Jose Maria Galea. I think that's Fast Repair Motorsport in 14th place. So the number 1 moving back up, but this is really going to be a day for them about getting points. They know that this car is not going to. Well, I mean, I'd be gobsmacked if they win this race in the Acura. It's seemingly the least strong of the 4 manufacturers. They'll be hoping to regain that time later, I suppose.
Which is odd for us to see that, isn't it? Meanwhile, remember that incident we saw between the lead, the former championships in Movano, the number 1, and then Orion, and I think the number 60 car. Actually, João got a 10-second penalty for causing the contact on that checkup.
Okay, so that will be served at the next stop, misjudging the speed of the cars ahead, which is the call. Fairly harsh, but after all, they did spin someone else around. So you know, it's and I guess if you really boil it down to being really harsh, it was their fault as well. So you know, 10-second penalty, probably the least they could have received. But yeah, firm but fair, I suppose, from race control on that one. As the battle for third in LMP2 continues on. This is Delatraz versus Tutton Vesta. You'd imagine the 169 being able to get through here, but don't forget, this car still has to serve a penalty, which they failed to do during their first pit stop of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that happen. As we have a half spin, and apparently, from what it looks like, could be my vision as we're going to look as Volta.
Yep.
Just don't vault into the track just like that. I know Connery Maddock might be watching this. His heart with the heart in Connery's mouth, but it's gonna be interesting this battle how it progresses. Meanwhile, I just saw who's driving that Hydro Race Geodesic car. What is Phil Krause doing in that car?
Phil Krause, wow, okay. Well, I suppose he's probably close to some of them. He's probably friends with some of them.
I know.
But, he's not I'm presuming he's not a full-time geodesic driver. He's just on loan, I suppose.
I think he's having fun and taking a little bit of a break from winning races in the Indy Pro Series. Yes,
he is a very prolific IndyCar driver, for those that don't know him. On multiple sims, by the way. I've seen at least 2 sims of him winning in IndyCars. He's very good at it. So take a bit of a break of that. But I always find, actually, I remember last season, the season before, when we first got GTPs in the IVRA Endurance Series, private label team Hype fielded a team in that series. I find that IndyCar drivers actually go quite well in these cars. I mean, last time we were here at Motegi, they finished 4th. You know, that's no mean feat, just behind teams like Urano and Maniti, who were racing that day. I don't know. I think I'm not sure whether it's something similar about the cars, or probably not something similar about the cars, but you know, something about it that makes those that are fast in Indy cars for some reason like the GTPs as well.
It drives being a fast car. Of course, you can say a little bit faster. Having a little bit of a look-see makes the car somewhat similar to the Dallara IR18 to drive. I can attest to this. I think the cars they're not hard for you to adapt from a Indy car to a GTP, for example. I would say the learning curve is much shallower than people imagine. It's kind of like the same thing for an LMP2 of sorts, because they drive very similarly. So I know the boys in the private label Team Hype, when they drove this last season, or 2022-23, had easy way to go around, despite the trials and tribulations they went through in their season.
So, yeah, interesting that little crossover, to be honest, between those two. They don't seem like they would drive similar, but I guess they must do that. There is a bit of crossover there between the drivers for sure, as The battle for third here is about to get close into turn 9, is it? A late move down the inside for Savini. Oh, there was a bit of contact. He dove it in quite deep, to be fair, on the Delatraz Automotive car that saw him coming. Didn't quite give him enough room, but Savini wasn't quite at the apex either, but he is through and up into third place.
I got through around, but you have ways to get for you to get around if it is a little bit of an RG bargy, but it's a clean RG bargy of sorts. Why not take it? And he had the overlap, so just made it work. Battle for the lead in GT3s.
Ah, yes. Williams Esports Academy versus Go.com. And now, this is very interesting, I think, because the cars have been 2 seconds apart or so for quite a lot of the first stint, but now that we're into a second stint here, Dino Lombardi has all of a sudden got a lot closer here in the McLaren and is applying some pressure now.
Yeah, so it's been interesting, this battle, how it has been developed. And let's see how the McLaren is going to perform. From what it looks like, I really want to see track conditions. The McLaren seems to be a little bit more stable on more hotter environments. But then again, the track isn't hot. Per se, I don't think it's going to be that hot whenever it reaches peak temperatures as the race goes on by. But the second stint being done by Dino Lombardi, former Williams driver, by the way, very important for me to hash that out. He's doing is something to be noteworthy of.
Is he no longer with? I guess he's transferred from. Oh, who was he with recently? I've forgotten the team name. But anyway, I think he's making a relatively recent transfer. I could be wrong though.
Dino?
That, yeah. I'm thinking of somebody else, possibly.
Good question.
We'll get back to the bottom of that. Side by side between Aztec Simsport, Visceral and XPD Racing. Meanwhile, this is through turns 12, 13 and 14, and indeed we do see it for maybe the first time today. Oh, and that was pushed out wide. XPD are going to flash the lights, I would have thought, and there they go, as Maniti will go through. Here comes the Apex Racing Academy team as well, on the inside line towards turn number 1. 3 wide with LMP2 traffic. Breathe in, everybody. And XPD Racing are going to be displeased because they're going to get, oh, not pushed off again quite. They'll just run side by side. That was more respectful racing room given there by Apex than there was from Visceral a few moments earlier.
Oh, there was near contact between Apex Academy and XPD right there. It could have ended up in tears to either one of the teams right there. And Patty just took the time right there, took the time loss to try to overlap the cars more cleanly and safely. And you could see the 6-car train going in strong despite being at the back of the GT3 field.
Yeah, it is a huge field. This is about 2/3 down, really. Not even right towards the back. I believe as well they're all still on the lead lap as far as I am aware. Yeah, or else, well, I'm a bit worried about Volta actually being too far behind now because they're 3/4 of a minute off of the next car. So are they too far behind to still be on the lead lap? We'll get to the bottom of that though. Anyway, in a few moments, as it's side by side here and all very busy indeed through the hairpin. And again, Visceral going to be under a lot of pressure here. They are the cork in the bottle. This time it's Maniti who are trying to burst the cork out and let the champagne spray as they go down the outside in towards turn 11. It's XPD who are taking the risk again on the outside, trying to follow through. This time round, though, they get the place, and the flash of the lights from Visceral. I don't know as if that's to say sorry about last lap or what that's about, but anyway, they are now through into a 19th place.
I think there was a little bit of a warning, like give us room on the inside. From what it looks like, there was a little bit of an overlap you could work with on the inside, but I cannot say 100% if there was like full overlap, as now the Apex. Is that the Apex or the Movano? I think, no, that's the Movano. Acura is one of them that is actually going around, and there's still some flashing of the lights. It is chaotic to try to go around the traffic like that.
We've had a very short stint in LMP2 from SRN here of just 21 laps for some reason. Now, have they got damage, or is this a... It looks like a scheduled stop here. At 22 laps, I should say, apologies. 32 seconds in the box. And that's slightly bizarre, but they were running inside the top 10 in LMP2. Now, obviously, they've dropped down a bit, although still 10th place, of course, because there's only 10 on the lead lap.
It's interesting as now Door having a little bit of a moment. Just on the top of the hairpin, going around turn number 9. We're going to look on the replay. That's involving... Is that contact involving vest right there? And I think that was even their blame on the LMP2.
Not sure who that was, but sent Vunks around. They're outside the top 10 now after it was Savini. Yeah, in the 169, so still penalty to serve there. Yeah, so still Vunks has served his penalty. Now that spin round, now he's outside the top 10, which is maybe further down than he would really like to be at this stage, to be honest. As we go back to the lead in GT3, Williams versus Grid and Go continues. I wonder whether the McLaren's just hanging out at the moment behind him.
Yeah, so as we're still continuing this battle, let's see how the GTP is going to split them out. Good to see that Dino is trying like the strategy of maybe try to save a little bit of fuel. Maybe whenever he finds an opening, he's going to pass and see if the Italian is going to be able to make that overtake work. But some really good mind battles right here between these two cars. One being a former PGZ Academy driver, if I remember correctly, Matias Orjuela, and another one being I think Dino was a full-fledged driver for Williams back in the Italian squad. I think he shared with Moreno Surica.
I'll defer to your knowledge on that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of like my sim racing knowledge is not all that great lately. I'm trying to keep up.
Well, yeah, it's difficult. There's so much going on these days.
Yeah, it's like there's so many teams forming, so many teams dropping, teams making alliances. It's hard for me to keep up with Twitter, man. It's kind of like I barely use Twitter. I'm kind of like a little bit of a hermit. Keeping up with Twitter is hard.
That's... well, this is useful for that. Battle for 6th place in GTP continues as Solpec are still at the head of the train, although it's starting to break apart now. WSR Esports Bookkicker didn't have a great run through here. And by the way, I'm sure you've noticed the GTPs are coming through LMP2 traffic for the first time today. And so this is really creating some gaps. Mentioned earlier on that especially through the corners, medium speed and low speed like this, they're very similar in terms of speed. It's about straight line speed for these GTPs. And the real high-speed stuff as well, of which there's only really one or so corners of here on this circuit. Meanwhile, BS Competition are starting to get into their stride now in the race. Up the inside of not only Scherer, but maybe WSR as well. Oh, they're on the outside in towards turn 7, and that's number 289 into the top 5 for the first time, other than pit stops.
They just cannot make contact with the... I see Marshall Hubert right there, right in front of them, and so far, that is not Marshall Hubert, that's actually the Movano car. It confuses things. Meanwhile, more traffic drama right there between Drago, I think, involved, and Dua right behind them as more cars going around them. It just makes things more chaotic for us to look at.
Frank Schmitz is in from the lead of LMP2, so... Then number 162 after getting into the lead of the race from 4th place where they ran most of the first part of this one. Pits after 26 laps. That's a 1 lap extra stint from on this. They've done 1 lap more this time round. That was a terrible way of explaining it. They've done 1 lap more this time round than they did last time, is what I was trying to say. Although they were one of the few 25 lap stint teams from last time around. This is their sister car, the other geodesic GTP. And it's BS Competition trying to make the progress. In 10th place currently, Thomas Leboutelet, as he now looks for 9th place. But this is just a real road to recovery, I suppose, after the penalty during that first pit stop of the day.
It's going to be hard for them, to try to conquer back with the fact there's so many GT3s right in front of them and try to find the proper opening to overtake Phil Krause right there, and Phil's is not a slouch on GTP cars. I think if there's another thing to kind of like commend Krause's evolution lately, and no contact between, I think, Orion and Nürburgring LMP2 could have gone so worse with that contact right there.
But it's these very close moments indeed that define races, and all three classes on the circuit together is certainly one of those moments. It does feel like it's all of a sudden got a lot busier again for the first time since we came through traffic for the first time, and oh, spin, big spin, and lots of damage for Geodesic and others who get involved down at turn 10. That we were going to have pit stops in the prototype classes soon anyway, but there'll certainly be one now for some of those caught up in this at turn 10.
The house that Phil Krause has built has been demolished. Unfortunately, to see that happen. Why is it every time that I talk about a private label team hype driver, I go for a commendation and I curse him out? I don't blame Phil on that one, though, I think.
Do you not? I mean, he was three wide. That was an ever-closing gap. He was three wide, or trying to make it three wide with two teammates. It was a low percentage lose.
I agree, it's low percentage.
How can you expect also the GT3 to be able to see this coming from the outside as well?
No, I agree. It's low percentage, but I think he committed earlier. You know, coming into the corner, he didn't go into the braking line. I don't know if that was right within the braking line for the WSR Sports Buttkicker car for him to move into the inside. But then again, it's low percentage. But I don't blame Phil trying to make that move. I think once he saw the WSR car reacting, going to the inside, he knew that basically that would be tears of happiness and joy. Wait, is that the BS competition car? Tony Labutle's also wing broken on the back.
Oh, it is. Yep, he got hit on the front and the back.
Ouch.
And by the way, for a bit, how's it for a bit of poetic unfortunateness? If that's a phrase, I think he was hit up the rear by his teammate BS Turner of GT3. That's unconfirmed, but the BS Turner car certainly made contact with someone. Was it their own teammates? Oh, it was. Oh, goodness me. That is really disappointing for BS Competition. Nothing they could have done, but super disappointing.
Is that Ryan driving the car? Coming into the pit lane. Blaze days just going from bad to worse. I think that BS competition car is being driven by Ryan. Yeah, he also comes into the pit lane as well.
Phil Krause is in, by the way, for a long stop, so that will be a bit of repair going on there. Did we mention Motegi Racing Black in the number 78 coming in for such a long stop, or not? Because they pitted in after only 12 laps earlier on. Number 8 now in. That's to be expected though after 33 laps for number 8. So they're back out onto the circuit again now. Number 89 though in after only 21 laps, and that is going to be a little bit of a repair for them, I'm afraid. And the reason I bring up, by the way, Motegi Racing Black is because they're a lap down now in the number 78, which is surprising considering their start. Did we see this? I don't remember, unless I'm completely forgetting already. I don't know why they had to spend 90 seconds in the pit lane.
I don't know either. I don't see any penalties though.
It's entirely possible we're just forgetting this point. Apologies if we are. CRZ have been in after a 26-lap stint in the LMP2 class. That leaves about 5 left to come in this time round. Excuse me, it's just 4 left now in the LMP2 class. Yep, that stacks up. So at the moment, Tatum Vesta Red are leading the way as the number 8 and number 89 both make long pit stops in GTP. We could be about to see multiple teams now, at least 4 teams now off the lead lap for the first time here today. Hearing that the 78 had an internet outage, which is why they dropped down. Apologies for missing that. by the way. That's my fault. I should be paying closer attention. So there we go. Thanks so much to Reed Muller as well on YouTube chat for confirming that one. I know he's part of Beniti as we have a look at a replay of a spin for the 95 in 18 in the GTP class. So that drops them a little bit further. But yeah, quarter of the field, Lorenzo, off the lead lap in the space of about what's that, half an hour or so after having a very clean start to the top class of this race.
Don't blame me.
No one was. not yet.
Yeah, fortunately though, we didn't get a yellow flag. I thought this was going to warrant a yellow flag on how this kind of like initially looked.
Well, everyone got back to pit lane is the difference. So the first crash, the effects car was so badly damaged they couldn't drive it back. The difference this time around is that you're right, a lot of bodywork was lost, but actually everybody got back to pit lane okay. So because we don't have to pick up debris in the sim, we can stay green, which is a good thing here. Getting a real nice run now together, nearly 90 minutes.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see that happen, but kind of a clean 19 minutes of racing so far, if you think about it. Just one yellow flag on how much attrition-based race this kind of been, you know.
Pit stop for the 169 at the front of the LMP2 race, and same for the 187 as well. That's Tatunvesta and Nürburgring Esports into pit lane. The lap before, the number 100 was into pit lane after a little bit of a shorter stint from then, of course, but it is the first full green stint of the race, and so you can forgive these cars for not going quite as long. Although the 170 is still going for Moradness M Squad. They look like they're about to do another 28-lap stint, which is very impressive when you consider that the first stint of the race was also 28 laps, and that involved a caution.
Yeah. And to think that was the only caution of the race so far, even how this kind of like all went through. So it's just good awareness out of everybody to see, oh, if they can bring their car into the pit lane, do not tow and have these safe situations and still have a race despite of how everything in this race kind of transpired to be of sorts. So that's a good thing for us to know that. And we still have nearly 7 hours of racing left.
Side by side for the lead in GT3 as gridandgo.com esports try and work their way past Williams Esports Academy for the first time in this stint. Got down the hill here in towards the braking zone at the end of the back straight, and no, there is no move on this occasion. I wouldn't be surprised if this entire stint for Grid and Go is going to be carried out just in the wheel tracks of the leading Mercedes.
Yes, save fuel, lift and coast every single time.
Exactly.
Not a bad strategy.
No, exactly. So they already did a one lap further last time round. I'm just wondering whether they can either do that again and put themselves 2 laps ahead on strategy, or indeed just maintain that 1 lap, because that will give them an advantage at some point in the race. I mean, in the next caution, if they all come in, then their pit stop will be 1 lap's fuel worth shorter, or should be. So that's worth bearing in mind for them. But even if there isn't another caution to the end of the race, it will still benefit them in the last pit stop of the day if they can save that fuel. It's always worth saving fuel, especially with so long to go. And when the positions are not that important, it's just staying on the lead lap, which is the ultra important bit. Saving fuel is you know, a really obvious thing to do when you're sat there in second place.
Yeah, absolutely. It is always good for you to get an advantage on your opponents, no matter what. If it is tire, no matter if it is going to be tires, if it is going to be fuel, especially early on in the race, if you can build a cushion on everybody else and get it like an overlap, an advantage coming into final stuff.
Bristol have been having quite the day, haven't they?
Yeah, and by the way, question: is that Hyperion car more dead thin on the right hand side than initially was, like earlier on in the race?
I think we're just noticing it properly for the first time, to be honest with you. But
is it?
I don't know. Meanwhile, this is Nathan Olsen, by the way, for Moradness M Squad. in the number 170. They're still down in 6th place. They're still running long on fuel, of course, are the number 170 team. 28 laps for the second time last time round, I believe it was. It was indeed. They're the only team to have done that. So they're putting themselves into a nice fuel situation, but they are getting themselves into quite a lot of traffic. And they are, or were, briefly behind Nürburgring Esports. They're at least back to 6th place now, but it's more traffic than they would have liked to have dealt with today.
Yeah, I agreed. I think they're doing strategies to try to cut back the time loss they had early on in the race.
Yeah.
Nathan Olsen's 20 seconds. So, gotta try something, man. Gotta try something for you to keep up in the front of the field. So I appreciate what they're doing.
Yep. And I think they've got the pace to get back to the front as well. Certainly with the amount of time remaining as well in this race. Hearing it's an issue in the GTPs for number 8. Is that that's recent? So the number 8 and Gianesic have both come back out onto the circuit and they've hit each other again.
Hold up.
These guys, by the way, are multiple laps down. Just for those following at home, they have come out the pit lane. They were battling for a position, I think, for 15th place. Gianesic have given that place back again after, by the way, both of them made over 6-minute pit stops. Now Gianesic are back ahead, but they just seem to have run over the number 8 here, to be honest. It's not the first time they've done that this afternoon.
And Krause, they just keeps going bad to worse, and I keep wondering, doesn't he have to do the qualifying, the open wheels 500 qualifying pole afterwards?
I thought that was going on right now. So
it is going on right now.
So I would have said no, he doesn't have to do that. However, I don't know, to be honest. Haven't spoken to him, so I don't know. But I do believe it is going on at the moment. So there you go. Multiple offerings for you this afternoon on RaceSpotTV.
Race for everybody.
Exactly. But the IVRA Endurance Series kicking off to the start of a new season once again. Here is what we'll be focusing on, of course, for potentially 9 hours. I should probably update you with where we are as far as laps are concerned, because this is a lap race, of course. 60 laps have now been completed by Motegi Racing, so officially a fifth of the way there already. It feels like that's flown by, actually, quite quickly.
Yep,
Maxime Naz going on for another 30 laps, though, but this time around he's not splitting it up into just 30s, is he? Because he's carrying on now.
Yeah, he's going in strong. I think he's going to get like 32 laps tops. I think the fuel is going to get you like 32, 33 laps.
Some went 34 in the opening stint, although that did involve caution, I suppose, so maybe 33 we can put at the limit here. But, you know, it's been a great stint for Motegi. They started the... we'll park that for a second. Down the inside goes Dino Lombardi. I said he would be staying behind and fuel saving, but that's not how he thinks. He wants the lead. Down the inside in towards turn 9. He's not going to get it. The inside line is still held by Williams at turn 10, and they hang on. But this is Lombardi for sure going for the lead.
Yeah, Dino stopped. I think Dino tried to take an advantage of the fact that there wasn't a GTP car going around. But Dino's getting more aggressive. You can even have a little bit of a look on the inside of what he is right there. But the Argentina team held very well so far.
Holds on.
Actually, not Argentina. Martinez is from Spain. I forget. Dummy.
No. Potential.
Panini pitting, by the way.
It's a driver swap by the looks of things for the number 17 as Maxime Naz brings that car in. And Tom Hooper is going to take it back out again. Marcus Hamilton in the number 33 also makes his way in. That's only 30 laps of a stint for him. So these cars are relatively fuel limited in GTP, but what a great stint from Marcus Hamilton as well. I think it's worth saying. Tango Billon is going to get into that car now, but what a fantastic drive from Hamilton to get that up into the top 3.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Really good drive so far from them. As Dustin think this is spot 24, 2022.
Things we can't say out loud.
Yeah,
which is good.
Yeah, Dustin wants to get us fired, basically. But yeah, fortunately, this at least didn't trigger a yellow flag. Not a yellow flag, but an incident on this one, because this is not a nice grass anymore. You can actually have a little bit of grip on the grass right there.
So Motegi and Movano both dropped out. Samuel Villa, excuse me, not Tunga Villan, who's going to get into the. Sorry, Tunga Villan got into the 33. Samuel Villa getting into the number 1. This is Dino Lombardi going for it again. He had the outside at turn 10 last lap. That didn't work. He decides to take the inside this time round. The LMP2 seamlessly getting through. Will leave them to battle into 11. It's the downhill braking zone, and surely Williams are going to give this up now. They decided that it's not a great idea to continue to battle for the lead quite this hard with this amount of time remaining, and they probably might have made the right decision in the end, but Dino Lombardi does indeed lead the way and goes over the line in the lead of this race for the first time, counting out the pit stops, of course, that happened earlier on.
Yeah, I think this is the first time a McLaren is properly leading this race, as we're going to install. There's the LMP2 car going around. I think that's Nick's Esports that just went around them, making a little bit of a touch and go situation for both of the GT3 cars. But Dino just waited a little bit more, ate the pasta, waited a little bit more, and then done the overtake. Just textbook right there.
Absolutely. So, what's happening in GT3? It is Williams back ahead of Motegi. So the Williams Esports Academy car, by the way, for those that haven't been watching the whole race so far, have been completely off strategy so far. Tom Hooper is back behind them again, and they have made the same amount of stops. However, Williams will have to stop again very, very shortly indeed. Robin Glennon probably will get out the car for the first time, and Motegi will reassume the lead eventually, but there's plenty more stops, 4 more stops to happen before that happens.
Yeah, there's still a lot going on in this race so far. To think we are still more than 7 hours of, still have more than 7 hours of racing left. Possibly. Yeah. Air quotes, possibly, right? But it's still good race going on so far, as we are approaching soon the first third of the race completed.
Yeah, I think we can afford. Hang on, let me think about this. 5 cautions, I think, today. Maybe 4, actually, is probably what we can afford. So if we get more than that, I think we'll be struggling. Because, as I mentioned just a few moments ago, we went through a fifth of the race in about an hour and 48 or so. That times 5 would give us pretty much 9 hours, I think, if my maths is correct. So we obviously in that first fifth of the race, we did have 1 caution. So if we have 5 cautions, 1 for each fifth, if you like, then we'll be pretty much bang on the money. But if we have more than that, then we might be going to time. That just give us a bit, although as I say, that first caution was a bit shorter than normal, so maybe I'm going to put it at 4. Actually, because the other cautions may be a little bit longer. But you know, we've been going well so far. This has been a nice green flag run now, and it's been good racing. So yeah, pleased that we've got such a long green flag run to start this race, of course. And we're really knocking the head off now. The 300 laps in the opening round of this season.
No, not so far. It's been a great race. I think it's been a great strategy, like feel-esque race of sorts. The different strategies, like cars pitting off 2 laps before, or cars going for an early pit stop whenever they had the penalties and things like that. I think this dynamic shift of the cars on the track and things like that, I think is making this race very compelling in our hands. And we still have a lot more to break down. Whether I take my break in about an hour and David takes over for me, it's going to be quite interesting for you to continue to break down with David while I have my hour break.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be myself, Ewan O'Leary, Lorenzo Bonda, and David Haynes with you for the duration of the race. By the way, we'll be alternating throughout the 10 or so hour broadcast as we go back to GT3. And the battle for 4th place between SimRC and BS Competition. It's worth mentioning for BS Competition as their GTP has qualified well and fallen back. Their GT3 qualified towards the back and has fallen forwards at the moment. Top 5 now for them. It's showing that this BMW is racing a lot better than it qualified about 2 hours ago.
and surviving the whole ordeal of everything, right? Despite what has been thrown at them, they're doing really well so far. I think the biggest mover, one of the biggest movers in the field besides Instinct Mechanic and Drago Racing, that is within the top 10. And I told you before, I'd say I think the qualifying pace of the BMW wouldn't be overly good compared to the McLarens, because I think the McLarens and the Mustangs would have the better performance. The BMW, I think, is a car that I think let the race go on. That that we should be taking a deeper look into them.
By the way, their teammates, BS Turner, the reigning champions, are well off the lead lap after that crash at the at
I
turn
think they're
10.
out.
They're not, I don't think they're out, but
Ryan is back in the track. Yeah.
They're back on the circuit. They're just a long way back. 8 minutes in the pit lane for them. Ryan Bardeveld running around last in the field. I think everybody other than that, though, is still on the lead lap. Although, again, I said earlier on I was worried about Scuderia Volpe. I think they are close to falling off the lead lap if they haven't already. Oh, no, they are off the lead lap. Apologies. So they already are a lap down, but everybody else still on the lead lap. We've got 25 still then on the lead lap back in GT3 as we go out to LMP2. Nick Esports versus Hyperion Esports. We just got word through in YouTube, by the way, that Hyperion have now fixed all their damage. So even if I still think the front left looks a tiny bit out of shape, it is fine, and all of their damage has now been dealt with.
I have no complaints about that. Good to see Hyperion still trying going in strong. We saw them having solid races in entrance seasons past and club sport seasons past as well. So good to see them try to do their best in LMP2 so far, have their trials and tribulations. But hey, that's the experience of trying in one-make racing that can be very, very challenging for you to go on challenging circuits like this one.
Apex Racing Team are leading the race overall, by the way, but we'll have a full run through when the pit stops have properly dealt with themselves, because we still haven't seen the 99 in for a second time this afternoon. We go back to GTP, a more spread out field to this field now. There's been a couple more pit stops on the last lap, by the way, from the 16 and 95, who both made stops. Number 16, WSR Esports Bookkick has come out in 7th place, just ahead of the 95 Fast Repair Motorsport car that is now down in 8th place, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed they are, 7th and 8th place as things stand behind Movano and Absolute Motorsport. So that's how that we currently run in GTP. Motegi Racing will be leading when it all shakes out, and Movano Azuro are going to be in 2nd place. A great drive from them to get back up towards the front of the field as Solpek come into the pit lane in the number 60. They are completing lap number 32 of their stint, but of course they went 34 that opening stint, so they've been able to push this out quite a long way.
Yeah. Trying to look into proper stints right here. 34 for GTP. I think we've seen max of 35 or 34 in GTPs, but
just 34, yeah.
At 34, but kind of like matched out what the GT3s are doing. 35, 36. You can see a max for BS competition, and whatever they're pulling through is just phenomenal to watch. While Tildenez is getting more time in that GT3 car, as we were looking, preparing himself for the finale of the Fan Attack GT World Challenge Europe in Jeddah in a few weeks.
Indeed, yeah. On board with Fiercely Forward we go now, just on the back of Fast Repair Motorsport. Number 30 has been down towards the back after that opening lap incident, of course, that literally sent them into last position. As Civi Savo gets into the race leading car as things stand, but of course that won't be the race leading car when it makes its way back out onto the circuit. Instead it will be Tom Hooper, and this battle for 8th will continue in the meantime. Jose Maria Galea just ahead of Patrick Wolf. I think it'd be a surprise if this Fast Repair car can stay ahead of Patrick Wolf here.
True. I think Patrick's just going to try to find the proper way for him to overtake this Fast Repair Motorsports car and get through to 8th place.
And they find a way through in these next couple of moments. Not a great exit out of turn 9 here for that run to turn 10. Apex are really having a long stop here. Was that just their... oh no, excuse me. I was comparing their pit stop time with completely the wrong class. That does not help. They are to second place then, after a normal length of stop. Everything fine there, but nearly 20 seconds is still the lead for Motegi in this class, and you can see by some of the gaps now, the GTP field is very much spread out in the order as things stand. I reckon there are how many? Only maybe 13 on the lead lap, maybe, but there's going to need to be some wave buys and so on in the next caution, if there is another one, if they want to get back onto the lead lap as we go back to GT Freeland again, and Visceral again, who are still the cork in the bottle in a battle.
Yeah.
So there they are, just ahead of Hoisingveld. By the way,
let's take the L right there.
This is all the way back for 18th place, by the way. 6 drivers involved, pretty much. Been very much the story of Visceral's races. Round the outside, in towards the past left-right goes Share Esport on WSR Esports butt kicker, holding up a load of prototype traffic behind them. This could get awkward now.
I think he's holding the Della, charged the LMP2, and I think another GTP around, as now both GT3s are on the inside, covering that inside look. And Cher try to maybe gonna take an opportunity of, I have faster cars right in front of him, in front of me. Maybe the GT3 of WSR is gonna lose some pace out of the corner. Meanwhile, BS Competition is gonna take advantage right here.
Down the inside and up to 4th place. Oh, and off in front of them goes one of the GTPs. That was Faster Pair, yeah, right in front of the car they were battling with, fiercely forward, and Patrick Wolf. That's a gift of a position there, and very nearly a problem for that battle in 4th in GT3, but it's okay, they'll all get through, and nobody else was involved in the end.
Yeah, just a scary moment right there. Missed completely the braking point. Luckily, there's a large runoff area with a lot of sand and grass for you to use and properly just come back into the track.
It feels like that's a little bit related to what you were talking about earlier on with the trickiness of that turn 11 braking zone there, just slightly sloping downhill in towards quite a tight right-hander.
Yeah. Easy to misjudge though. And again, the Motegi GTP just finding himself in the wrong, or I think that's the other Motegi GTP actually finding himself in the same spot of traffic that his sister car was actually.
Oh, speaking of turn 11, that's another late on the brakes moment there. This time Visceral, so Hoytingveld go through. So does I think that's an Apex Mercedes, then Delta Sport in the Mustang, then Geodesic in the McLaren, and XPD I think there as well in the Lamborghini. That was all very awkward. It shows that it doesn't take a lot to lose a lot of places in one of those groups.
I thought XPD was actually in a Ferrari.
Apologies, I might have got that slightly wrong. It was Volta Sim Racing. Apologies, not XPD. You're right.
We all make mistakes. It's all right. No good battle between them. Volta is gonna take the advantage right now.
Looks like it. Can they get through on the Visceral? Not quite. They're back ahead of Delta Sport though. So Geodesic and Delta Sport were fighting, and now Delta Sport are off again. They spun, of course, in their battle earlier on. Did Delta Sport? That was a moment through traffic for one of the GTPs. That's BS Competition working their way through. They're already a lap down. They're trying to earn that lap back, and they very nearly got sliced into 2 by a couple of GTs there.
Nicholas Bill just singing it.
Have another look at this, by the way, for the 89. It looked more dramatic from that first camera angle, to be honest, but still.
Yeah, but it's still very nerve-wracking for you to watch a GTP coming like that into a hairpin, like yeehaw, and make the overlap work.
You don't see that very often, but probably for good reason. In towards turn 9. But again, it's not the first time we've seen Dota Sport go off here, and also not the first time it's been because of a sort of side-by-side battle. Meanwhile, someone's got this is WSR, and their front bonnet is coming up a little bit, I think, by the looks of things. Or was that just the camera angle we were looking at? I'm not sure, but it looked to me as if there was some front-end damage. No, I think it was the camera angle. Apologies.
Camera angle.
That was just fooling me there. Battle though for 15th place between Motegi and WSR. Shows the strength of the field, really, that these two teams are fighting for 15th.
Yeah, you know, I was actually taking a look on the SLF for the cars right now. GTPs is a 7,762 iRating. LMP2s are 5,570 iRating. GT3 Pro is the thing that is catching my eye. It's nearly the same level as you would see in a Spot 24, right? At top split, 7,567 iRating. If I remember correctly, top split last year was 7,300 iRating. For you to have an idea of how elite the grid is.
Yeah, it is astonishing in GT3 for sure, and the strength all the way down the field is quite remarkable. On board we are now with WSR Esports Bookkicker, just in behind Solpec Racing, who have a considerably smaller train behind them now. That's probably a relief to everybody in the GTP field. But again, we're seeing this onboard shot, especially once you've run out of hybrid energy here. Even with it, to be honest, you are struggling to get past the LMP2s through some of these twistier sections at Motegi. And now finally on the brakes, the pass is going to be done into turn 11.
Actually, this is the interesting aspect for me. I think the noticeable thing you're going to notice between GTPs and LMP2s is while in normal brake horsepower, the GTPs actually have a little bit more brake horsepower than the LMP2 car does. You notice the hybrid being more effective coming out of the corners during acceleration, right? That's where the real ground is made up in terms of difference. So this is like whenever it normalizes, looks like they're both the same cars around the track.
Yeah, certainly. Down in towards turn 11 again for this battle for 7th in LMP2. Nürburgring Esports versus Nix Esports. They're having a dive on the GT3 as well. It was half a look from Nürburgring to make the move, half a defence really on Nix Esports just in behind them. Round the outside they'll go through turns 12, 13 and 14, and they will hang on to 7th place, will Nürburgring Esports, but it was quite close between the two of them. And by the way, at the front of this race in LMP2, Maximilian Fritz is still leading, but only just ahead of Morten Argersen, in the number 113. So battle in LMP2 that might well just be rearing its head in the not too distant future.
Good to see the gaps on the LMP2's lead battle is still that close, isn't it? Or if you think about it, not only LMP2 but GT3 Pros as well, they're very close to one another as 3 wide.
Brief 3 wide as Nix Esports do get through into 7th place. Daniel Valle through ahead of Nürburgring Esports. A nice pass down the inside without any major problems, as we have gone over 2 hours in this race, by the way. And at the moment we are completing lap number 73 as far as I am aware. So we are closing in on 1/4 distance, would you believe it? This is going by very, very quickly indeed, the opening round of the season. It's been a nice green flag run now, lasting nearly 2 hours, which is fantastic. It's been great racing as well amongst this long green flag stretch. So it's been a good start to the season so far. I've been enjoying these opening moments.
I've been enjoying it as well. It's been close racing between everybody. Like I said before, somewhat of a strategy, chess. We always say high-speed chess racing, right, for these endurance races, because you're moving pieces on the board, and for those looking outside, it might not make sense or what is the individual is trying to do right now, but for him, might actually play it out in effect and to his own cards. But I like the racing so far, despite the whole attrition rate that normally Motegi would provide for multi-class racing like that. Only one yellow flag with more than 2 hours of racing, it's good enough in my books.
Yeah. This is on board with Motegi Racing. Visceral looking to make a place for the... I think it's the first time we've seen them trying to make a place today. They've been falling backwards, unfortunately, quite a lot so far, but now really looking to try and make a move. I think this is the same car that ended up in the wall earlier as well, isn't it? That is now battling for 12th place, although I did wonder whether they need a pit stop. I don't think they do. So it's a good run so far for the 296, battling for 12th place. They're being passed by the...
answer this question.
Oh, go on.
Both P12 and P13. No, P12, Kevin Tavares needs a pit stop. He's 15 laps in, but he's gonna have to eventually pit stop. No, they're in the same range actually. I'm my mistake. Yeah.
I think they are. I think actually everybody's pretty similar here actually.
Yeah. True.
I don't know how Tavares is confusing me at the moment because I don't know how he went 40 laps early on. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think he came under the caution. Because I'm very sure I saw him come in under the caution here, and I'm also very sure it's not possible to do 40 laps in a GT3.
Wasn't that the car that made the contact with Viscera earlier on?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but it was only 7 seconds of a pit stop, as far as I could see. As we do have pit stops, by the way, in GT3 going on right now. Williams Esports Academy in from second place from Matthias Euler, SimRC and WSR Esports Bookkeeper all in after 33 laps. Okay, so yeah, the system hasn't counted it because they didn't change tyres, so they did come in, as I suspected, but they did not change any tyres, which is where the confusion from me has come from there. So glad that's all cleared up now, and I'm glad that I've been reassured that we can't do a 40 lap stint, because that would be quite ridiculous in the GT3s. But anyway, they're going over an hour again here now, and they are well, lots of them anyway, making pit stops now.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, still battle between Williams Esports. I think just out of the pits. Are they out of the pit lanes? Because they were battling against Grid and Go not far ago. I think they are.
Yeah, Grid, they've just made a pit stop. Yeah. Yeah. So back out onto the circuit again, and needing to stay ahead of Apex Racing Academy, because of course they are not on the same strategy here. It's imperative Williams stay ahead, and it's really throwing Matthias Euler right into the deep end here in this battle for 12th place, because he can't afford to lose time in a fight.
No. I think he needs to make up ground, but then again, it's like your out lap, so the tires are going to be naturally cold whenever you come out, and it's going to take a while for you to get the rubber in, and then to get some really good fast laps out of it. I think for Williams, for Apex rather, it's a good opportunity for you to, maybe try to save a little bit of fuel. If you haven't done that already, try to do that, so your time in the pit lane is a little bit lesser than your opponents, and maybe you can get an advantage coming out of the pit stop. So let's see how that will go on, as I think... Which car is that? Oh, that's the Torque Freak by an SRN Alliance car that just done the overlap.
There's a lot going on around at the moment. By the way, everyone in GT3 pretty much is making 23 lap stints work here, although Dino Lombardi has been able to go one further. I wonder whether that was down to his fuel saving and whether he pushed on past Williams because he knew he had that 1 lap extra in the bag already, and so didn't decide to go on anymore with the fuel saving. There's a bit of a gap from Furdenez back to Kevin Tavares now from second and third. They're on different strategies, so it is going to look a bit peculiar in GT3 for some time, as Moran SM Squad we're watching on the screen are battling with Turton Vesta. This is a battle for 4th in LMP2 as Moran just continue to work their way through the field.
Yeah, and I think They're trying to find ways to go around that Tatum by the Vesta red car that is driven by Luigi Gilascio. As they go through, but Tatum is going to get the switch back on him around the corner.
Here we go, up the inside of 7. And he should have this, but it's a good run around the outside through the first part for Tatum Vesta. Moadna's going to need the same through the second part, and they've not really got it. And swiping across the front of them goes to 169, although right back the other side goes Moadna's. Oh, they're going to get boxed in. Oh, they shove the LMP2 on the left-hand side there to come through on the McLaren. I think Tatum Vesta deciding that wasn't quite worth the aggression. Moadna's go through into 4th place, excuse me.
Yeah, heart in mouth moment right there, but they all got through.
Just about. They make their way through. The BS competition GT3 will now lead for a little while, by the way, because they have made a very long opening stint, and they're going to do a nice 34 laps second stint at least as well. So that's where the lead will go for the next few moments in GT3. The closest leading battle now, by the way, is in LMP2 here, as Maximilian Fritz and Morten Agerson begin to fight. There is Fritz getting caught and just looking over his shoulder a little bit in the geodesic car.
Unfortunately, Fritz, I think, fell victim to the traffic gives and takes long-lasting topic we always talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been coming down in the first sector by a 10.5 or so. Now he's flashing the lights as well, and you can tell that Agerson is not flashing the lights at any traffic here. He's flashing the lights at Fritz here to try and put him off a little bit before turn 10, and indeed try and just work his way past here. It's interesting to see him trying to use that to go through. It senses or shows a bit of urgency maybe that he's trying to get through.
But do you really think Fritz would actually yield? If you're P1, you're going to yield just like that?
Ah, well, Fritz is in. That is 25 laps. So, not necessarily early, actually. But there we go. Back for 6th place in GTP also going on. This is WSR ahead of Fiercely Forward, who have been moving forward ever since their spin on the opening lap. You'd imagine this will be going the way of the number 30. It's just a case of how long it might take for them to make the move.
How long? There you go.
Yeah. So, not a very long one indeed as around the outside go. Is that number 1? I think it is ahead of Orion. That's for 9th place. Samuele Villa up into 9th place then as the reigning champions try and recover again here. This is a decent recovery for them though, picking up good points as things stand.
Interesting to see how Movano's race is kind of like being the roller coaster of emotions, isn't it? You know, getting spun around at the early portions of the race, then coming back into the top 10, using different strategies to try to keep themselves competitive to the field. They know the Acura is not the overperforming car like it was in the previous season, so we try to find ways, and more importantly as well, with a changing lineup. If I remember correctly, Fraser Williamson is not driving with them. I need to check the driver lineup afterwards. But it's a lineup that if I think it's rebuilding, even though the core of the team is still the same, it's just trying to find ways to make the car still good compared to the rest of the grid.
The GTPs are not a million miles away from stopping again, by the way. They are well, just over halfway actually, probably not that close really, as Morten Agerson comes into pit lane from Fiercely Forward. So that is a 25 lap stint for them for the second time in a row as they get very close here, Orion and Movano. It's a very good run indeed for Orion. Down the outside they'll go. They'll need to brake very late here on the outside of turn number 4. And, well, they have done. Around the outside through 5 and 6, it'll have to be as well then for them. Give them the inside for 7. Surely that will give them the place, and it does. Late on the brakes, and through goes Ilkka Happala back into 9th, ahead of the reigning champions.
Yeah, the OG Ilkka Happala, you know, making the shutdown move on on right before the S's or the section of hairpins or uphill hairpins come and seal the position for Orion. Normally, a team that has really good performances, like top 5 performances in the IVRA Endurance Series, but for some reason, I think due to many variables, basically relegated to top 10 battles right now.
Yeah, lots has gone on so far. With that, we've got 6 hours and 41 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time left in this race. Just around 80 laps, gone in this race. So we are over 1/4 distance. We're going to just pop on board with Tom Hooper in a few moments' time when he crosses the line, just to give you a sense of the Motegi circuit from the onboard. Let you listen to the Porsche as well for the first time this afternoon. And then we'll be back with you in a few moments' time. Of course, with LMP2 pit stops all going on, we'll update you on the new order in that class when we complete this lap. On board then with Tom Hooper. This is the sights and sounds of Motegi here in the IVRA Endurance Series. Welcome back to Motegi. That was on board with Tom Hooper, a 138.3, over the line for him as he extends his margin to 22 seconds here at the moment. For the next 25 minutes or so, it's still myself, Ian Leary and Lorenzo Bondo with you for the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series season for season 2024-25. The Motegi 300, Lorenzo, has certainly delivered an interesting opening to this race, but we're only just over a quarter of the way through.
I think they picked a very interesting first round, in my opinion, for them to kick off this season. A technical track that is very hard for you to do multi-class on. You need to pay attention every single time, especially with a big grid like this, 55 cars for you to navigate. In 3 classes, we have a 3-wide moment multi-class between, I think that was TFR by SRN and then the Aslith and BS competition. So it's very interesting, in my opinion. Very pleased to see only 1 yellow flag after how this turned out to be at the very early portions of the race. But still good battles, or some battles in the whole entirety of the field for everybody, as we have some pit stops in LMP2s going on and GT3 battles for P13 at the mid portion of the pack between Impulse and S-Attack Visceral.
There is just over 2 hours now gone of this green flag run. Been very interesting to watch indeed as Impulse and Visceral continue to battle their way through. I said we'd be able to give you a better idea as to what's happened in the LMP2 pit stops when we come back. Well, that's not actually true, because we've still yet to see Moradness, M Squad and Tatum Vesta make their pit stops, and that's especially expected for Moradness, who have done 28 lap stints so far, although Nix Esports are now in after another 26 lap stint. And so number 100 will drop back to where it was before with Daniel Valley. Leaders of those who have stopped, though, it's fiercely forward ahead of Gian Essex. So Morten Agerson did indeed get ahead of Maximilian Fritz in that pit stop cycle, and you'd imagine will be the new leader in LMP2.
Naturally speaking, of course, let's just not get ahead of ourselves and say maybe there's a yellow flag coming in that could reset the whole spectrum of things.
Battle for fifth in GTP between Solpek and Fiercely Forward also ongoing here. Now, has someone dropped down to allow this to happen? No, I don't think so. Oh, sorry, it was Williams pitting, was it? Oh no, that's not true. I don't know.
No,
but,
William pitted, but I think
there.
Grid and Go came in front about it through by a very large gap.
Yeah, Drop Bear pitted a long time ago, so apologies for missing that one. I'm just didn't see everybody move up one, although I did see them come in. Sam Sutton, by the way, at the wheel of that one now. Very early in the morning indeed over for him, I would imagine. As just past 6:30 here in Europe. The time in sim, by the way, in case you're interested, is 11:30. So we're getting towards the peak of the day here, Lorenzo. It is a heating track, I think it's fair to say. I think we're into the 30s now Celsius, which is, sorry, we're not quite there. 28 Celsius. I'm working on the Fahrenheit and converting it. It didn't work. 28 Celsius for us at the moment. You know, that's a good 10 degrees hotter than it was in qualifying, but it's nothing to be concerned about, and I don't think any temperature we're going to see this afternoon will be, given the fact it is the 8th of November in sim.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of the fall season. Like I said before, in Japan, it's not overly hot. You're not going to get like these scorching hot temperatures you would get like in Suzuka if you go around in the summer. I think they are the only temperatures road-wise that kind of like compared to Brazil whenever they go into the summer time racing, where you get like 70 degrees on track, and that actually exists. It happens sometimes in iRacing, and you're concerned by your but by your tire stint and your longevity. But you can push the tires still a little bit and not be overly concerned of overstretching them in these circumstances. What catches me a little bit is the wind. It's very high winds and can catch some drivers off. Because this is a medium high downforce track, I don't think it's going to be playing into effect all that much. And there's a possibility of rain at the end of the race that has been approached and talked about, but we don't know how realistic is that perspective of rain at the very end of the race.
No, I don't think there's anything on the radar at the moment, otherwise it would have been shown or been told, or indeed discussions will have been going on. So no rain concerns at the moment. And of course, the beauty with this race as well, I think, is the fact that we don't know how long the time is going to be, if you like. We don't know, in a sense. I mean, it could be as long as 9 hours. We know that it can't be longer than that, but it could be as low as just over 8 hours, I predicted, if it was full green all the way. Now, we already know that's not going to happen. I think if it's green from now until the end, it might be about an hour, 8 hours 20 or so, 8 hours 15. So, but you know, you really don't know how long this race is going to be. So if we're talking really right at the very end of the race, there's going to be some discussion about whether we're going to be still racing by the time the rain falls.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only that, if the rain actually comes, how much of an effect will play out in the race itself, right? Because we don't know if you're going to get like five laps of rain or 3 laps of light rain, and it's going to affect the rubber and the track, and how if you can still push the dry tires way too much. As Fiercely Forward trying to look for a room outside is the way to go. Can he do it? Don't think so.
Oh, it's just giving about enough room there from Solpek. Weren't keen on giving them loads of room. Was to that number 30, I should say, and again looking to the outside through turn 7. That's not going to happen though either. And Patrick Wolff is going to have to stay behind. It's Dominic Olivier who's at the wheel of the Solpek car now. Didn't start, of course, didn't start that car, but it's there now and has been for this third stint of the day. And towards turn 10 they go. And no way through for Patrick Wolff, but the fact he's even in 6th place right now is a very good performance. I think he dropped down to 16th, as I talked about earlier, after his incident at the opening lap of the race, where he was spun around by Geodesic. And so for them to even be in the top 6 right now, I think is a very good achievement, but they're knocking on the door of a top 5 here and wanting to take that place now as well.
Absolutely. They're trying to find ways. I think just the fact that you have a very feisty Sopac car driven by Dominic Olivier right there is putting a damper in the performance, obviously. We know they have drivers. It's a very mixed up lineup. You know, you have like Dylan Scrivens, you have Patty Wolf, you have Paulo Munoz, right? In that car, and also you got Marcus Nunez. They kind of know each other from driving in officials, and they know their strengths. So you would think this is a lineup that is top 5 for sure, top 3 maybe at the end of the season on how strong they are. But they finally have some competition to be worried about, as now Team PGZ, for the happiness of Pablo Araujo in his stream, eventually might get one position on the WSR butt kicker Mustang.
Is for 7th place in GT3 Pro, that has still got all 27 of its cars running, but 25 of them only on the lead lap now. Oh, apologies, BS Turner have since dropped out. That's our 2nd retirement of the day. So, in case you weren't with us earlier on, Effect Simulations had a very big crash on the way towards turn 9 earlier on. They broke their rear right suspension and pretty much every other bodywork partners. That's a spin for one of the Acuras in the 3rd corner. That's Vivano, number 1. Reigning champions again, struggling. Not the first spin they've had on their own this time, this race, I've got to say. But yeah, just to continue that, the rear right suspension and engine cover and rear wing all came off for Effect Simulations. They've since parked it, knowing that there would have been 17 minutes of repairs and very little chance of getting back to the lead lap. BS Turner have hit the back of their teammates in a huge stack-up down at turn 10. It wasn't really their fault, but they did get a lot of damage, and they unfortunately are out of the race for the first time round. So not even halfway points for the champions from the last season. The reigning champions by 88 points they won in the end. It wasn't even very close. They are not going to be scoring any points in the opening round of this season.
As we look into double battles in multi-classes, yeah, that battle came into the final round. We were talking about, you know, at the final broadcast of the season, of the potentials of the championship dynamic shifting for the Movado team, but they kind of held their own and got the championship last season against teams against BS competition that was having a very strong second half of the season. And I think Motegi was trying to, you know, clutch in some good results here and there, but they held it on their own. It was good to watch, but then again, they counted with the IVRA being the best GTP car back then. Now this is not the best GTP car in this field, whereas BS and Motegi potentially have the best car now for endurance racing. So it's going to be an interesting one how this one will go on, potentially with the new season kicking in and the new BOP kicking in for those cars respectively, with whenever the Ferrari comes next season, tied up in the hypercar GTP field.
On board in the bottom right, we are live, by the way, with the battle for 7th place in GT3. In the main part of your screen, the battle for 5th in GTP that's been going on for some time. PSR not close, not that far away, I should say, from joining that battle in the main part of your screen here. Solpek forced to defend again. Patrick Wolf on the outside of Dominic Olivier here. But again, he's been shown time and again the outside. He's been shown the grass, but this time Olivier breaks too late against his better judgment there. And so Patrick Wolf's going to have a good run through turns 5 and 6. He's not going to fire down the inside here, though. He'll have to stay behind. But he played Olivier there a little bit. He knew that he'd been getting pushed off and pushed wide through turn 4 in his previous attempts. And so he went for the cutback that time. It didn't quite work out, though.
I think what helped Olivier right there was the fact that he had I think that was the Impulse car, GT3, that was right in front. But now traffic gives and traffic takes. He's going to lose momentum to the S-Attack AMG, but I think also makes Patty lose a little bit of momentum right there, and thus the overtake's not going to be able to stick from Patty Wolf right there in front.
PGZ got through in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, by the way, there. They are up to 7th place now as we continue with this battle for 5th. There's going to be 3 wide over the line here between the 3 classes as Dominic Olivier works his way through to the inside of a GT3 and indeed an LMP2. It wasn't quite 3 wide, but very near to it as all 3 classes make their way over the line together. And look at this, WSR Esports Bookkicker are involved in this battle now as well. 7th place currently they sit. They've been closing and are now knocking on the door of a top 5 as well here, with Solpek continuing to just about hang on to this position narrowly, though. It's a narrow lead they hold over the cars behind.
Feel that grunt, baby. Feel that grunt coming in right behind them.
A great sound to the GTPs at the moment. By the way, they're only a couple of seconds off of Absolute Motorsport, so despite the fact that Solpek are defending and looking over their shoulder a lot probably, they are not actually that far away from 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're both working together of sorts to try to get closer to Ricardo. I think Ricardo is not having the best luck trying to get into traffic. You can even see the Acura of Absolute Motorsport right there. Motorsport Absolute right in front of them. But going back to Absolute, I think this might be the best place they ever been in a race like this in normal pace in a long while. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Ewan. We've been commentating this for long in GTPs as well, but as far as I can recall, this didn't their best position as fiercely forward pitting.
That's quite an early stop for... Oh no, it's not, excuse me, they just do pit early generally. Do fiercely forward. So 33 laps for them for the second time this race. Actually, they've been going at a very similar amount of stops all day so far. We are probably 5 laps away from a pit stop, maybe less, for the overall leaders, Motegi Racing. They're just coming in towards the final few corners right now, actually, Tom Hooper. So these guys are not actually that far away from being lapped. They're nearly a minute off the lead. And speaking of being lapped, I think Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter not far away from being lapped as well. We know already that Motegi Racing Black, PS Competition, P1Docs.com and Hydro Geodetic Racing are all off the lead lap. That's a quarter of the GTP field off the lead lap. As there goes Tom Hooper crossing off another lap here. That is lap number 90 completed now.
Yeah, only 10 to go for us to get the first third of the race. By the way, Dylan Bobo is coming. Scriven is coming in for the Fiercely Forward GTP.
So is he a Fiercely Forward driver now, or is he just for this series?
Yeah, maybe for this series. I could ask Bobo later on, but as far as I can recall, he's just driving for them this season. Maybe I don't know if they didn't make it into IMSA. I haven't checked I cannot remember the full lineup now.
I would imagine they did, but I don't know either off the top of my head.
Let me check. I think because if they did, naturally Bobo would be involved in it.
Okay. That's, of course, involving GTP and GT3. No LMP2 there, I don't believe, this season, but I could be wrong about that again. Dominic Olivier still holds 4th, and look at the gap he's got behind him as well. A bit of a bigger gap with Fiercely Forward no longer there. WSR Esports Bookkicker will try and fill that void. But it's about putting in good laps now for Solpek, who really need to try and stay ahead of Fiercely Forward, and by doing that they need to just put some speed on here, try and stay ahead of Fiercely Forward if they can. They can only do that now by putting some real hot laps in, though, as they go longer on this third stint of the race, of course.
Yeah, so just grabbing just confirming the information. Yeah, they made into IMSA in the GTP. So naturally, I think this would be their IMSA lineup, which is kind of surprising for me to see Bobo. I thought I remember, I think last year when we met, he said he was going to retire of sorts. But I think
they always talk about retiring, don't they? And then they do something they enjoy, and it gives them a life for another year.
Yeah, but then again, I think he retired to try to wrap up school and stuff. Oh!
That was close. Williams Esports Academy, we believe, are recovering from an incident, by the way, which is why they're behind the number 1. Don't worry about the 89 just behind them, by the way. That car is a lap behind them, but would very much like to unlap itself. So this was an LMP2 getting into the back of Williams Esports Academy. And by the way, the last penalty for anything, actually, was given out 1 hour, 25 minutes ago. I reckon that run could come to an end with that incident there.
Oh, it will. Don't worry about it. It will.
It's not been protested yet, as the number 89 in GTP is under protest before that, as the number 1 comes into pit lane. That's a 30-lap stint from them. They're second in a row, so they're splitting this race rather similarly to what Motegi did, who are just completing their 31st lap of the stint. Wonder whether Tom Hooper will be making a pit stop this time round as well. No, he'll carry on to his first 32nd lap of a stint. He has been losing time to Daniel Civisavo. The gap 16.7 from 22 seconds it was at its widest.
You stole the words right out of my mouth, didn't you? I was gonna mention that. I think Civisavo's stint in that car has been nothing short of phenomenal.
Absolutely. This is... Oh! He's missed the apex there. WSR Esports butt kicker was certainly entitled to go down the inside there, Adam State, but he got the braking zone wrong. He went straight slam into the side of it, and he will give the place back to Dominic Olivier.
Ow. Has he got a slowdown, or did he cut a corner or something like that?
I think he just gave the place back.
Yeah. Good sportsmanship, at least.
Yes. I mean, it was on a plate for him down the inside, wasn't it, at State, but he just got the braking zone wrong somehow.
Interesting.
I'll say somehow as if I'm a driver, but anyway. This is a replay from a different angle. You can see the space he's got down the inside just locks up, and not much Olivier could have done there. He turned in at his normal point, was trying to give room, but State realised what he'd done, and he did give the place back, which, as you say, good sportsmanship between the two of them.
Yeah, that's good to know. Even though some people are asking for full course yellows for Discord. So just to be clear, as I'm 4 minutes away from taking my break, if we get a yellow flag in the next 4 minutes, you can pin this on me. If not, don't pin this on me. Don't at me. I'll be in chat, but don't pin at me. This is all on the drivers. They asked for it, not me.
I feel like this is just imagery of you sort of throwing a grenade into the race and leaving in a second.
Of course! Why?
So we'll see what happens with that in a few moments' time as Motegi come in, as I say, at the end of their first 32 lap stint of the day. Apex Racing Team move through to the front of the field then in the number 99, but wonder how long that will last for. Probably only the duration of their stint. Last time round they did 33 laps. That was uncaution affected. They're only completing lap number 27 of their stint right now. They might be able to go quite some distance further.
Yeah, absolutely. But still some really good racing provided by everybody, and I think, and I also think there's still some mystery shrouded with the fact that the difference between the stint lengths of these cars are still not decisive enough for us to call anything at the end of this race so far. Even though we are approaching the opening of the second third of this race.
Still not quite touching 100 laps, by the way. That was the end of lap number 93, I think. It was indeed. So we are very much closing in. The number 18 is into pit lane as well. Here, by the way, after another 31 laps. That is 3 31 lap stints in a row for them. Motegi Racing, as expected, are the first at the pit lane of those who have made 3 stops so far today. Still a maximum of 6 hours and 17 remaining in this race, and we've been racing now 2 hours and a half in this green flag run, which has been stretching very, very well indeed. As you can see, Adam State has lost a bit of ground after that contact with Dominic Olivier, and Fast Repair Motorsport are closing in onto the back of them.
It took a little bit of a while for WSR to actually make that overtake stick, kind of like. But whenever he actually got it, had to give it back, and now you can see the Acura trying to have a little bit of better performance going in. Got a bit messy for Silpak right there, lost a lot of time, and now WSR getting checked up by the entire GT3 traffic right in front of him. I think that was Delta Sport that checked WSR up?
Yeah. In towards turn 1 for the two of them. Dates as just fallen into the clutches of Fast Repair now, in this awkward situation of being in the middle of this battle, really. The position that nobody really likes to find themselves in. They are now second, with Ryan and Mivano both coming in to pit lane. So a very lofty position for them to all find themselves in here. 38 seconds behind the race-leading Apex Racing team. Solpec is still hanging on there. I do wonder how long this can continue on for Solpec, to be honest. They've held on to these positions for so long while in defensive positions, but we're coming towards the end of another hour here at Lorenzo. What have you made of the first few hours of this race?
Really good racing, in my opinion. There was some attrition here and there between the guys, but then again, it's the nature of this track, especially at the early portions within the first hour of the racing, which is more natural for us to see this aggression being, played out in the track, being more evident in the track. But just one yellow flag in nearly 3 hours of racing has been really good for us, and hoping that we continue that way despite the nature of the track playing to that effect. Oh,
that was close. WSR very nearly getting tipped around there at the final corner, but no move made by Fast Repair Motorsport. We just decided to back off into towards turn 1 instead. Thanks very much, Lorenzo, for your first 4 hours of this broadcast. It's still myself, Ian Leary, now being joined by David Haynes for the next hour before I go off and have a break as well. Welcome in, David. Good to have you alongside me again for another season of IVRA Endurance Series racing. 2 hours and a half over of green flag running here at Motegi in the opening round of the season after interrupted first parts of the race. I'm very pleased to get a new season underway as always, and very pleased we've got a long green flag run as well early on here in a 300 mammoth race at Motegi.
Oh, g'day, mate.
Good morning, I should say, because I know it is rather early in the morning. Good thing it is that, I don't know if it is a good thing actually, Dave, but you'll be able to relate to some people actually driving on the circuit, because Harrison Lillas and Sam Sutton have both been driving here this morning overnight, and so they're driving into the sort of more reasonable hours, but got some Australian representation in this race.
Yeah, there we go. Who was the other name that you listed? Sam Sutton and
Harrison Lillas as well, who's driving that car. That is the Drop Bear Jupiter car that's just moved back into the top 10 again in the last few moments. So yeah, they're currently running in 6th place. Yeah, both Australian drivers to start this race in the very early hours of the morning, I'd imagine.
And I'm surprised that they haven't got a sort of copyright infringement off of Drops of Jupiter.
Yeah. They're not actually listed as Drop Bear Jupiter in the entry list, but they just seem to just add it in iRacing. So I don't know what that's all about, but anyway, that's what they're called. The team is all fully Australian, by the way. Connor Nixon may well be driving with them later. I'm not sure whether it will just be Lewis and Sutton today, or whether they will be joined by their third driver this afternoon or not. WSR Sport Bookkicker find their way down the inside of Instinct Mechanic Racing. That was a nice move for 15th place for WSR. Also how they found themselves so far down, actually, in that WSR car now. That's Stephen Ash, I think, at the wheel of that one. It is indeed in 15th place now. They've, I think, maybe made an extra pit stop compared to the rest of them. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps not, actually. But anyway, a nice simple move down towards turn 4, one of the prime overtaking opportunities around this circuit.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of some overtaking at turn 11 as well on this layout with that really long downhill braking zone as you then go back underneath the banking in that part of the racetrack. So right about where we're headed here, suddenly you're facing downhill, really extends the braking here, and then you've got this weird little bit of sort of off camber kind of because the track still seems to descend as you're turning into that right-hander. Exactly where you place your car can be challenging there, but I find it an exciting corner because, again, you're heading straight downhill into that braking zone. Reminds me in that way of Turn 5 at Road America, another one of those braking zones where it's such a big factor what the elevation does right as you pitch into it.
Yeah, they do have some similarities, actually, those two corners for sure. It's been one of the good action spots so far of this race. We've got another couple of pit stops, by the way, in GTP at the moment, as we continue to watch one of the battles that's continuing by those who have already stopped. WSR Esports, Bookkicker and Fast Repair Motorsport in the meantime have stopped, both after 32 laps out on the circuit. So a standard length stint from those two, especially as far as those two races are going. These two should as well find themselves out in amongst this battle for 8th place between Absolute Motorsport and Fiercely Forward. Solpec haven't stopped yet, so not sure where they're going to end up, whether they'll be ahead of Absolute Motorsport. If they are, then they will have made that jump, actually. They will have jumped ahead of them, which would be fantastic news for them, excuse me. But will they manage that or not? Out over the line goes the number 18 now. It looks like they will just get ahead, these two. So WSR and Fast Repair Motorsport will be behind these two, and that means that Fiercely Forward have jumped both of them in the pit stops and should move up another couple of places.
Yeah, a lot of traffic, a lot of passes to happen in a race like this. Thankfully, you do get quite a few sort of long stretches of straight track between most of the segments of corners around here. Always such an important thing for clean multi-class traffic and overtakes when you've got really, really long continuous sections of corners. It's when you get fast cars sort of bottled up behind slower cars and they get antsy and then they make risky maneuvers. Your longest sort of continuous segment of corners that flow into each other is here through these S's on the exterior of the oval, and then you just get to this left-hander here and then you are a little bit more stop-start once again.
It is unusual how they exit the oval almost on this layout of, or well, on most of the layouts of Motegi. In fact, certainly on the full layout like this, probably makes it into a better racetrack, to be honest, than what the Rovals are able to do, even at Daytona, where you've got 2.5 miles of oval to play with. It's still difficult to fit it all in. So take yourself on the outside of the oval, why not? And here we go back underneath it and back onto the inside again as we get to the pit complex. On board with Fiercely Forward, just up ahead of us, by the way, the race leading Apex Racing team have come into the pits lane. That's their shortest stint of the race so far at just 32 laps to round out their third pit stop of the day. So we will unlap ourselves on board here, and Maniti Racing should retake the lead. But I guess more important is for these guys, unlapping yourself. Staying on the lead lap in IVRA competition is really, really important.
Yep, exactly how you fall around the safety cars potentially when they happen. To keep yourself in the game, in that hunt, open up your strategy, keep your strategy options wide so that you can be competitive towards the end of the race.
With these pit stops in GTP complete, that should mean we're not too far away from LMP2 stops all over again here. It's going to be pretty breathless with regards to pit stops now. That's generally what happens in long green flag runs. It all gets very spread apart. Instead of everybody coming down pit lane all in one go, as we might well see under a well-placed caution if we get one. Instead, they all come in dribs and drabs, and you have to keep your one eye on the pit lane almost at all times. This is Fiercely Forward, though, getting closer, diving down the inside. Oh, my goodness, that was close. And finally, there is contact. Well, that was a low percentage lunge. We've seen a few of those today. And that's another one to add to the list, I'm afraid. Dylan Scrivens down the inside, but not really with any conviction. He rather muscles Ricardo Chevion out of the way down at turn 10.
It was a long time coming there as well. You saw a very ambitious move down the inside. You thought, oh, he's going to make a bit of contact here. Didn't, and then did, and then straightened him up a little bit. And it took till really late in the corner for the actual big impact to come along. That very far end of the racetrack there, turn 10.
Sorry for interrupting. Geodesic lead the race in LMP2. That's a change that I wasn't really expecting. Sort of come out of nowhere, that. Fiercely forward, we're leading, I thought, with quite some advantage. Well, say quite some, I mean 1 second. But I thought that was comfortable for them. But maybe a tie-up through traffic, I'm not sure, has lost them the lead. Geodesic now are at the front of this race in LMP2. And the others, Telestras Automotive as a starter, are quite a lot further behind. But you can see them all in the background there. And so it is getting interesting in LMP2. Don't know where that lead change came from, though. Let's have a look at the replay. And this is why. Fiercely forward, far too quick in towards turn 4.
Yeah, so just as you go underneath the banking to go out, deceptively tight corner there. Almost feels like a 90-degree right-hander on your way in. It's more like 110, 120. Almost a bit of rear locking on the way there, sliding it out wide. Costly, but hopefully no damage done permanently.
Couldn't be, but you never know. Could get away with it, though. There's Telestras Automotive. I said they weren't too far away. They were closer than I thought, I must admit. Third place at the moment for the 188, but as I mentioned, we will be seeing pit stops rather shortly now in LMP2. This is the 23rd lap, excuse me, of the geodesic stint. They've been doing 25, 26 laps generally, so there could be stops to be done shortly. This is Orion, who are just inside the top 10 in 9th place, ahead of the number 95 of Sergio Fernandez. Not seen very much of Fast Repair Motorsport in the last couple of moments, but they're back behind Orion now. This is how Orion got through in the first place, towards 9th place. The move down at turn 9, is it? It would be a brave one. No, not quite. That's a replay that says flared up erroneously. We'll get to the bottom of what was actually going on there in a few moments' time. There has been a penalty, by the way, to Thomas Leboutelet in the number 89 BS Competition GTP. It's just a simple move there down the inside for Orion, as you see. Yeah, 10 seconds to the number 89. That's the first, and I know you haven't been with us for very long yet, David, but that's the first penalty, if you believe it, for an hour and a half in this race. That's very good going for the opening round of a very busy season with 53 cars still running.
Yeah, it's very good economy. Nice little couple of minutes between drinks on that one.
Wonder if we'll manage to do
Good
that.
things can't last forever, though.
We'll wait and see. Just over 6 hours potential to go here in this race, by the way. However, we have now gone over 100 laps, so lap 100 has since been crossed by Motegi Racing. They're currently running lap 102 in this race, so we're knocking off the laps rather well. That's over a third of the race done in just under a third of the time. As we have a look at the LMP2 standings, let's quickly do a run through while they are yet to pit. Hydrace Geodesic Racing are leading just ahead of Fiercely Forward. As you can see, this battle for the lead, Telestras Automotive have joined in. SRN are currently 4th ahead of Tatum Vesta, who are down a couple from where they started in 3rd place. Nix Esports are 6th, just ahead of Nürburgring Esports and Hyperion Racing, with CLZ Simsport and Morinus M Squad, the final teams on the lead lap. And then you've got... Actually, Morinus M Squad are not on the lead lap anymore because they made a 7-lap stint not so long ago, and they have since dropped down to 10th place. Composite Performance are still 2 laps down after their contact in towards turn 9 earlier on. Effect Simulations are out of the race after that same huge crash in towards turn 9. So still 9 on the lead lap. That's pretty good going in LMP2 to have 3/4 still on the lead lap, but even better, I think, is this leading battle between the top 3, the podium sitters as of right now. Although they're getting dived by the Apex car there, very nearly anyway, in towards turn number 1.
Yeah, you see Telestras Automotive, they're sort of moving across there, weren't trying to make it easy at all in towards turn 1, but now heading down towards 3 here. You've got to yield to the superior horsepower and straight line speed those GTP cars have got, and are about to flex again on the way down to turn 5 here. Now, just slowly picking their way through what is a very densely packed LMP2 lead battle here.
SRN pit from the 4th place, so the nearest chaser makes its way into pit lane after another 26-lap stint. They had a rather bizarre 21-lap stint in the second part of the race. Can't really understand why, but they've done 26 ever since, and they have done again here. Oh, that's a squeeze for Delatraz on the outside there of the Williams GT3. That's the second place GT3, of course, as they're about to pass the leaders now, gridandgo.com. You've always got to be so wary in these prototypes working yourself round the outside of turn 8, because the GT3s will always wash out into the side of you if you're not careful.
Yep, and there's the class disparity on display. All of them very quickly eating up the GT3 Pro cars. It's taking a little bit longer for the GTP to be able to put all of that horsepower down and work its way past its sort of little siblings in the LMP2 class. There's the pit stop for your leader.
So, 25 laps for Geodesic. Another 25-lap stint. That's been the norm, although they have gone 26 once. They have done 25 again here to leave fiercely forward and Delta's Automotive together. Now, they've got an interesting decision to make, I think, here, between do they work together and push on, or do Delta's Automotive want to try and lead this race now?
I wonder if they're expecting this car in front to need to save a little bit more on this lap than they might. They're peeking along in a couple of places, seeing maybe a tiny bit more lift and coast out of the car in front. It is always a risk here, though, that they get sort of undercut by fighting each other a little bit too much, while their main rival, what was the race leader there, is making the pit stop and is about to have the outlap.
And these two should both be in this time round. In fact, Deltraz have gone one lap further than I was expecting here anyway. They must have been fuel saving that little bit here so far. As we officially hit 3 hours gone in this race. We are currently completing lap number 104. So we've only got 12 laps to play with here effectively. We're only going to complete 312 laps as of right now in the allotted time. That'll be one lap short of 1,500 kilometres, but we're not going to get to that distance anyway, because we're limited to 300 laps here this evening. In towards turn 11 they go, and it's a lock-up from Geodesic, which hands Delta's Automotive the lead on a plate right before the pit stop cycle. That's perfectly timed for Delta's Automotive. They didn't even have to make the pass themselves.
Can you just quickly remind me what LMP2 team they were battling for the race lead?
Fiercely forward.
So as they were at risk of being undercut by the Geodesic LMP2...
You are so cynical.
These coincidences, man, it's so funny.
I see what you mean, yeah. Sorry, I didn't realise that's where you were going with it, but you are right, they are trying to be undercut. Well, it's not an undercut, I suppose, but it is a lap earlier pit stop from Geodesic, so fair enough. Where are they going to come out? Remy Legrand has got into the Delta's Automotive car. Morten Argensen will be driving for fiercely forward on the way out here, but it's going to be Legrand out first, is it? There they go in the background. You can see them making their way down. Where is Frank Schmitz, who's back in the Geodesic car again? Going to see in the background of this shot here. Don't think any of them are coming around the corner yet. There they go. Geodesic round the outside. They're not going to get it anyway, Geodesic. Delatraz are going to lead regardless. The outlap from Geodesic wasn't good enough.
Yeah, decently quick pit stop from Delatraz as well. So good transit time. They obviously attacked the pit lane pretty well, and they've managed to go through. Still with Remy Legrand driving. He comes out ahead of that group. It's Adam Vesta go through to the leader class for the minute, ahead of Nix Esports.
Yeah, so we've gone back to the battle for 7th in GTP, meanwhile, between Orion and WSR Esports Bookkicker. Orion finished on the podium last time we were at Motegi in the IVRA Endurance Series. WSR weren't racing in a top class capacity. That was a good day for Orion on that particular occasion. They were one of only 5 teams, to even finish on the lead lap. Never mind to finish on the podium. A great result for them, but they are recovering after an earlier setback. They are still up though on their qualifying position, which was outside of the top 10. So still waiting for a few pit stops in LMP2. That is for Tata Investor and Nix Esports. But when that shakes itself out, we'll have a battle for the lead returning again in LMP2. We do and now have Solpec trying to overtake for a very rare occasion here. They've spent most of their race so far ahead of other drivers. Now, though, they are just in behind Absolute Motorsport, who in the number 18. Both of these teams actually fifth and sixth position behind Dylan Scrivens in the fiercely forward car, who's jumped them both.
This is a racetrack very, very deeply associated with Honda. So if you're going to pick a GTP, I reckon the Acura's on home soil here. But is it going to give an upper hand against the Cadillac? Get your choice of brand from GTP, whereas it's all Dallara's in LMP2.
Yeah, choice in GTP and GT3, but good that we've got all of them in GTP. All four manufacturers represented in our field. In qualifying, though, it was looking that Acura was the bad choice here at Motegi, rather bizarrely or embarrassingly, however you want to see it, in home soil. Now, though, they are on their way forward. Absolute Motorsport not giving the room to Solpec to make them go free wide. So Absolute will hang on to fifth for the moment. Solpec will pull back to the outside line. They'll break right quite late. And will they be given the room here? Yes, they will. Just about. They'll sneak up the inside of 12. Oh, it's a squeeze. Either side of the Williams car they go. And, oh, that's a brave move, but a brilliant one from Solpec. And it's Blake Reynolds at the wheel at the moment. Top 5 again for the number 60, excuse me, after a great pass. But their run onto the front straight, not quite as good. They hang on, though, into turn 1. A fantastic free wide moment and great bravery down the inside of turns 12 and 13.
The old Ricardo Zonta, and they pull it off well, but then just had that moment onto the final corner, like you said, that almost put them back under pressure for losing that spot. But now they've gone through a couple more corners, they've stabilised that position that they've since gone and gained. And, well, the fire is lit once again for LMP2 here. This will, not too long, I guess, become the battle for the leader class again. At the moment, it says 4th, 5th, 6th. We know that these are some of the quickest cars in class.
Yep, and they are losing time to the top 3 as a result. I wonder whether this is going to have a bit of an accordion effect here as the 3 fight so hard, whether the others behind might be able to catch on or not. Taz just gained 3/4 of a second here as a nice run through traffic for them. Geodesic behind, then fiercely forward, who were previously the only 2 battling for the race lead, but now it's all turned around rather. Tata Investor, as I mentioned, are leading the race in the LMP2 class for the moment. As we go back to the battle for 7th in GTP, there's almost always been something to watch so far in this race, and this is another one of those battles that's been reoccurring.
Got WSR in front of the large sniffing apparatus of Orion Racing Team. Both of these, so we're talking about, you got the Dallara LMP2, and then both of these GTPs are built around the Dallara tub of the next generation.
Yes. Been in our racing now for nearly 2 years, these GTP, the BMW certainly has anyway. It is the new generation of top level prototypes, and at the moment they will continue their fight for 7th place, trying to battle past the Cadillac, of course, which was the second one to be added. And just behind them, Fast Repair Motorsport will join in now as well. So from 9th place, the number 95 will now be involved too. And I think they'll be looking to stick behind. That's certainly been their philosophy throughout most of the battles so far. Fast Repair Motorsport, they may well just hang about at the back end of this group. And it's a good idea as well, to be honest, although I don't know at what point these guys are going to get concerned about falling off the lead lap. I mean, they're over a minute behind the leader already here. We only have 11 on the lead lap as things stand, because Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter have now dropped off the lead lap after pitting. So I wonder at what stage they'll start to look over their shoulder at the leader and those blue flags.
Interesting. So putting a GT3 between themselves, Delatraz head of Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, and Fiercely Forward here. Only one of these that made a driver swap. I think was Geodesic in that last round of pit stops that we were keeping our eyes on. Legrand stayed in the Delatraz car. Pretty sure Agerson stayed in Fiercely Forward Gold, and it was a Fritz to Smits swap at Geodesic.
Yeah, that's not the first time we've seen Smits today, but it is a new stint for him. As Nick's Esports make a pit stop in LMP2, they will all gain a place. That's now the battle for third place, but we're still waiting for the two to come in.
Delatraz went wide at one
Sorry,
there, but then they cut back through two on the GT3 car and got a good run down this straight behind the paddock and pit building.
It's I always think that first corner, it's called turn one. I think it should be two corners really. Turns 1 and 2 there. But,
what track map have you got? Mine calls it 2.
Oh, does it? Okay. I've just got Wikipedia.
There are some very dodgy track maps on Wikipedia. If you look at the Surface Paradise Circuit track map on Wikipedia, it is flagrantly wrong, and that has never been the track layout.
Okay.
The corner numbers are completely whack. It's
Okay, well,
some are better, but that one is just.
I'm using yours now.
I was trying to think of a word I could use that wasn't going to get me in trouble for how horrible that particular
Rubbish.
Wikipedia track map is.
Yes. I'm using yours now. So the only reason I don't use this website, which we're not going to advertise, I'm not paid, but this website is because I don't like the colour. But anyway, it does have the right corner name, so that's the main thing. Down in towards turn 11, they go this 3-car battle for third place. Camille Legrand still holding on to that for Delatraz Automotive at the moment. Still a 25th lap now complete by Luigi De Lassio in the Tatum Vesta red car. Another 27 lap stint might be coming up here, and I'm beginning to wonder just how far these two can go, whether they are trying to stretch an extra little bit out of this fuel tank, because these three are mostly doing 26 lap stints, at least or 25, 26 sort of area. 27 lap stints has been the norm for the two leaders. You know, we've had, what's that? This is coming up to their 4th stop of the day. We've had we will have had 5 stints very shortly. That's going to give them maybe 10 laps advantage over these at the moment. There's the gaps.
Yeah, it's always this thing where you go a lap or two longer here and it doesn't feel like much, and then over a couple of stints it really starts to build to an advantage, and what you're hoping for is that you open up this kind of window of now 5 laps towards 10 laps even around the pit stop, and it either gets you towards cutting out a stop from the race, or you hope that something happens and the proverbial maybe hits the fan inside of that increasingly large window of time that you create as you extend and hopefully stay out ahead.
I don't think they're quite going to be able to do a full stint, even if it stays green, but it gives them an advantage nevertheless in the pit lane. As Delatraz just made a bit of a mistake there. That's Remy Legrand at the wheel, making a small error in towards turn 10, and there was a look from Geodesic down the inside there, but no move this time round. They're just in behind one of the Lamborghinis. They might all work their way through, at least a couple of them are going to. Lamborghini staying very wide, actually expecting to get dived, but really slowed up right in front of Morten Agerson, who loses a lot of time there.
Yeah, he can't flash your headlights backwards, but he's not pleased with it. But what else is the GT3 going to do there? Did its best to go, okay, these guys are battling, they're coming up, they're probably going to want to get down the inside there. I'm going to leave them all the space in the world to do it. But you can't disappear out of the way of 3 cars super duper easily. I mean, you sympathise, but they did what they could there.
They certainly did. The 277, by the way, the second place car has come into pit lane in the meantime. We are in pit stop land again in the GT3s. It's PS Competition, who often go longest there in the 289, so expect to see them leading at some point in the not too distant future there. We go on board meanwhile with Fiercely Forward, who all of a sudden are looking for a podium. It's Acura and Tanguy Billen in 3rd, and Fiercely Forward in the BMW in 4th as things stand. But great recovery from Movano, who at the start of this race, of course, were down in 12th place by dint of where they qualified. Now they're looking at a podium place at the moment.
Honda Racing? They sure are.
IVRA is currently leading the GT3s, by the way, by nearly 7 seconds. We're still waiting for pit stops to filter their way through there. Not many have come in, as far as I can work out at the moment. Just trying to ascertain who has come in and who hasn't. I think only 3 of them so far have been in, of the major contenders anyway, for the lead of this race. Williams Esports Academy make their way back out onto the circuit again. Beckham Jasir is at the wheel of that one. He's just making his way out onto the circuit now, down in about 10th place. So a decent position to be in, but just shows you how close the GT3 field is. I still believe there are upwards of 20 cars on the lead lap right now. Well, not right now, but when the pit stops are normally shaked out.
Yep, and by iRating strength of field, GT3 Pro is actually the strongest of all of them. Often you sort of see it sort of taper the other way. The fastest or most prestigious class has the highest ranked drivers, and then it sort of moves down a little bit. But GT3 is just so beloved, and it's got some really talented drivers. I think they say, I want to drive that kind of car. I'm slightly less interested in maybe what the prototypes have to offer. So yeah, certainly very competitive at a level of driving talent in GT3 Pro. You had Tadej Vesta from LMP2 rejoin behind the 3 that are now gone through to the lead. So that all washes out, and we go back to battling.
And there's plenty of it as well. Simify in the number 214. That's another 33 laps for them. But yes, the battle for 7th in GTP is very much ongoing. WSR just tucked in the middle of this train here. Don't forget that Maniti car is not the leader of the race, but that is the number 78 of Philip Schiff, who is already a lap down. They're looking very much for a caution to get back onto the lead lap, and there's plenty of cars like that in GTP. Sam Sutton will be one of them as well. Austin Young and Christian Hilgard also are at least 3 laps down, so they'll be looking for cautions multiple. But the number 78 could be back on the lead lap with just 1 caution if they're so lucky.
So, illustrious list of road courses that go outside of the oval. New Hampshire, Texas World, and Motegi. Look at this. This is the run to my favourite braking zone. Bottom of the hill, turning back underneath, and oh, so close. Orion just squeaking their way through.
Another pass down the inside at that corner, and WSR Esports move down, or drop down to 8th place, as the leader in GT3 Pro has come in. Grid&Go.com Esports after 33 laps. That's another dint of decreasing length, actually. We've been going steadily downwards. Also in the pit lane is Team PGZ. 34 laps for them for the first time today. So plenty of variation for whatever reason in the front of the class. Don't really know why. There is so much, to be honest, in the GT3s at the moment. Meanwhile, battle for 3rd in GTP continues. Bravado versus Fiercely Forward for that final spot on the podium. Look up ahead, by the way. The battle for the lead, 10 seconds apart now. That it was as high as 22 seconds only a couple of hours ago.
Last lap for Maniti leading 139.4. Apex Racing 138.1 is about to update as they cross the line. So just chipping away at it. I think based on what I can tell, there is so much traffic out here though. It's not a massively long racetrack. We've got 3 classes all occupying plenty of space. 4.8 kilometers, yeah.
And 53 cars as well. Is that a car less than 100 metres for every car? No, yep. Yep. Oh yeah, that maths does work out indeed. So very congested indeed in certain parts of the circuit. Still waiting, by the way, for just 1 or 2 more pit stops in GT3, but they always do filter out rather strangely, and it could take us another 5 laps or so to get a proper reading on that. So we'll do that in a few moments' time, while we focus in on Bavano here. For the moment, that's dive down the inside of WSR's Mustang in towards turn 4. And, well, it buys them a little bit of time in this battle for third place. Those are the risks you take. He decided that the risk was worth the reward, and the reward was a bit of breathing space in that braking zone at turn number 5, excuse me.
We'll get around the numbers eventually, I think.
Maybe. Got another 5 hours to go to
All
revise.
I know is that Kieran is itchy bum.
What?
Well, there's like 2 people listening who know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That's for my real ones out there.
We'll leave them to decipher that as we go drone cam or whatever this camera is on the way towards the back straight braking zone down at turn 11, downhill, right-handed, and then back under the oval again in towards the middle of the circuit, the infield of the oval. Bravado looking for that punch on the way out of the corner here, and they've certainly got it. The pass in towards turn 1 is an unlikely one to make. They'll want to keep it at bay anyway. Fiercely Forward really dive in, and they'll just lose time in for turn 2, but that's around the outside for the McLaren. I thought that Fiercely Forward would take the opposite line and get the run, but they didn't, and they will still look for a way through. Still haven't been able to do this just at the moment.
Yeah, the traffic did make keeping the lead a little bit easier, but when there's no traffic,
Can get very difficult, yeah. The in-sim time at the moment, by the way, is just 12:30 midday. So we are getting towards the hottest temperatures that we're going to see all afternoon. Although I don't think we're even going to touch 30 Celsius. It was 28 at maximum, back down to 27 right now. The thing that caught Lorenzo's eye earlier on, though, David, was the winds. 22 kilometres an hour is something you might well feel in one of these prototypes.
speaking of prototypes, so that is massive rear locking. That's not
Williams.
right, is it?
I think he got on the grass, to be honest, rather than rear locking. But that's what we used to see in the very sort of early days of the BMW when it was first released. Nobody really knew what to do with it yet. We used to get that kind of rear locking all of the time.
I used to get that kind of thing in the Mercedes AMG GT3, where the programming of the automatic downshifts wasn't enough and wasn't right, and your last downshift in the braking zone would often destabilize the car. It's a thing where shifting down from 6th to 5th early in the braking zone doesn't require much blip, but from 3rd to 2nd, or 2nd even to 1st, very late in the braking zone, needs a lot more, and it wasn't doing it quite right automatically. When you drive a car that needs manually blipping on the downshifts like the Australian supercars, then you really notice how much more blip the final downshift needs than the earlier ones, and how much easier it is to wheel hop or lock the rear tyres very late in the braking zone compared to early.
And indeed the work required as well that you don't have to do because of the automated blipping as well. You really start to realise just what an effort it is. But these GT3s, of course, come with the standard assists. We use them in IVRA as well. Traction control and ABS. Doesn't save you from absolutely everything, but does help you along. The GTPs and LMP2s, the prototypes, of course, will have the traction control as well. Meanwhile, battle for the lead in LMP2 still going on, and Frank Schmitz has been very, very impressive early on in this stint now in LMP2, applying the pressure to Remy Legrand. We'll see if he can put up a big defence here of Frank Schmitz for the lead in LMP2. GTP's just in behind them as well. That's one of them anyway, is the Apex car, looking to try and chase down the race leader. And as we're about to see, it is difficult sometimes for these GTPs to work their way past.
Especially when they're involved in their own goings-on.
Yeah. Not sure who that's being lapped down, by the way. But That's Apex getting ahead of. Looked like Orion, but I didn't think they were a lap down.
Similar colours, I think, often between Orbit Drop Bear and Orion.
Ah. Okay, that'll explain. How did just the turn 11 they go? Geodesic getting it wrong a little bit, I'm afraid. And, well, the Apex car gets away with it. But more importantly, Downshires Automotive get away with it as well. Their gap 1.5 seconds. And about half an hour ago, they were third. And looking at from the outside in, now they are leading by one of the biggest leads we've seen for a little while now in an LMP2 battle. So very impressive last few moments for Downshires Automotive.
And hey, you were talking about the wind speed. It reminds me that this is one of those silly little things that I thought, of course it should be modelled, but then I've seen it and appreciated it. When there's lockups or spins or whatever and there's smoke in the air, you can very easily with your eye estimate the wind speed by how quickly it disperses.
Oh, I've never noticed that before.
So the visual of the smoke is affected by the wind speed.
Wow. That's
I
very
don't know
impressive.
if the wind speed affects the marble rubber flick ups and which way they go or anything else like that, but certainly if someone spins out or deliberately does some donuts or really throws up a lot of smoke, you can very easily see the difference between 20 km/h wind and 2 km/h wind.
We'll keep our eyes out for the celebration donuts later on, or indeed a big lockup later in the race. Right, because I've never noticed that before. Oh, fair enough. We are
It's utterly useless.
Sorry.
It adds nothing to your racing enjoyment, but it's there, and now that you know about it, you might notice it.
And I think the attention to detail is very impressive and important as well, to be fair. So no, that's very good.
The windier the day, the quicker Ricky Bobby can drive through the smoke.
Yes. Down in GT3, by the way, the pit stops have now all happened. So worth having a little rundown as to how they're going, because they always seem to be in the middle of a pit stop cycle and we never get around to it. Johan Ruhr is leading the way by 3 seconds ahead of Bekim Jasir. That's a slowly increasing gap for gridandgo.com esports. Simify are the last ones on the podium at the moment, and with BS Competition 4th, they've been making steady progress as well. 5th place is Sarah Esport. They're just ahead of this battle for 6th place between SimRC and PGZ. It's WSR Esports Bookkicker who are 8th, ahead of Drago Racing 9th, and Absolute Motorsport Aslif in 10th. Door Esports are just outside of the top 10, but they had a rather odd opening stint where they only did 21 laps, so they're sort of out of kilter with everybody else, and they may climb the order. They had an early penalty for passing before the start-finish line. Maniti Racing are 12th and 13th, running line astern at the moment in their 2 McLarens. 14th is Visceral Esports, trying to chase them down. Impulse round out the top 15 with WSR Esports Bookkicker 16th, ahead of XBT Racing, who are 17th. Then it is Instincts Mechanic Racing. Lorenzo Manfredotti is driving for Apex Racing Academy in 19th place, ahead of 20th placed team Heusingveld. Both of those two teams, you'd imagine, will climb later in the race. They're a bit further down than you expect to see them. Geodesic at 21st, ahead of Visceral, with Delta Sport Sim Shop. We've had a couple of off-track excursions today in 23rd. Volta Sim Racing, the final team on the lead lap, ahead of German Sim Racing and Scuderia Volpe, both just 1 lap down. But those are the first 2 cars off the lead lap, and that's down to speed as well. The field getting very spread out in GT3. Volta Sim Racing not actually that far away from getting lapped themselves as well.
So a whole lot of Mustang on our screens all of a sudden, and black and yellow Mustangs as well. We had all amount of McLaren on our screen earlier.
It just feels big, doesn't it, when you're riding a ball with a team or with a Ford Mustang? But
so much room inside, so much space.
yeah.
What's one of the smaller GT3s? Definitely the like Audi and Lamborghini have a relatively compact cockpit. I think the Ferrari 296 is also quite small.
I think the Lamborghini especially feels so small because it's so low.
Does it have no rear window as well? That adds to it.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the seemingly the way to go these days, just to put a camera in there rather than a mirror. A very different experience to a Mustang, and they're still running the screen with the Impulse car. The LMP2s hide behind it very well indeed, get a nice slipstream on the way towards turn 11, and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing are back involved again in this battle for the lead in LMP2. Oh, off. What are
Look
the...
how quickly that smoke is dispersing
Yeah.
from Maniti's McLaren GT3.
One of the Maniti McLarens, I think it is. They were running line astern. I hope they didn't make contact with each other. Thankfully they didn't. It was contact with the Orion GTP BMW. That will be one for the stewards to look at, I suppose.
I think that was orbit drop there, wasn't it?
Oh, I've done it again, have I? Sorry.
Think
wonder-
about it this way. If in doubt, blame the Australians.
They're too hard to distinguish.
Like, oh, I stepped out of my crease. Australians.
Oh dear. Well, I think most people watching this are either not British or not Australian. I won't have a clue what you're talking about, but I do. So there's the there's the contact. David, let's steer away from that topic of conversation for at least another few
And
minutes.
you can even see that the winds are blowing from the west.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah. Yeah, blowing in the right direction as well.
Do you know how to read a windsock?
Well, you just look where it's going.
But there are stripes along the windsock, and each stripe represents 5 knots of wind speed. So
Oh.
if the tail of the windsock is flappy at only one stripe, 5 knots of wind. If the whole windsock is horizontal and it's got 5 stripes on it, 25 knots of wind.
But yeah, what about if it's more than 25?
Then probably don't take your light aircraft out today.
I don't know how fast 25 knots is, to be honest. So, oh, that was close. Goodness me, who was that down the inside there? It looks like Door Esports trying to make a move on the Absolute Nitrosport Corvette. Then towards turns 1 and 2. What about turn 3? Surely there's going to be a chance here for Door Esports. Still coming through the field after earlier problems, and then lighter on fuel as well as a result of the early pit stop. Now remain side by side though, and here come the LMP2 leaders. Oh, free wide, and the Corvette on the inside will hold on, but it's still not over. Door Esports have got more speed on the exit here through turn 5, and now finally at the inside of 7. They are through, so Door Esports with a rather long and drawn out overtake for 10th place.
Classic sports car racing in Formula 1, one of them would have been off the track by the end of the first corner. Side by
better
side,
this way.
multiple corners in a row, and they both stay on the racetrack. Very well done.
It's I prefer it here. We'll put it that way. It's
Well, because you'd actually get penalised for, you know, shoving someone off the racetrack here, probably.
as you should as well. But there we go. Not the case in every motorsport series around the world anymore, unfortunately. Just less than 5.5 hours to go, by the way, and the Dylan Scrivens got given a 10-second penalty for contact with the number 18 in towards turn 10. We saw it at the time between themselves and Absolute Motorsport. Aslif Scrivens is no longer at the wheel, and sorry, he is, but he's just made a pit stop. He will have just served that penalty now. 10 seconds. More warnings being handed out, etc., but no other penalties for the last few moments. So that is about 40 minutes now without penalties. We're having a very clean opening to this race, I've got to say. Hopefully it doesn't change course in the second half of this race.
A little bit too much enthusiasm there from one of our LMP2s who entered stage left, exited stage right. Here we go. Yeah.
SRN. I can identify them, as it turns out. So they are 5th and stay there for the moment. This is the battle for LMP2 again, and it just will not go away. Downshires Automotive for sure would have wanted these two to very much go away by now, but they're certainly not. I should mention that they have been leading now for this entire stint. They are currently running lap number 19, excuse me, lap number 15 of their stint just for the moment. So this is getting towards the end of another stint actually in LMP2 as the GTP pit stops are also upon us right now. The battle continues. Geodesic in the slipstream as they pass their GT3 battling with Sim RC. There won't be any moves down here though in towards turn 11.
It's battles on battles, isn't it? Seeing this LMP2 battle past that GT3 battle that continues between the Mustangs for the moment. Traffic wasn't especially kind to Delatraz Automotive the previous time. They really had to back up the rest of their rivals on the way onto the front straight so that they could get to power and not be beaten down towards turn 1. It just continues to brew around behind them.
Tom Hooper into the pit lane, another 31 laps complete for him. Another 31, that's just a lap shorter than the previous stint for him actually, but that means we're at the end of lap 124. That means that these GTPs are stopping effectively, just lining themselves up for the halfway point, which very helpfully on lap 150 of this 300 lap race. I'm pretty sure it is anyway, no matter whether we get to the 300 laps or not. So that's probably a discussion point to have with race control. However, it should be on lap 150 anyway. And so these GTPs will be stopping now, as will the LMP2s, and the GTPs just have, lining themselves up for those halfway points.
Delatraz Automotive right here, I feel like their pace has just got them at risk here, but they're placing themselves in a way that they're not easy to pass. They're lining themselves up with the traffic well enough, but they've just got a queue of cars forming that feel like they could be quicker than them in clean air pace, but Delatraz are holding this off.
Well, they were close there, Geodesic into 11. If it was the last lap, they would have had a go there, but rather sensibly, with more than half the race remaining, decided to stay behind. Oh, look at this, it's towards the sorry, this is turn 9 as well, just after the sweepers. The 17 has just got out ahead of the 16 and 95, neither of which have stopped yet. That shows you just how quick the number 17 has been so far, and yeah, very impressive speed indeed for Mamoru Suda now, who's the new driver at the wheel of that car.
Yep, all sorts of the GTP machinery that we have on iRacing at the moment. It's a Porsche 963 for Motegi Racing, Cadillac in play for WSR Esports butt kicker. Everyone who checked out that iRacing development blog will be very excited to fire up their Cadillac next season.
Yes, indeed. Not that it sounds bad now, by the way, but yes.
It sounds exciting coming up. It's got that sort of sweet little intro before the album goes full swing.
Going to be exciting indeed to keep an eye on as the battle for first will continue on. Just putting a Lamborghini between themselves and their nearest rivals, that will help them on this lap. Just noticing some of these camera shots, by the way, here, and just how dirty the offline looks all of a sudden. I suppose it's not happened all of a sudden, has it? We've been racing for nearly 4 hours, and the build-up from before that as well. But going offline now does seem like a little bit more of an ordeal, and that's not ideal for prototypes, of course, who need to go offline most laps.
Like, for example, on high at turn 11 there, so many marbles off wide, and it's so easy to end up wide there as well because it's that descending braking zone. Sometimes you're looking to outbrake someone, you get in a little bit hot. So I think once you do end up wide in some of these circumstances, it's going to be very easy to stay out there, and you'll hear it. You hear it from the cockpit when you run over a big chunk of gravel or marbles.
Yeah, even like a real dense bit of marbles sounds like gravel to me. It's a real shuddering, or I don't know, but yeah, it's a real sound that you get through. You certainly notice it as Motegi hold on to 5th place just for the moment out of turn number 14.
When you get to do a track walk at the end of a weekend and you look around at the size of marbles, you go, that's insane. So marbles almost undersells it. A lot of categories, particularly some with some softer tyres, you get out there and you're like, a few of these are definitely bigger than marbles are.
Yeah. Up to 4th place, by the way, for this battle, because Orion have made their pit stop. That's another 32 laps for them. So they will drop behind this this fight as WSR put the pressure on Motegi, who will be feeling very heavy of fuel right now, this number 17. And that might be why they are under so much pressure from the number 16, that they've been so much faster than for most of the race. But it does show a lot, really, that the leader can come into pit lane and come out in 5th place. That shows that we really are getting some big gaps now, 3.5 hours into this green flag run.
Next safety car, they might need to get a FOD boss out there, see if that does something for us. Squirrely moment on traction for WSR, as they were, I guess, off your typical racing line, trying to work their way through the traffic. But that's life of multi-class racing, is you will find yourself taking racing lines that are not what you do just hot lapping, but you've got to do what you got to do to get through the traffic, to set yourself up to try to pass the traffic on the next lap, to try to defend when you're approaching traffic that you can't quite pass, but checking up might give an opportunity.
Well, this is not something I was expecting. The battle for the lead in GT3 Pro is very much upon us, as IVRA has been caught by Beckham Jasir. GridandGo.com Esports and Williams Esports Academy first and second, as they have been all day long, but now going toe-to-toe for the first time since Grid and Go overtook Williams quite a few hours ago. Look at how close they're getting as well. They're only 6 seconds, by the way, ahead of Simify in 3rd place right now, but what a battle to drop ourselves into here, as there's a look and a dive down the inside at turn 9 from Beckham Jasir. It was not really expected. It was a real late move down the inside, but he's got the outside for turn 10, and Dino Lombardi ran into this problem earlier on when he was trying to pass in his McLaren. He's holding on this time, though, is IVRA, and again, the outside at 10 doesn't prevail.
Yeah, so Beckham Jasir only recently in the grand scheme of a race like this, but he's been rapidly quick in that Mercedes.
Wow.
He's 11,600 I rating, and it's not going to be there, a little bit wide. So really, it's a run to turn 11 there that's going to give the best opportunity to try to pass, and then of course always eyes on the traffic, see if that gives you a little bit of opportunity. But when you're this close, right underneath the rear wing of the car in front, whatever line a prototype passing pushes the leader onto, it's going to push you onto as well.
Well, this could get very, very interesting indeed for the lead in GT3 now, as another pit stop comes in, by the way, from the lead of the race. Movano in the number 33 has been in now. GT3 battle just left to their own devices for the moment. A couple of prototypes going side by side further back. That's a GTP and an LMP2 that will both be coming through here on these two in the not too distant future. I wonder whether Jasir is going to try and use that to go through for the lead here, because surely that move at turn 9 indicates he's desperate to get through, really, in the next few moments.
It's a little bit busier for him though than in previous times, so they had a little bit of space all to themselves a lap ago. Whereas here, you couldn't throw it down the inside if you wanted to, because you are being thrown down the inside. Bit of a park moment there.
So 5 hours 18 to go, but more importantly, we are currently completing lap 129 of the race. We are just over 20 laps away from our halfway points. Those halfway points will be, of course, adjudicated on lap 150 of the leader. So whatever lap you're on at the time, that's the lap that you will be scoring your points from. And it may well get important here, both in GT3 and in LMP2. So very interesting to watch these leading battles. We will continue to do so here, completing lap 129 of this race. We're going to step away for a couple of moments' time. We're changing our producer. A big thanks to Justin Lawrence, who's been behind the cameras for the first 5 hours of this broadcast. Romero Cisneros will be back with us for the remaining 5 hours or so of this RaceSpotTV broadcast here on Saturday evening. It's coming up to 8 o'clock in Europe. You're watching the Motegi 300 from the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25. We'll leave you with the pictures and indeed the sounds of this very interesting leading battle indeed. And indeed it changes hands just as we go to break. A nice dive down the inside from Beckham Jasir, who will now enjoy the lead. We'll leave you with the battle as we take a break and step away for a few moments' time.
I'm going to change mine to the gyro cam just so it's obvious. Okay. Oh, they just crash. Okay, now it's you. Yes, you're on. I'm leaving. Thanks, guys. See you.
Cheers,
Bye.
Justin. See you.
So the VMix that I see how this one plays out, the racing so competitive across 3 categories, GTP, LMP2 and GT3 Pro. Right now, David Haynes with Lorenzo Bonda. How we feeling, Lorenzo, about this one at this mid-stage of the race, about to cross halfway?
Yeah, we're nearly crossing halfway, where the halfway points are going to be awarded. Thankfully, from what it looked like, no yellow flags yet. So that's really good to know that is still in effect. A really good green flag run for everybody. So the strategies is still a little bit mixed up. Wondering who's going to get those top points halfway through, and going to dictate how the race will pan out for the second half of this stage.
Well, 53 cars running, 4.8 kilometers of racetrack means that there's plenty of them everywhere, and then you get the bunching effect too. So every now and again you'll see cars enter a whole heap of traffic. So we're monitoring how things are playing out in GTP at the moment. 5 seconds between the race leaders, Apex Racing Team's Porsche 963, and then a little bit behind them, Solpec Precision Racing, their Cadillac, battling against the BMW of fiercely forward red, and look at the traffic that they have in front of them. Always going to be something that brings you a little bit of anxiety as the fastest class car, because it brings uncertainty. You think your race pace might be able to fend them off, but you never quite know as you approach all of this traffic how it could play out for you, including the GT3 Pro leader just ahead of them blocks in Solpec Precision Racing, but then also blocks in fiercely forward red. No change, but both of them thought something might have been able to happen there, as that GT3 Pro leader, Williams Esports Academy, starting to pull a couple seconds over what's now second place, Grid and Go in their category, all happening across all categories, Lorenzo.
It kind of brought the Grid and Go GT3 car a little bit closer. The gap is nearly under the second between them. But also interesting to see Fiercely Forward, despite everything that transpired within this hour that I was a little bit away and taking my short rest, hasn't been able to make strides on Solpec. Solpec still holding in strong for that top 5, but looking forward to see how the rest of the race will pan out for Fiercely Forward. Like I said before, has a really top level team that normally you would see top 5 in any prototype competition they would go on.
So GT3 lead we saw just as we were making a production change. Beckham Jasir had closed in on the lead, sat there for just a little bit until the moment that he could really seal the deal presented itself. Now he moves ahead, 1.2 seconds clear at the moment, and again, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, as they say, but with just a little bit of clean space to run here. Perhaps if you can get 1.5 seconds clear, 2 seconds clear, then you take out a little bit of the RNG of the traffic. Once you've got a big enough pocket, think in a worst case scenario, how much time could bad traffic cost you? And the answer is maybe 1.5 to 2 seconds on a lap. So once you've got that much in your pocket, you'll feel pretty comfortable about it.
Yeah, which is a little bit weird to take a look at, as we normally expect to, depending where you get on track. If it is like those uphill hairpin sections, like turn 7, 8, 9, and then go to 10. If you catch them on a wrong position, you might lose up to 1.5 seconds, which might bring you closer to another car. I would say I don't know if there is a safe gap of sorts, right, David, for you to call, oh, they can work with this gap there, and it's pretty much okay. But you want to establish as a bigger gap as you can potentially have in this race, and then just navigate through safe waters, maintaining that gap while you're still navigating with traffic.
In the fastest class of GTP, of the 16 cars that we had start this race, it looks like 11 of them still on the lead lap to their class leader. Meanwhile, you see here your GT3 Pro leader looking to put the lap on Volta Sim Racing. I wasn't quite done with that point, but I needed to sneeze. Yeah, so it looks like then the pace difference top to bottom in GT3 Pro is a little bit closer, because you've got significantly more cars on the lead lap in that class based on where Volta are. That looks like 23rd or 24th in their class, and only just about to go a lap down to their own class leader.
Yeah, and we thought that Volta was actually going to be a lap down when you and I were commentating a few hours ago. We thought, okay, 2 hours ago, Volta was going to get lapped. It was the last car within the lead lap, and the way that both the Williams and the Grid and Go car were kind of like pushing the rest of the field. We normally expected they're gonna drop a lap here and there, and we're gonna have only 22 cars in the field that are gonna be within the lead lap. But no, they are being able to survive the whole ordeal, despite what is being transpired on the track right now.
Ducking in and out of the slipstream, trying to get everything that they can. Orion Race Team trying to put some pressure on Absolute here, just a little bit higher up the order in GTP. They're on 6th and 7th in their class at the moment. The last lap, 0.4 of a second is what it looks like Joao Vaz from Orion Racing Team took out of Ricardo Giavon Absolute Motorsport Asalith. Maybe you can nail the Orion Race Team driver's name pronunciation a bit better than me.
Give me a sec. João Vaz?
Yeah, it's got a tilde in it, and it's got IVRA, so that's a little more your wheelhouse than mine.
Yeah, for those non-native Portuguese speakers like myself, it's kind of like João Vaz or something like that. If you want to try to push the edge of trying to pronounce the name as correctly as possible.
And then further on this lap, Orion Race Team have got yet closer with their BMW GTP behind Absolute Motorsport Asalith. Nice cinematic shots in the air, and you see exactly how hilly it is around these areas. There's a great number of Japanese racetracks where you look at how much earth moving had to happen to be able to fit a racetrack there. Okayama, Motegi, Fuji. Insane the lengths that they go to. And there's a few other examples I think that we don't even have on iRacing that come to mind. There is not a whole lot of easy, flat racetrack ploppable land around Japan, but they make do, and they make iconic.
Have you seen, talking about the Japanese track, have you seen that private racetrack that has been built not too long ago, that kind of like has a tunnel, a few very twisty corners. It is very tight, but at the same time it has a very nice flow into it. But it just shows there is no track in Japan that is actually flat, to believe it or not. All tracks in Japan, they have some elevation change of sorts, whether it's going to be a big one like Otopolis or here in Motegi or Suzuka, for example, or even Fuji at the drop of turn number 1, or like a very shallow one like you'd have in Sugo, even though we don't have Sugo sports lands in iRacing.
You know, I've just realized there is a flat Japanese racetrack, and it's the Tokyo Formula E circuit, because the whole thing is flat reclaimed land in the harbour, in the port district. In
the wharf. Yeah, now you bring it up. But then again, can you call that a racetrack?
Well, I mean, but it technically counts.
It is.
So it's not
okay.
Along the lines that we were thinking. But yeah, I was thinking first, what is the only flat land in Japan? And it's what they've reclaimed from the sea for airports, ports, all of the rest. So fiercely forward, they got close. They've had the opportunity here to try to look to take 4th place. It hasn't come their way just yet. Heading down towards turn 3, just a little duck out of line. One of the most endangered traffic cones in all of iRacing is just there on the entry to turn 3. More endangered than Daytona, more than Race Spot Cone at
Le Mans?
Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of more cones. I was thinking even the Sebring turn 1 cones on the outside of the kind of like divide the entry of the pit lane, not the exit of the pit lane, and then turn 1. But I don't
Another
think
pit
there are
cycle.
cones per se.
Another pit cycle going through LMP2 there as you see Tatum Festa Red, who've led a couple of laps towards the tail end of these stints, the last couple of pit cycles. As they go through pit lane, we expect the race lead to go back to Delatraz Automotive. They've pulled away from Hydra Race Geodesic Racing. What a big change of lanes. How much indicating you got to do before you try to pull that one off? Fiercely Forward GTP. It's about to talk about Fiercely Forward LMP2. They are close to the race lead in that other class as well. It's Apex Racing Team leading GTP. Sorry, Manidi leading that. I meant to say Apex is second in that class there. Delatraz Automotive have gone back to leading LMP2. Williams Esports Academy leading GT3. They are so pacey at this moment, and it just comes down to drivers. Every team event, you need multiple drivers. That's how it works. So you can have some really talented drivers, but then it also falls back onto what's sort of the average of your drivers. You can put a quick driver in now, but if they're out and it's a not quite as competitive driver in later, what you gained, you will lose. You're looking for a really high average of your drivers if you seek to be competitive in any of these divisions.
Yeah, so this is actually a really good topic of, I think I was having this discussion on the club sport race that despite this not being I'm trying to think of the proper word, the longest race, right, in terms of time, because you have the 24 hours of Daytona, the 24 hours of Nürburgring, right, David? This is a race that, despite having endurance in it, feels like sprint. So you're gonna have to get really fast guys for you to do proper performance around a track like this.
Yep. I'm ready to come back when I guess I need to reset vMix. Yes, I see it with the scenic cameras. He's here.
I can see the scenic cams. I'm just not typing because of live stuff.
Just tell me when. Race for the opening endurance race of the season, IVRA Endurance, the Motegi 300. 3 categories of racing: GTP, LMP2, GT3 Pro, and the world's most endangered cone there at turn 4 here at Motegi, formerly known as Twin Ring Motegi, now Mobility Resort Motegi. The oval is no more, so we're no longer really a twin ring around here. What we do have is really challenging, perhaps underrated road course compared to its brothers at Suzuka, Fuji, some of Japan's other most famous racetracks. But it's been a staple on iRacing for a long time, and so it is well known to long-time iRacers. David Haynes here with Lorenzo Bonda on RaceSpotTV coverage.
Yeah, we're still going on with strong with this race. So far, no yellow flags. That's good to know. Besides the early yellow flag that we had like on lap 7, still going in strong. Had a few scary moments here and there. We passed a few moments, like we would say, under the storm, right, David? But I think we're all carrying through just fine. And with some good battles throughout the field. I like the fact that I think the strategies being a little bit different and the spreadiness of the field kind of like made this a very compelling race for us to commentate on as we're approaching halfway through this race.
Yeah, LMP2 is certainly very competitive. Delatraz Automotive now out to a little bit of a lead, 6.5 seconds. For a long time now, we had a 3-way fight for the lead in this category. But now Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold and Fiercely Forward Gold. It's all gold. They're second and third at the moment. Tatum Vesta Red. My reading on this, Lorenzo, is that strategy they had where they were running long and holding the lead of the race in the middle of the pit window has now seen them sort of be overtaken, and they're no longer that half a stop ahead on the rest of them, and staying out's led them to this point where they're just behind Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold and Fiercely Forward Gold.
Yeah, I think you might be right on the point with that. I think at some point that could have come back to bite them in the rear or something like that, or it kind of like equal out. We don't know how effective that strategy was going to be, but it kind of provided them in a spot they would be able to be more racy towards some other guys, right? And it's good to see that thing kind of happening. What surprises me a little bit more about everything, right, is seeing Delatraz right at the front. It seemed that you and I have been commentating on this championship for quite a long time, right, David? We've seen the Delatraz growth within a few years already. Already disputed a few races. I think he disputed championship about a year or two back, right? Seeing that happen, seeing this kind of like stabled out, and now leading LMP2 class is kind of interesting for us to see how this LMP2 field's kind of like spread out. There's no clear-cut favorite for this particular category, in my opinion.
And it's a GT3 pit stop window right now, so you just saw the car that was your race leader, Williams Esports Academy, rejoin the racetrack. They'd worked themselves to a nice little lead. Now, Grid and Go have gone a lap longer. Simify stayed out. A few others stayed out, as you see Corvettes, Mustangs, etc. all on the lane. Here's Absolute versus Orion. Oh my goodness, I nearly said the other one the other way around. like our esteemed commentator friend Ewan O'Leary.
What did he?
Definitely not a
Well,
drop
hold up. What did he say?
Oh, he kept saying orbit drop bear when he meant Orion, and Orion when he meant orbit drop bear, because they look relatively similar with their whites and purples and maybe a little tinge of orange to them.
Okay. I thought it was going to be orbit bear drop, because Jack Style was actually pissed off at me when I said about that earlier. I confused like orbit drop bear instead of orbit bear drop, because think about it, I'm non-native, so orbit drop bear is a little bit harder for me to say without having a little bit of a stutter moment than orbit bear drop, and it's still difficult.
I don't think you're helping yourself. You're more likely to continue confusing yourself with that.
Oh, I am. I'm a lost case.
Good to know. So yeah, Absolute with Ricardo Chivon still ahead of Orion Race Team with Joel Vaz. The best you're going to get from me for the moment. GT3 Pro pit window still unfolding at the moment with a couple of more cars on the lane. I think you've got Drago Racing, SimRC at the moment. We have, of course, had Williams Esports Academy. They were our class leaders. And it looks like they've gone to a driver change. So we had Beckham Jasir come in, do a really, really strong stint. And now Matthias Orela is back in that car. You still got to see pit stops from a chunk of the other drivers in GT3 Pro before we see if they can cycle back to the lead. And that, a nasty little GT3 Pro incident at the very, very far end of the circuit. Turn 11, turn 10, the furthest hairpin. That's dramas for Volta there.
And that might be another drama for Volta back one again, because they had an issue. I was looking while we were off to see how this race was transpiring. I think they had another moment back in turn number 10 at the hairpin. That might be the actual incident. Oh yeah, that is actually the incident I was looking on earlier on.
So not the first time we've seen some contact front to rear at the turn 10 hairpin. Saw it between prototypes earlier. It led to a little penalty. So we'll see what happens about that one. Had a couple more cars peel to pit lane from GT3 Pro. Grid and go in. BS competition now, at least briefly for the moment, go up front to the lead of class. You can hear the bonga drums. Esports second, PGZ to third. All going to change through that class for the moment as we continue this long green flag run in the Motegi 300 season opener. There's competition here in GTP in 12th ahead of WSR Esports Butt Kickers 16, working their way through the traffic. One of just a few Ferrari 296 GT3s, a car that is growing on me. A year-by-year, race-by-race BS competition pulled to the pit lane, and a challenging little pit entry it is here at Motegi as well.
I was having this conversation with Ewan earlier in the broadcast. It's kind of like, is a Circuit de la Sarthe-esque entry. The difference is not like left-right whenever you approach into the pit lane like you would have in the French countryside track. Rather than here in Japan. In France, you have tarmac and sand trap. In here, you have only grass for you to have a little bit of a runoff. So you cannot make a mistake right here. Otherwise, it's going to be deadly for you. But still, it is one of the most tricky pit stop entries for sure in the calendar. I would say the trickiest, because I've seen incidents happen here before that decided races. That was a heartbreak for some drivers.
Just realised I got to give Tad and Vesta and LMP2 their dues, because they are real pacey at this stage with Luka Grumka driving. So he was quicker on some of these previous laps than second and third in class. So really, he's staying with this. So they've got a good strategy then to have more fuel on board, running deeper into the windows. If a safety car does fall at the right time for them in this sort of 8 laps now that they are offset on strategy from the rest, and that's an opportunity for them. Otherwise, yeah, pace decent. LMP2 feels like a category where you can also continue to save a little bit of fuel if you're running together here.
Yeah, definitely. But what impresses me a little bit more is that lineup from Tatum versus Tatum Vesta is kind of like built up. You have one driver in Daniel Savini, which kind of like just competed in the or not Daniel. Actually, I was gonna say competed in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, but I'm actually incorrect. But it's a very interesting lineup against guys that normally would have more, what would you say, experience or in these kind of competitions. But it's good to see they have some strong pace out of that P217.
Traffic spreading out these cars in LMP2, adding a little bit more time between Hydra Race, Geodesic Racing Gold here in second, and now almost a second and a half to Fiercely Forward Gold. Just as they came through a little bit of that traffic, made things challenging. But yeah, Delatraz Automotive, their lead in class, continues to look strong. Looks like Frank Smith's here. It has taken a tiny bit out of it, though, of late for Geodesic. So it continues to ebb and flow as they get passed by GTP, some of which are a little angry with their treatment, and then, of course, have to pass GT3. So they're the middle child. Is it the best of both worlds or the worst of both for LMP2?
For sure. And I was actually just trying to confirm. I think I was looking into the lineup of just going back into Vesta. Daniel Savini actually ran the Porsche Esports Super Cup contenders just a little while ago. So it goes to show that they have a lineup that can contend with other guys, and it's good to see that happening around the track. While we have our good friend Bobo trying to chase Marcus Hamilton, and in a place that we normally would see Mivano like chase, which is top 3, but we haven't seen that happen all race long, haven't we?
Well, here they go to turn 3. Those are the cones for the West Circuit that are always in danger around here. Got a couple of the Mustangs up the road. Acura versus BMW in this little battle, and deciding, yep, I am going to need to try to pass one of those Mustangs, but it's not clean. The nose a little delayed there, trying to get to the inside at turn 5. And so it's hurting Movano here as they continue to be breathed down the back of the neck, trying to take some defensive lines through this S's section here, and it looks like it works for them as well. So the Acura stays ahead. I think by some measurements, the smallest displacement engine in all of hypercar across all categories, isn't it?
The Acura?
Yeah, is it even smaller than the Toyota GR01?
It is.
Oh?
It is. Which is kind of odd, considering it's a Honda engine.
Oh, they love some revs. VTEC
kick in. Yeah, VTEC, bruh. Let that VTEC kick in, bruh.
LMP2 pit stop here. SRN TFR Alliance. So what's pit and tyre strategy look like for LMP2 these days, Lorenzo?
Pretty much the same as the other guys in the field. You can change the tires pretty much in the same time as you do your your fuel pit stop. So
they went to free tires, didn't they? Or were they always?
They went for free tires. Yeah.
Okay.
It's IMSA rules basically for everything. But in my opinion, I wish they brought it back to the old days, because
I'm looking forward to IMSA rules Ferrari 499P now I think about it.
Now, actually, good segue.
Because they have to do that if it was going to be able to race against these cars. But it would be atypical for that car if it hasn't raced to that rule set yet. So all I'm hearing is Ferrari to Daytona confirmed.
Not only that, but at the same time as we're looking into manual Sudal pitting, would you let a Ferrari engineer or a Ferrari mechanic touch a fuel hose, knowing their track record with fuel hoses in the F1 history?
I don't know, but exactly how it integrates with all the other cars that it's meant to be able to race against will be interesting. So here's Fiercely Forward Gold, struggling with the traction there. Tatum Vesta, a whole bunch of pace as well as being extending their fuel at stages here. Visceral might just balk Fiercely Forward Gold a little bit there. Limit their ability to get to power out of the turn 10 hairpin. Now we're heading, about to pitch downhill into the braking zone at turn 11. So many marbles offline here, and maybe that's where Tatum Vesta are going to have to take a look. Braking earlier, hoping for Fiercely Forward to run in a little bit deep. And so pressure is on Fiercely Forward right now from a very interesting way of approaching this race from Tatum Vesta. Their strategy and their pace at the moment are both looking podium contending.
And they're not appreciative of the fact that Fiercely Forward are kind of like over defending this, aren't they? Because they're losing a little bit of margin to the Hydra Racing Geodesic that is right in front. You can see now the Fiercely Forward overtaking the door car on the inside. I mean, it's gonna lose some ground, but it's kind of the thing. What can you do to try to minimize this as now door not appreciative of the move right there, David? At this point of the race, would you blink your headlights just because you're losing touch to a car that you still know that you are within some contact of reaching in and potentially overtaking that Hydra Racing Geodesic car in P2?
Well, there certainly are some frustrations around. I think the Mustang door also closed on Tatum Vesta there, so everyone thinks I lose time through the traffic because people aren't being nice to me, but if the GT3s lose time being passed by LMP2s, the LMP2s lose time passing the GT3s. It all goes both ways. This is just getting towards the end of the GT3 stops. Williams Esports Academy GT3 have gone back to the lead with only just 1 second ahead of Grid and Go. We did have a driver swap at Williams Esports. Not sure about Grid and Go to be sure. And then you have BS Competition, Semify others in GT3 Pro battling as we go at the moment. This is your leader, and the next GT3 you see, the McLaren, is second in class right now. Dino Lombardi for gridandgo.com esports now.
And I think, and this is a battle that we've kind of been seeing for quite a while now, right? Dino versus Matthias, but again, Matthias being the chase, and Dino giving the chase so far, even though the gap looked to be much closer the first time around than it is right now.
Pit stops in LMP2. Delatraz Automotive, your leader, comes in. Looks like Remy Legrand stays in. Race Geodesic Racing just briefly go to the race league. This is coming down on GT3 there as well, as you see Fiercely Forward Gold. They're rolling back into the fast lane at the pit lane speed limit and about to hit that exit. Feeds you out to the inside of turn 1. Can be a difficult blend out of here. It's a very exciting pit entry. It's a slightly more bland pit exit here.
At least it is a safe pit exit comparing to some of the other pit exits we're gonna get this season.
What springs to mind with a nasty exit blend?
Ooh, Sebring.
Yep, I'll pay that.
And we're riding Sebring eventually, so I think it is the next round if I remember correctly. So, bite your nails.
Dino Lombardi nearly driven up the back from the GTP that wasn't sure if they were going to pass or if they were going to have to wait. and they decided to wait and then got into the braking zone and nearly went right up the back of second place in GT3 Pro. The graphic's been showing you lap after lap. Dino Lombardi is reeling in your race leaders from Williams Esports Academy. And is there a magic slipstream number around here? I don't think of this as a super high slipstreaming racetrack for GT3 cars, but certainly,
No.
I mean, there's got to be something.
You would get some potential streaming opportunities down in turn number. You headed down to turn number 1, turn number 3, and eventually turn number 10. And no, actually, turn number 10, not really. Turn 11, actually, the downhill braking. That's where the main opportunity is for you to do an overtake.
Get a load of this. Look at Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold, the LMP2 car sitting there. They got a black flag. I think they must have been speeding on pit entry or done the unsafe pit entry here. And remember, they were, what, second or third in their class in LMP2 there. But it's going to cost them big time, because that's like a 40-second penalty, isn't it?
From what it looked like, yes. Unfortunate to see that happen, but
maybe a little less. Oh, but certainly a penalty. There was definitely an iRacing black flag on Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold, an LMP2 car that was contending for the podium, running in the podium positions, if a couple of seconds back off of Delatraz, who are our class leaders when it all shakes out. But it hasn't shook out yet. Tatum Vesta Red and Luca Grumka, they go back to the lead of that class again. So when they're on the same phase as the other LMP2 cars, they're just as quick as them, and then we get to the pit window and they run longer and they lead laps. That's a positive sign. If we go green the whole way to race distance, then that gives them an opportunity to go for maybe a slightly shorter final stop. They're in a really good position.
they are. I like this. This is why I say that there's some mystery shrouded around the pit strategies and everything, right? Normally we would say you go longest, you take lesser fuel in the final pit stop, you might get an advantage. But then again, there's so many variables in this race so far that now we cannot say 100% accurately who's has a better fuel advantage. Maybe those who are going longer would say for now have the better advantage, and if you are within like that top four, that would be the biggest advantage in the fuel. So, but we don't know if a yellow flag might reset the whole thing, right? Let's just say we get a late yellow flag or a mid-late yellow flag whenever the second half of the race starts. The whole dynamic shifts and everybody's kind of like evened out in those strategies, you know. So this is what I think is compelling.
This is what I rate about Tatum Vesta though, is because the way that they're running, like I say, they have an advantage if this stays green the whole time.
Yeah.
But if it goes yellow in those 8 or 9 laps that Tatum Vesta are out in the lead, I think that also benefits them. Looking at an incident here for the 104 nudges nose into the wall. Were they blinking in and out perhaps a little bit there, just as they appeared in front of the Mustang?
Looked like it.
Because otherwise, how would that happen? They're the faster class of car. They were in front of the Mustang in a part of the track where you are flat out full throttle. So either they came across to take a racing line when they weren't clear, or they appeared from the shadow realm with the nose of a Mustang inside of their rear deck lid.
Not only that, but we were looking and thinking when Tatum Vesta was actually having the battle against a few laps earlier, and we saw Hyperion coming out on that specific section of corners a little bit slower. What was transpiring actually for them to be so slow on the outside part of the corner? So that could potentially be it, as we look into Marcus Solholm doing his pit stop for Apex in that Porsche 963, and we look into Hyperion serving up a penalty right down at the back as they are in the pit lane as well.
So Motegi Racing have been leading this GTP class, but Apex Racing Team run 5 laps longer. They're scored in the lead until now when they need to pit. Solpec Precision Racing also going to be due a pit stop soon. It's either this lap or one more, and then Motegi Racing will look to go back through the lead of the race. Tyres done for Apex Racing Team. Cars back on the ground, and we're just waiting on the fuel. And as we've gone from sort of the DPI era, the previous generation of cars, to these new regs, LMDH, hypercars, GTP, the fuel tank size got bigger. So they kind of went from 70 litres up to sort of 90 or something. The top class prototypes run longer than they used to.
Yeah, it's good to see this, regulation change and seeing these cars being effective on fuel, right? We've seen these monster stints from them, like up to 50-something minutes within the stint of these cars. So it's good to see this fast yet, what can you say, fuel efficient cars. I'm trying to remember. I think back in the days we used to commentate on LMP1s. Oh, Motegi. Oh my goodness.
So through what's normally for all cars the flat out right hand at turn 6 just outside of the banking, it looks like just not leaving enough space to the GT3 on the inside, clipping them a little bit as you come through.
Yeah.
If they wind it back and you have come across and hit a GT3, that's a penalty surely, right?
Oh, it will be. I think this might not be like a 20-second penalty. It might be a 5-second penalty because you just nearly destroyed that Motegi McLaren.
Closer than it's ever been for the lead battle here in GT3 Pro. Grid and Go Esports continuing to chip and chip and chip away at Williams Esports Academy GT3, and the pressure is on now because if you get balked getting to power coming out of any of the slow corners here for your class leader, it's within the distance where the McLaren from Grid and Go could pounce. Good news, the wind is dying down a little bit, Lorenzo. Our track temperature's at 25 Celsius. And this battle, though, is heating up.
Yeah. Now, question to you, David. We know that we like to do the rain dance, right? Do you want to see rain in Motegi in this race? Because there has been talks, and a lot of people want rain. Oh, by the way,
there's a slight chance that Typhoon Lorenzo hits the racetrack just before the checkered flag.
Yeah. So, by the way, remember that contact we saw with Motegi? Right there. As I pointed with my flashlight, and you cannot see it, David. That car is actually the Motegi we saw having contact with the Selpack, and he actually has a meatball flag.
Okay, Motegi Racing Green, the 278 then, with dramas after that contact. So very, very costly to the GT3 car for Solpec. They were just about to pit, and obviously as we see them here, they have rejoined and continued. So very sort of asymmetric damage done in that contact.
I think from what I'm actually looking. Apparently, the Sopac clipped the rear left of the Motegi car and kind of like broke the axle and the toe link of the McLaren. So that's why they got the mechanical meatball flag coming into the pit lane. They made it back to the pits though, which is good.
Headlight flashing for your LMP2 leader, trying to put a lap on here, not getting too many favors dealt their way. They are the whole pit stop now ahead of Remy Legrand Delatraz Automotive. So you're not too many laps until we need to get the stop from Tatum Vesta that puts them back on cycle. An LMP2 pit stop loss Looks to be about 45 to 50 seconds though. So this is an opportunity right here for Tatum Vesta to try to put in some overcut. Obviously, they're going to leave Hydro Race Geodesic Racing's LMP2 behind after the penalty that they had. Some other LMP2s are in that battle as well to think about. But they could maybe see themselves trying to take some time out of Delatraz Automotive.
Yeah, you got to do everything to try to take some time off from Delatraz. If you think about it, right? The way I think they had about 4-second gap when they actually reached the pit stops, and it's going to be interesting to see how this one will pan out for them. But Tassa doing everything they want. They're cutting traffic as aggressively as they can actually cut. They try to make up some time in the long haul.
So margins of lead in LMP2 artificially inflated at the moment around the pit stop, hovering at 8 seconds in GTP and very, very slim in GT3 Pro right now. Obviously the traffic's been relatively kind to Williams Esports Academy of late. There was a time when Dino Lombardi's McLaren from Grid and Go Esports was breathing far more heavily down the back of his neck.
By the way, I think Dino might be trying to fuel save a little bit again. Kind of like same to what happened last time around. Even though he's still pushing the car, the boundaries try to cut down some gap to Matias Oruela this time.
Oh, good. We can listen a little. And then underneath the bridge, back inside of the circuit. Are you after a very fun fact, Lorenzo?
Oh, go on. I always am up. I'm always up for trivias.
53% of the corners are inside the oval and 47% of the corners are outside the oval.
Interesting.
Not really, but thank you for humouring me. I just thought I'd create the most useless Motegi road course fact I possibly could. We're battling Acura versus BMW in GTP here between Orion and Fast Repair Motorsport GTP. Around the outside goes Orion, and they're looking to keep inside through that very, very fast corner, heading into the S's section here. We can keep side by side. They've got all of the room to play with, not coming up on any GTPs yet. Fast Repair stay ahead for the moment, even though Orion really got to power very tidily on the exit from turn 5.
Yeah, and interesting to see a Fast Repair, you know, being within this top 10 spot. I think first time they're in the IVRA series, so, and going in strong, despite not having the best of the prototypes in the Acura, but solid result for them so far. By the way, from what I got from internal information, that a Maniti Green 278 car is done for the day. From what it looks like, too much damage in the car.
If you were having Japanese-style meatballs, you'd go for a teriyaki sauce or like a katsu curry. What's your situation there?
No. Otomiyaki, I think, is the okonomiyaki. It is the. It's not okonomiyaki. I'm actually cannot remember the bowl, the tiny meatball they have there in Japan, which is delicious. I'll tell you, David, then I'll remember for next time I come in, and I'll let you know.
I am a gigantic takoyaki fan. Love me.
There you go. Thank you,
octopus
takoyaki.
squidballs.
Yes, that's the one I've been trying to talk about.
Fantastic. You can go daydream about them, Lorenzo. We'll get to you again later as our Motegi 300 coverage continues. Ewan O'Leary is back in the box.
Thanks very much, David. Good to be back again with still 4 hours 15 remaining, but perhaps more importantly, just over the halfway mark of this race, which is good. correct if I'm wrong, I think we are just homing in on lap 170 as things stand. And so, as I say, we are just over the halfway mark, but still only just the one caution so far. We're making good time here, and if we continue in this manner, then we are going to get the 300 laps in as well in the course of 9 hours, of course, which we are limited to today. But in terms of that time and indeed the laps, we're only just over the halfway mark now as the leader in LMP2 comes in.
Yeah, and this is what I've been so excited about these last stint or so, is what Tatum Vesta Red are doing, because we'd already mentioned, oh, they're running a little bit longer, but now they're also making good time while they do it. Look at this, they're even a chance of blending in pretty close to Delatraz Automotive for the race lead with this pit stop advantage they got going on. So there goes Delatraz just in front of them. They've made really good time and taken a driver swap.
Yeah, they've got ahead of Daniel Savini at the wheel. They've got Fiercely Forward very much behind them now. Geodesic a long way behind after 1:18 in the pit box last time around. So Fiercely Forward had a 10-second time penalty. That's what served for them. Geodesic had a little bit. Motegi, apologies for those issues for the last half an hour or so, but we are back now with continuing coverage of the Motegi 300, the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024 to 25. No cautions in the half an hour, by the way. It's been clean and green racing. The gap at the front of the field still 7.3 seconds between Motegi Racing and Apex Racing Team. The battle at the front of LMP2 is yet to recycle itself through, because we have had our pit stop already from Delatraz Automotive. That was all scheduled. We are waiting for Tatum Vesta to come in, but as we know, it will be another 10 laps away because they pit quite a long time afterwards. And the leading battle in GT3 is still ongoing as well, so you haven't really missed anything. Everything is still as close as it was. It's still myself, Ian O'Leary, and David Haynes with you for this part of the race. And as I say that, David, actually the GT3 leader has come in, so we're back into pit stop cycles there as well.
Well, across three classes, different strategies happening from both. It never ends, does it? There's always some activity on pit lane at the moment. And so across GT3 Pro is where that's happening the most at the moment. Of course, LMP2, you've got Tatum Vesta Red there. They're out along Delatraz Automotive having stopped. So it's a back and forth battle between those two, and I think Tatum Vesta are winning with the overcuts. Someone's off in the gravel at turn 3. I didn't quite catch who went through there.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. By the way, we have just about completed another stint here for Motegi Racing at the very front of the race. We're currently completing lap 186. We are 114 from the flag, homing in on the finishing straight now, proverbially, I suppose. 6.7 seconds the gap at the very front of the field. And it's a lot smaller than what we've seen earlier on in the day. It's been very interesting in this green flag run, as Motegi do indeed come in now after another 30 lap stint. It's been very interesting indeed, I think, about that leading gap. Motegi had it at 22 seconds at most over the Apex Racing Team. Now, though, the gap just around 7 seconds before that pit stop came in. So we're really seeing a closing advantage for Motegi at the moment, and that's what's so fascinating about long green flag runs. See, some people will be hoping for a caution at this stage because we've had 5 hours now into this green flag, and I'm sure some teams will benefit from a green flag, but it's so interesting to watch a gap fluctuate like that when you do get a long green flag run like this, and see Motegi just ever so slowly be caught by the Apex Racing Team, who are going to lead for a little while now in the pit stops.
Yeah, so then you reach this point where you're thinking, can this go green the whole way from here? And am I on the right strategy for that? Am I headed for a splash and dash, or do I need to save? And if that's a factor that comes in and a reality that eventuates, then there are a couple of teams running a little bit longer than what you'd otherwise read as their class rivals, who could be well placed. So that's good news for Tad Investor. It's also good news, for example, for Grid and Go and BS Competition in particular. They're one of the teams who've been running pretty long up front in GT3 Pro. And then you've also had, Apex Racing Team doing that same kind of goal hanging from GT4. GTP. Why did I say 4?
GT4. That's to come in the Club Sport Series, of course, which we've still got another round of before the end of the year, the end of 2024. Still got another round of this series as well, of course. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks today, we'll be racing for the Sebring 200. That's 200 laps at the Sebring circuit. My goodness me, this is a close moment. 3 wide on the way towards turn 10, as gridandgo.com esports have been closed in on, by the way, by BS Competition. Williams have already come in here, so they're not involved in the leading fight. However, Grid and Go have been caught now by BS Competition, who have brought Simify in the Lamborghini with them. The 89 just looks up the inside, but doesn't go for it just yet, as the McLaren holds on to its lead into turn 11.
Well, there is a lot of spice left in this race. Thank you for your patience staying with our race spot coverage as we worked our way through a couple of issues. The teams, though, they have had no respite whatsoever as the green flag racing has continued, and the intensity comes along with it.
Yeah, still 3 hours 40 to go at maximum. We close in on 190 laps completed now, getting pretty close to that point, a few laps away. As I mentioned, Williams have already come in GT3 a little bit further down. Where have they dropped to? 10th place for Matthias Oyela in the Williams car. However, he has taken his 20-second penalty for moving under braking and causing contact with the Grid and Go esports car. That was happening, I believe, while we were having some technical problems, so apologies for missing that, but that was the only penalty that's come through in the meantime. There is another incident between the two that's being investigated at the moment, but you can imagine that 20-second time penalty for Williams will drop them well out of the fight.
Yeah, that's a big one to overcome when otherwise a lot of our teams are so close, so evenly matched. You're seeing margins between teams being just chipped away at slowly in the realm of, 2/10, 3/10 a lap between the most competitive teams. I think Tad Investor are a chance of making their pit stop and rejoining ahead of Dalatraz, by the way, in LMP2 there.
I agree, actually. And the gap's growing, which is why I agree as well. Sorry, go on.
Before one of the previous pit stops, it was at like 46 seconds or so, and Tad Investor blended in just sort of 2 seconds behind Dalatraz. So at a margin like that, almost 50 seconds, I think you've nearly got the whole delta, as the GT3 Pro leader is going to pit. Movano from GTP in that top 2 are going to pit, and we expect your LMP2 leader soon as well. Busy little pit lane headed our way.
Yeah, it is. So, no surprises in GTP. However, there may well be one in LMP2. We'll see. Side by side, meanwhile, between Hyperion, although very briefly between Hyperion and Moradness. Now, Moradness, of course, dropping down from their front row start that we had earlier on, and their, of course, race lead that they held earlier on. They will get 8th place from Hyperion, though, who make their way into pit lane for the moment, followed in as well by another one of the LMP2s. Not sure which of them that was, actually. Was that Tat Investor? No, it wouldn't have been, I wouldn't have thought. No, it's not. It's Nix Esports. So, not a team running up towards the front of the field just for the moment. There is the leader, meantime, in GT3, Fildernes, and we've already seen Grid and Go into the pit lane. Into the pit lane this time round is Simify. Now, where on earth have they gone here? Simify are suddenly nowhere to be seen. They're 5th place now, sorry. They're back out again. I think, though, they are behind Grid and Go by a bit of a bigger margin.
Well, the LMP2 leader got a nice little run through the traffic here on BS competition, and then you saw those battling GTPs not get quite such a good run. So, yeah, luck of the green through some of the traffic for Tatson, Vesta, Red leading LMP2. And this is the strategy for BS competition, which I think can really bring them into some level of contention here. When you're both quick and you've got this, you know, fuel economy advantage, then you're really, really difficult to stop, whichever way this race ends up going.
Yep.
Now, Lorenzo Bonda was nearly praying for some safety cars earlier. So, you know, you can tell when they're talking about, gee, it's been a while since we've had a safety car, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and then it's like, you're a bit transparent there, man. But, you know, I guess some of us are thinking it.
It's been over 5 hours, to be fair. It's not like it was half an hour ago and he just wants another one because his team's in the race or something. Doesn't have that kind of bias this time round. However, it has been a very long time. I wonder if we'll get a race green flag run quite as long as this one. I mean, this is going to be one of the longest races as far as time taken goes throughout this season. I mean, some of the races are only 6 hours long, as Ilka Happala now pits in for Orion. That's Geodesic just in the bottom of your screen going through as well in GTP. I think we're eagerly anticipating Phil Deness in on this lap, though. He's been able to go 34 laps on this occasion. Will he get ahead of Dino Lombardi? That's the big question.
Looking at the margins, you're looking at the rejoin. 60 km an hour pit lane speed limit here at Motegi.
Now again for Orion.
Fun fact,
Oh, go on.
the east pit lane, the support paddock that you see here, has a speed limit of 64 kilometers an hour. Just a sweet 4 kilometers an hour faster through the east paddock support pit lane than the main Grand Prix pit lane.
Interesting difference there. I didn't realise they'd be different, but there you go.
This is the kind of fun facts that you only get with David Haynes.
Indeed, in endurance races, yes, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. Phil Denez is in. I'm distracted by. He was leading in GT3 Pro. Where will he be in relation to Grid and Go and Dino Lombardi when he makes his way out of the GT3 drivers currently in the field? There are 2 of the 10K drivers. That used to be a revered number in iRacing. Nowadays, a lot of the top guys have got one. Here is one of them, Dino Lombardi, in the Grid and Go kart. He's been sharing with Johan Royer and others today. Phil Denez, I believe he'll be making his way out the pit lane as the driver in the 89 as well. There he is, 40.3 seconds. Will he get out ahead of Lombardi is the question. There is Scherer. They are 5th at the moment. They will be 4th. There is Grid and Go. They are not ahead of BS competition because there is the BMW just further in front. Phil Denez gets the place ahead of Dino Lombardi then for the lead in GT3 Pro.
Well, it's no longer Grid and Go versus Williams Esports Academy. This is all the BS competition show right now. Well done by them. And keep an eye on that margin for the lead of LMP2 as well. Another 2 seconds, I think, that your leaders have put in there. Things are looking really good for Tad and Vesta as well. There could be some change afoot for the lead of both of these categories.
Very exciting indeed. And by the way, worth mentioning just what a day BS competition have had. They qualified down in 12th place. The BMW was not strong over one lap. However, over many laps, it seems that it is quite a quick car, and they are certainly gaining some time. This is back with some of the other McLarens. Geodesic versus German Sim Racing are back here. This is a long way back in the GT3 field, indeed over a lap behind. We've only got 19 on the lead lap as things stand from the 27 that started the race and the 26 that are still going. Leader of the race, Mathieu Hubert, is getting into the Apex Racing Team car in place of Marcus Stoholm it was, who was in that one. They're also sharing with Daniel Sivisavo today. But will Maxime Naz get back into the lead again? The Apex Racing Team have been making some gains for the overall lead in these last few moments, but have they been making enough gains to get out ahead of Maniti Racing number 17? There they are, stationary in the box. Over 30 seconds now, complete for the Apex Racing team. Expect to see that number tick up to around 50 seconds or so. If it's shorter than that, and they're doing something a little bit crafty on the strategy, but with this long to go, it would be difficult to see that. There is Motegi Racing. They will retake the lead, but it's a slender one at this stage in the race.
Well, I think make sure you're comfortable for the whole rest of this race, because the longer this green flag running goes on, the more close it seems to get somehow across a whole chunk of our categories here. Still waiting on that pit stop ode for the lead of LMP2, but it's hot everywhere else, and we are having very, very few retirements, so we still have a lot of traffic.
Only one retirement since the last caution. Of course, the first caution of the race came a long time ago now. Effect Simulations with a big crash alongside Composite Performance, who hit them at a very square-on angle indeed, and Hyperion Racing as well, who have since recovered after repairing their damage. That's the only retirement, really. Although, oh, sorry, my time screen was just giving me a bit of false hope for a moment. BS Turner are also out of the race. That's the reigning champions, by the way, in the GT3 class, already out of the race, which is a shame. And the irony being, of course, they hit their GTP teammates, which caused them the 89 car to fall a lap down as well. It's not been a great race for BS Competition. It's recently been revived, though, by the 289 leading.
Yeah, so taking a peek through the final sector, interesting change of direction at that final chicane. Always a challenge. You don't know exactly what angle to approach it. The width of the track makes a couple of changes in that part of the lap when it's otherwise relatively consistent most of the way around.
3.5 hours to go, and we have got a driver interview to entertain ourselves with in the next couple of moments, because Manuel Sudau is able to join us from Motegi Racing. We're following them on the circuit at the moment as the race leaders. Welcome in, Manuel. Good to have you with us and to chat to you at this time in the race, to be honest. We're just around 5.5 hours down, approaching 200 laps in the race, approaching the 2/3 mark of this race. Tell us a little bit about the number 17's race so far and how the three of you are feeling out there on the circuit.
Yeah, thanks first of all for having me, David and Ivan. Has been a really surprising race so far, in the sense that it's all clean, and at least for our car, didn't have any incident or something even close to it. So really nice, everyone on track, very enjoyable. I think we found really like a sweet spot with the setup. The car is really amazing. Only thing on this track and with so many cars is really you have to keep your head cool and focus and just also be patient, especially when trying to pass cars from the other class. It's very difficult here, but it's very enjoyable so far.
Well, you mentioned it there. How did you expect things at the start of this race? Not just in terms of actual crashes, which you clearly expected more of, but actually in terms of the racing as well. What was the prediction from you guys about how easy or difficult it would be to find yourself past so many GT3s, 27 of those, and 12 LMP2s as well, which haven't been on the IVRA grid for some time?
Yeah, especially the LMP2s have been kind of a black box for us after so many years in IVRA without them. It was really, a nice addition so far, but obviously it's a lot more difficult to pass them. So, for example, in the last sector, after turn 7, 8, 9, 10, to the back straight, you basically rather wait and chill and then just pass them there. They're only 3 seconds slower. With the GT3 cars, it's way easier to pass because the LMDHs are so much faster, obviously. So that is not so difficult, and then it's really just about the mindset of everyone. And I feel like even though a lot of new people, new faces, new teams are on the grid, everybody is really having a good spirit here. I've experienced a lot of respect and people not being too hard, so that's really enjoyable, and I just hope that the rest of the race goes on like this.
As you mentioned, lots of new faces, but you're not a new face, and neither is Motegi Racing. You've got 4 teams in IVRA Endurance Series again this season. Tell us a little bit about the sort of team makeup as a whole and the team morale going into this season. Of course, it's one of those fairly rare occasions in the time I've covered IVRA where you're not coming in as reigning champions of any of the classes. How has the preparation been and so on?
Yeah, it's actually a quite an amazing summer behind us. We've had some new additions to the team. Norbert and Balash, who are both racing today on the 78 car. They joined Motegi in summer, and then also within the team, one guy switched from the GT3 squad to help us in the LMDH. He's not racing today, but he will definitely have an appearance during the season. And then suddenly we've been 8 quite quick LMDH drivers. And only one car qualified, so we were like, well, let's try to get a second car in. When we saw the entry list and how many good teams were signing up, we were really not hopeful to make that happen. But the two new guys, Balash and Norbert, really did an outstanding pre-qualifying race and did the impossible. And so now it's really cool for us because obviously it's a lot more fun to share the preparation and the races with more people. It's also obviously nice to have more opinions on the car, sometimes a bit more difficult, but in the end we have more data, we have a lot more motivation, we have a lot of good training opportunities for everyone to also improve themselves, so that's really enjoyable. And for this season, you know, we don't have a specific expectation. We know what we can do. On a good day like today, we can definitely be up front, which is still a great achievement for a team like us without any major financial backing. So everybody just doing it for the hobby. So days like today are really, why we do this on a competitive level is just amazing. That like with work and dedication and a good spirit, you can challenge the big ones. And yeah, personally, I just hope that this is another win in Motegi. Then it would be 3 wins in a row in Motegi for me, personally. That would be quite weird because normally I'm not among the fastest guys, but this is one of my good tracks, obviously, pace-wise. So yeah, really cool. Very stoked. So now we just need to finish this up front. But hey, I see some clouds coming in the end.
Of course, you won 2 of the classes last time we were here a year and a half or so ago. Just one last one from me. Are you getting back in the car, and when is that going to be, if you are?
We're still not 100% decided. So Maxim is in the car right now, obviously. It's his last double stint, so he will do one more stint after this one. And then Tom and I will spontaneously see who feels more confident. Also, we will have an eye on the weather. Because that also has an impact. One of us is a bit more of a rain driver. So depending on how that part develops, we might choose the one option or the other. But you know, the good thing is Maxim, Tom and me are pretty much the same pace. So also everyone's very experienced and cool and calm. So it doesn't matter who goes in the car. It's a team effort. It was super enjoyable past week. So now I just hope that we can earn the fruits.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for coming to chat to us, Manuel. You're welcome to come back indeed if you, anytime, really. We'll be in the same place. Thanks very much for coming to chat to us, and good luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you, guys, and enjoy the race as well. I guess there's a lot around the track happening, so keeping you busy.
Certainly.
Yes.
Thanks very much. Manuel Sedal there, the Motegi Racing number 17 driver, a part of the GTP class. Interesting that rain is factoring so much into their strategy. Actually, we'll keep an eye on the skies and indeed the radar for the remainder of this race. And indeed, if you are a driver, by the way, listening to this, you want to come and have a chat, you can find us in the RaceSpotTV TeamSpeak channel. And you're more than welcome to come and have a chat, just as we have done there. While we've been away, though, David, you've been monitoring this battle for the lead in LMP2.
Yeah, well, I've got to eat some Japanese flavoured humble pie, perhaps, because I thought the gap between Tatum Vesta and Delatraz Automotive was enough, that Tatum Vesta had a pit stop in hand, but no, they've blended out just behind LMP2 leader Delatraz Automotive. But it's on, and the pace across the last couple of stints has just been so competitive, though, from Tatum Vesta Red. They've been reeling in Delatraz at the same time that Delatraz have been pulling away from some of their key rivals, like Geodesic, before they got their pit lane penalty and some of the other things. So there was a moment there, Delatraz were looking like the quickest car. Right now it is looking like Tatum Vesta Red, because they are closing them in at the same time that these two are bolting away from the rest of the LMP2 field.
Again, I think this is a really interesting thing about having such a long green flag run actually in this race, is that we've seen so many fluctuations in who's quickest. Early on in the race, it was actually Tatum Vesta and Moradnes who were going at it, but they both got a penalty quite early on of 20 seconds or so. That dropped them both back. It's a penalty that Moradnes haven't really recovered from. They've had subsequent incidents, and they're now sort of off strategy and down in 8th place. Then coming forward was Fiercely Forward and Geodesic, who were then battling for the lead, but battling so hard that Delatrash caught them, got through on them, and then, as you say, for a time looked like the fastest team in the race, but they've now been caught by Tatum Vesta, who are coming back again all of a sudden after that penalty and all of the fighting afterwards that they've had to do. Savini back in the car. He qualified that car in 3rd place, and so it's been a real race of fluctuations where, as you say, Vesta now do look like the fastest team in this race, but they've got a pretty difficult task of actually overtaking Remy Legrand now. 1.3 seconds is the current gap, and so far they've not quite been able to do it, but it was very close between them making it out and in the lead there in that pit stop cycle and not. But I still think they've got a card to play here late on with their pit strategy. They're continually able to go further than Remy Legrand, so that's surely got a bit play to their advantage later.
Yeah, and exciting wind news. Right now, the wind is still blowing from the west, as it has been the whole time. But in the next half an hour, it's going to start coming from the northwest, and then it'll come from the north, and that's when it could start to bring some rain, when the wind makes a swing of direction.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the rain. I didn't realise it was such a factor in thinking, but Manuel Sudal clearly did and does. Because he mentioned it to us just there. I don't know if you've got any indication from anyone more specifically about that.
I don't think it's going to rain, but
okay.
You know, sometimes it sneaks up on you. At the moment, 2:46 local. The first forecast where the chance of precipitation moves from 0 to 2% is 5 p.m. So that's still 2 hours 15 minutes away before there is a slim, like not 0% chance of rain. And then even after that, it only goes to 10 or 15. Sure, those things can change sometimes. You know, you get to an hour closer and a 20% chance of rain becomes an 80% chance of rain, becomes a near certain chance of a thunderstorm. So as long as there's a chance, so goes the line from the famous movie. But there is no chance until, 5 p.m., 2 hours, 15 minutes away from now.
Absolutely. By the way, we are just completing lap number 200 right now. So as things stand, we're 19 minutes or so to the good. We do that again. We'll be finishing at the moment about half an hour before the end. So as you say, if this race continues green right to the very end, we'll actually be finished half an hour after there's even a slight chance of rain. So I'd be inclined to agree with you in the current forecast that the chances are low. But as you say, a 2% chance is still a chance, and there could be an interruption towards the end. I think it's just keeping an eye on it, I suppose. When you're in a team, you just got to keep an eye on it. You don't want to be blindsided by rain.
Yeah, you gotta keep an eye on it. As I looked at this stuff and thought, oh, the possible rain is so far away, and then I said 2 hours 15, and then I looked at how much time is left on the clock, and I went, actually, a final hour is a long time to have a looming threat over your head. So I don't know, maybe they know better than me, and I shouldn't be a negative Nancy, but I think if you don't pack an umbrella, that almost guarantees that it will rain. So I'm saying it won't.
Very much so, yeah. Andrew Langham Service, by the way, in YouTube chat saying that pre-race it was about 74% by the end of the race, and it's now down to 14. So it might be going the wrong way as far as you were talking about there. If we go another hour, it might increase. It seems that as the hours have been going by so far today, the chances have been going down. It feels like it's quite evening time almost, with the sort of golden almost sunlight going on at the moment, but it is just about 10 to 3 in sim time at the moment. So as I mentioned earlier on, the sun will be going down in the next hour, and we should be in darkness in the final hour of the race as well. I would imagine full darkness with 1 hour to go, and that's happily when the rain is going to be falling as well. So I think a lot of these teams are going to be, well, I say going to be falling, there's a chance. I'd say a lot of these teams will be hoping that the rain stays away, because not only is that difficult on its own, but actually I feel like rain when you also can't really see where you're going in the darkness is an even bigger challenge.
Yeah, I guess I hadn't really thought about, where we are, the time of year. It's an accurate time of year, so it will be quite an early sunset.
Yeah. I know you're enjoying some long evenings at the moment, so time to get used to the Northern Hemisphere again, where we're currently experiencing 4 p.m. darkness in the wintertime.
It's either Fitbit or Strava or one of those things. Brisbane City is the earliest rising city in the world.
Wow.
Now, I'm skewing the data the other way. It's not me, but yeah, like the average resident of London wakes up at like 7:45 a.m. and the average resident of Brisbane wakes up at 6:30, something like that.
That feels quite late for London, but then again, I've never lived there, so fair enough. As you say, I am also skewing my areas wake up time a little bit to the late side, but there you go. These things happen. Over the line for Delatraz. They hang on to the lead as chasing them down. Daniel Savini gets down the inside of a couple of GT3s there. That was important. Now around the outside of an impulse car. Oh, here we go. Savini's going to be on the other side here. There's going to be a change for the lead in LMP2 as Daniel Savini gets alongside Remy Legrand and gets his best chance and goes through. Tatum Vesta Redder through into the lead of the race. All it took was one little moment through traffic.
Yeah, Delatraz just couldn't get round the outside there confidently. You saw the big slide that they had. There is marbles at detritus all the way off the line. Now, we are sort of running too wide, multi-class traffic happening through a whole heap of the corners. But I think once you're that wide through turn 1 and turn 2, no one's regularly driving out there. The marbles are pretty gnarly. The grip is limited. And we are at a rapidly cooling track, I think, to the point where the colder bits of the racing line, the less used bits, are also going to be less grippy.
I noticed this a few hours ago that the marbles and stuff on the outside of the circuit getting very, very, very difficult to deal with indeed. It can get very, very slippery out there, and only going to get worse for the remaining 3 hours and 15. Motegi Racing are still at the front of the race. Maxime Naz currently completing lap number 203. We're into the final 100 here at the Motegi 300. As of right now, just less than 3 hours remaining if this race goes to laps and if this extraordinary green flag run continues. I will step aside for an hour for my final break of the day. David Haynes will stay with you. Lorenzo Bonda will be back into the commentary box for his final hour of commentary. Lorenzo, that was a nice change of lead actually in LMP2 there as we head into the home stretch. These battles for the lead all of a sudden have an extra feeling of importance to them.
Yeah, I like this spiciness between the guys, right, David, as we were watching in this LMP2 battle, and good to see Tatum Vesta having a great debut here in the IVRA Endurance Series. In my opinion, I think the best racing so far we've seen, or close racing we've seen in this LMP2 category. Let's see how this next hour of my commentary, my final hour of commentary soon. Yay for some. Some other people might be cheering, might be booing me. It's all right. All love and hate. I take all the love and hate I can get.
Do you have a name for your Lorenzo Bonda stands? Are they Lorenzo Nauts?
The Bondarets.
Okay, that checks out. Yeah, so increasing lead for Motegi Racing in GTP, a new lead for Tatum Vesta in LMP2, and an increasing lead for BS Competition in GT3 Pro, though that remains very, very slim, and as always, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away, etc., etc. Still many cars running on what's just a 4.8 kilometre circuit. The scale, Sebring 5.5 kilometres, Bathurst 6.2, Spa 7, and don't ask me Nordschleife combined off the top of my head, but probably
25 kilometers if I remember correctly.
Yeah, lots more. So what we do have is quite a lot of cars still running, and well, I think Japanese real estate is typically quite condensed.
Yeah, to think about going into the Japanese real estate topic, it's kind of interesting to think there were more tracks in Japan, like in the early 90s, for those who are, you know, Japanese racing fans. I am a Japanese racing fan. I love everything about Japanese racing. I love watching Super GT. I love watching Super Formula. And the Japanese tracks, I think, for me, have a very unique flow of sorts. And I was actually looking at the 1999 Japanese GTC, or the Japanese All Japan Grand Touring Championship. They had two other tracks. I think it was Mine Circuit, which actually became a development for housing and things like that. And I think there was one more that eventually became something else. But still a very well condensed environment of circuits you have around Japan nowadays for Super GT.
This is 8th and 9th in the GT3 Pro category. Drago Racing's Ferrari 296 GT3. It's got a rear camera full of Door Esports McLaren 720S, which now has a grille full of grass. Just a little wide through turn 4. They're heading towards the braking zone at turn 5, having a look down the inside, having an exploratory little dig here. The Ferrari goes a little bit wide, either outbraking themselves or escorted just a tiny bit wide. Door go through into 8th. Drago go back to 9th. Surely the number 269 should be a 296.
Sure. Are you sure? Let me take a look.
Oh, I'm not saying that they've registered wrong. I'm saying, you know, the model of car and that.
No. Yeah, it makes sense. I know what you're talking about.
LMP2 leaders coming through that battle, and then in GTP, this looks to be Solpec just ahead of Orion Race Team, 5th and 6th. Battle of the Dalaras once again, but one of them's got a Cadillac engine and one of them's got a BMW engine. I've heard that if you really strip back the Ferrari 499P, the Dalara-made crash tub is very similar to what's found in these two, but a bunch of the other stuff around how the suspension mounts, how the engine mounts is far more Ferrari custom than the off-the-shelf provided to LMDH teams.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that, right, David? Because it's the one thing that I like about these new regulations of sorts is the fact that you usually leave some of the component parts to a manufacturer. You have, I would say, kind of like stock or one make, right? Which is good to see. It reduces the cost, makes the cost cutting kind of efficient, and provides some level racing for these different manufacturers and brands of chassis makers. Move.
Here goes Orion. Yep, at turn 5. They're going to have a look down the inside. Not as far up as they would have hoped. Now they go underneath the banking. Sweeping through Orion, they weren't close enough to be able to outbrake their rivals. Now they can fake it a little bit. Heading into the S's, lots of traffic to deal with here, so you're trying to pick and choose your line. And one of them is to go around the outside for Solpec, trying to park in between the two GT3 cars of Door and Drago. And Manizzi are also going to try to pick their way through. Is this about to all go a lap down, or...? Yeah. And
Yep.
The outright leader just coming up behind them. So some blue flags, which are very common to see if you're in any of the other classes, but a little rarer to see if you're in a GTP. down towards turn 1 now. Again, get more traffic. There's Williams Esports Academy. Race leaders at 1 point, and having gone around the outside of turn 2, that's on a tighter line than we saw when the LMP2 lead changed hands. So Solpec able to stay a little bit tighter going around the outside of GT3 cars to still maintain their momentum onto that next straight down towards turn 3 and turns 4, which blend together just like turns 1 and 2 blend together at the earlier part of the lap.
Yeah, I like this track of sorts. I think me and you, when we were talking about this, is a highly underrated track in my opinion, because it is a very technical track, has a very unique flow. If you try to compare it to Fuji, if you try to compare it to Suzuka, right? Because this is a start-stop straight loop track of sorts, and you have your mix of track portions that are within the oval portions. I think you have corners that go up until turn number 5 that are within the top 5 or 6 that are within the oval section, and then you get outside that and you have a more tricky section outside with the uphills and the elevation change. So it's good to see this track being brought out for multi-class racing and starting a championship that every single track they will go on, they're gonna find these technicalities playing to the effects of some cars. For example, going to Dakota, for example, there should be another track that should be playing out some of the strengths of like the BMWs and sorts, where you might need a little bit of grip.
So with his GTP battle, a little quicker at times, Orion, but again, passing challenging, and they're not trying to take any risk, as it's Solpec currently cutting through the traffic as they come across it. And you can see ahead that there will be plenty more in the lap to come, sandwiched between Maniti prototypes at the moment. Yeah, and then Solpec gets through, and now Orion sandwiched between LMP2 and the Maniti car behind, closing in the outright race leader with Maxim Naz, the number 17. And so you can't hang around forever blocking the outright leader. 22 laps into the stint for Maniti. I think 13 in for Solpec and 18 in for Orion Race Team, if I'm seeing this right. So it's still 10-ish laps till you expect to see Maniti need to stop again. So you can't just hold them back there forever.
Yeah, and if we're talking, did you just say 31, 32 laps for the Maniti, right? Just to confirm, I might be going crazy.
I think I said that they're doing stints 31 and they're currently 22 into that. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, so...
Who knows?
No, you might be correct on that end. And then we are soon approaching their pit strategy. I think the pit strategy over here for GTP is kind of like been 31, 32 laps. We've seen, like I think Apex doing on the verge of 30s, like 30, or splitting on the 30, 30, 30, 30, and see if this actually works out for them. So far, it's working because they're being able to cut the cap of sorts on Maniti, even though it is still over 10 seconds their gap to them so far. So this is why I see his strategy is interesting.
Maniti now lapping Orion there, putting themselves between them and Solpec, creating more space in this battle. Solpec under significantly less pressure now, but the right thing to do in that situation from Orion is like, okay, all right, outright leader can go through, and I'll see if I can follow them for a little bit. You still see a chance that Orion get up to Solpec again with outright leader going in between. This is that continuing traffic that we see. You've got the GT3 leader just in front, and then also a few other little LMP2s. It's 20-ish seconds from Solpec to the next car for positioning class, fiercely forward red. LMP2, but able to pass the GT3 that they were hoping for. They've got all the class leaders around. They've got the GTP race leader going to try to lap them. They've just lapped the LMP2 leader and just lapped the GT3 class leader as well. So there's a lot of number ones around Solpec as they continue to angle for a top 5 in GTP.
And we're still. This is the thing I've been talking mostly, and this is what for me is enticing. There's so much room open for talk on how the top 5 will fare, right, David? Because there's still some uncertainty around that. We still have some racing left. Give or take, what we have about 2 more hours of racing. 2 hours and half of racing left, so there's still so much to uncover in this one, even though if now we're getting to that, if it wasn't sprint mindset already for you to try to be in front as possible, it's now gonna be basically the merging of the strategies and see who's might have an advantage on other teams, I would say, in about the next stint or so.
Now it's all Motegi Porsche everywhere you look for Solpec right now. Almost all Motegi full stop. GT3 Simrc's Mustang versus Williams Esports Academy GT3 Mercedes AMG GT3. They're heading through the final part of the lap. I'm noticing we've really gone towards overcast. So officially the weather's gone from partly cloudy 15 minutes ago to mostly cloudy now, and overcast within the next 2 hours or so, with the chance of rain that's diminished from a peak of 15% down to just 6 or 7% chance of rain. But the wind direction will be moving. It will be bringing in more clouds, and not that the racetrack's been super hot the last couple of hours, but a chance that it continues to cool off more with more cloud cover heading towards a sunset at Motegi.
But it's interesting how the dynamic shift of weather is coming in at this latter portion of the race. So you were saying, you guys were talking about pre-race, the chance of rain 73%, now is dwindling to 15, then now 6-7%. Of course, there's still some chance of rain here and there, but I like how this is transitioning to be a uncertain race for everybody. But there is now more certainty this could be a dry race than what there was pre-race or even within the first hour already. So probably no rain for us in the commentary booth, but this actually is bringing us the topic of, you know, fuel strategies and how teams are splitting this on a stint-by-stint basis.
And I tell you, we're not far away from being able to count back a lot of this stuff now, because Motegi Racing are on lap 212 now. They've been doing 31 lap stints. There's a few other teams that have been doing sort of 34 lap stints. So once you're within 60 laps to go, which is not that far away, you're really counting, oh, who's only got one more stop that they need to do, and we'll start to be able to dissect some of it, get a really clear picture of what's going on in about 20-30 laps time, because the distance from here to the end it's going quickly with the pace that Motegi Racing are doing in the lead. Minute 38, no green flags, no weather just yet. Here we go, Solpec with a big dive on Motegi GT3 at turn 11. They just managed to squeak their way through with the two Motegi prototypes in front. Number 17 is the race leader, and 78 is 2 laps down now to their teammates leading outright.
And is that Williams for position as well, right behind them?
I think
The Williams
is
BMW.
a lap up on one Miniti and a lap down on the other.
Okay. I mean, so he's not respectively chasing these two guys in front, in the
Miniti's
Sopak
17.
and Orion, right?
Oh no, he is, just not the Minitis. Yeah. So half second gain from Lindsay Sports Academy number 11 on the Sopak Orion battle.
And you know what's kind of funny for me also, David, if we're talking about, I was just quickly glancing at the gaps right here between the drivers, right? Between teams. How decisive is the LMP2 gap right now? Of course, there's still some fuel strategies still, you know, lingering in the air, as we talked about Tatum going longer, and this potentially being an advantage for them. But the gap they have right now to Dalatraz, 50 seconds, the largest one between leaders, P1 and P2 in this race. It makes the first very strong first impression on this championship, saying, oh, this could be the clear-cut favorites for this championship in this LMP2 category. But should we count them on just because of one race to be the favorites going on? Just if this goes all the way to the checker flag and they win it?
I kind of spaced out on you there.
I mean,
my mind was wandering, thinking about tire sets.
Mm-hmm. Do we have tire sets for this one? I don't think we do. Or do
we? Definitely
is
have.
Is it preconfigured? Oh, okay.
Where does it say it in this info tab? Not 4.8 kilometers, not 14 turns. That's right. I was just reading it. Car. Yes. Tire set in the race. 10.
10.
And so the numbers that were swirling around in my head around that is, well, this is a 300 lap race. And I was just describing how almost everyone in GTP is doing more than 30 laps to a stint. So that is only nine pit stops if you spaced it out like that. So no worries at all on tire sets. And then the question then about, say, LMP2, where they're only doing 25, 26 lap stints. In GT3 here, they're easily doing more than 30 laps to a stint, and that's the sort of magic number once you have enough tyre sets. The circumstances where I think you might run out of tyre sets is if we had yellow after yellow and you were throwing new tyres at the car, you know, every 20 minutes. But in green flag racing conditions, I don't
it's different.
Anyone but LMP2 needing to double stint a set of tires.
Now you bring it in
and I
interesting
don't know
topic.
If that includes the set you start on, because if it's 10 extra sets beyond the set you start on, then even LMP2 I think are fine.
If it is 10 total sets, you get 9 spare whenever you come to the pit stop, then it makes a very compelling case, in my opinion, of you having to double stint the tires early on. And I think you bring another topic. We haven't talked about this, right, David? Japanese tracks have a tendency, historic tendency. We've seen in Suzuka, we've seen in Okayama, we've seen that in Fuji as well, of being tire wasters, right? You're gonna waste a lot of your rubber, so you're gonna have to manage it. And those who are not managing in LMP2 might find themselves in a world of trouble later on. But so much uncertainty as Orion is gonna take their pit stop right now.
Yeah, you've got that volcanic rock making up the aggregate in the pavement that gives it a little bit more abrasiveness. Sometimes also makes it just a tiny bit more slippery. Ilkka Happala, Orion race team, looking for his pit crew, looking for one of his 10 sets of tyres, and also looking for a big gulp of racing fuel that takes almost 50 seconds to fill in these generation prototypes. The stops are quicker in LMP2 because they have, is it a 70 or 75 litre tank? It's certainly smaller than what's found in GTP and GT3 Pro.
LMP2 75.
I always get confused because I think the IndyCar IR18 has a 70 litre tank, and those two have the same steering wheel. I don't think that confuses me. And the
so basically all the steering wheels, if you're thinking about it, they're all made by Cosworth, isn't it? So the layout is the same. The dash looks very similar to one another, right? It have some differences if you look in the Acura and then you look at the BMW. The wheel layout looks similar, but the dash is different, right? And the same thing goes for the LMP2 and the IR18. But yeah, the IR18 has 70 liters, and the LMP2 is at 75 liters.
Here's Apex Racing Academy, XBD Racing GT3's Ferrari. Good looking Ferrari. Love a Ferrari. Manidi Racing again hit from the outright lead, but here in 11th and 12th in class, which makes it right the middle of GT3 Pro. 27 cars were at the start of the race, and XBD were about 2 tenths quicker last lap.
Manidi pitting?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Want to look at some timing to see if Orion's stop was a slightly short fuel?
I'm trying to get a read on our live timing, but I cannot say if they're short fueling or not.
Just had a sense that maybe Orion stopped a little short or a little early on the one that they just did. Took them out of this battle between Solpec Precision Racing and Williams Esports Academy for 5th in GTP. That's the Manidi car that maybe is trying to get a little bit of a lap back here, because obviously the other team car's just been through the lane. The 17 stopping, the 78 was 2 laps down to them, and is now in the middle of 2 cars that it is 1 lap down to.
Being the sandwich in the situation right there, but it's giving at least Williams some tow. It's making the life of Williams a little bit easier. You can save a little bit of fuel, but I don't know how effective that will be in the large scope of things as we're looking into this battle of Manidi and Movano, remembering that Manidi, that 17 just on their outlap, and Movano still yet to pit.
29 laps in its stint for Movano, and they've been doing 30 typically, so this could even be the in-lap for that Movano Acura GTP prototype, just in behind Manidi, who are on their outlap. And Maxim Naz stayed with the car, so no driver change there. And again, if you're thinking 30 lap stints and wind it back, 270, 240 could be a very critical lap number. Your leader's just working 218 at the moment. So keep an eye on all of that. That's a bit wide. You can't park there, mate. Wide of the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. In my opinion, most treacherous braking zone of the lap.
How many laps? Just curious. I think Apex might be on 26 laps. 26, 27 laps within their stint. Because as far as I can remember, they had a 5-4 lap offset on Manidi at some portions in this race. So they were pitting later. So if we're on 217, they might pit on 222, 220-ish. Give 30 more lap stints, they would be pitting at 250, 255-ish. Final pit stop would be kind of like 2/3 of a stint of fuel for them, if my numbers are correct for now.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting because, again, for GTP, winding back, that 33 and 34 laps is possible. So even 68 laps to go could be a critical number. Solpec go a little wide. Williams Esports Academy, they have gotten through and into 5th place, remembering that these two are, by proxy, still racing Orion, who stopped a little early and stopped a little short last time through.
Interesting grip loss on turn 3 and 4 right there for them.
I still think that Solpec have got the range here, though, to get to that critical number I was working out, which is anything just past 230. So as we begin to talk about these things that really pair well with the live timing, there's a new link in the YouTube chat, as we've had to work through some production issues today that we apologise did have us offline briefly, but we are so delighted to be back as all of the threads come back together from IVRA Endurance Motegi 300, start of the new endurance season. And you can see laps completed for your leaders there. Varno pit, Williams pit, all of these teams need still that and 2 more stops to get to the end from here. Whereas if you run 10 more laps further, I think you might be on a 2 stops to get to the end. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Teams that can run a little bit longer in GTP are soon going to open up some advantages for themselves. And I will set my brain towards working out critical lap numbers for the other classes. For GT3 Pro, it would have come even earlier. They're running longer stints, so they might have just reached that penultimate critical stop phase.
Yeah, I'm actually going with you on that mathematics, on the field mathematics. 230, I would say you have to be about 235 for you to be safe, and then count with another 35 laps then. But then again, I haven't seen anybody in this GTP grid to get around that 270. But I would say maybe golden number for you to do a 2-stopper might be stop about lap 267, 268, without needing to save fuel, in my opinion. I don't think there's too many teams that are safe on that number. I don't even think Solpec, if they go 7 more laps or 8 more laps in this, could be definitely safe. But then again, I would have to do head mathematics here. I'm not even doing that right now.
Yeah, and when you
but it's
think
interesting
back to a long time ago when we went green flag racing after the first, last and only safety car period of this race to this point, I don't think any of the teams at that point were confident or thought it even likely that they would be racing uninterrupted green flag all the way to lap 300 from there. But there are definitely a few teams that have been trying to hit a fuel number, just a few from every class, and they are starting to look very, very smart. So that includes Tatum Vesta Red leading LMP2. You can see that they have still yet to stop, extending an advantage with an overcut on Delatraz Automotive. BS Competition, similarly, when they were sort of 3rd or 4th in class, they were running longer, saving more fuel, opening up their pit stop window, and now they've gotten to the lead of that class, and they still maintain that fuel advantage. And in GTP, well, it's a big, big question. We saw Maniti pitted 4 laps ago, but then you've got some others that maybe could challenge them running longer. Apex Racing Team, Solpec in a good fuel position, or Drop Air Jupiter also could head for a top 5 if the fuel works out how we are thinking it could. Here is Apex Porsche 963. Lap 29 in stint. They ran 31 last time, so I reckon they stay on track. This heads to an in-lap this lap or the next, getting towards the tail end of the stint. Marshall Hubert driving the Apex Racing Team.
I would say I think Marshall Hubert has about 2 to 3 more laps within that Porsche 963 GTP. But it kind of begs a really interesting.
That he's only got one more.
I bet you a caldo de cana with a pastel. Okay, David. Just as good as caipirinha, I promise you. Okay, good. Trust me, David. You like a caldo de cana or a sugarcane drink with the pastel. You know you would love it. But on that topic, I think we have to look into the relative gap they have right now for Motegi. It's 54 seconds. They're staying a little bit lap after lap after lap. And oh, is that WSR spinning at the final corner? Yes, it is.
It's a GTP around in the final chicane. WSR Esports butt kicker. Their smoke goes up in the air. The LMP2 leader pits in at the same time. So we'll see how things work out for Tatum Vesta. Some others are... Oh yeah, there they go. Out on track just in front of Daniel Sommer. And with a 6-second lead over their class rivals. No one else appears to have been tangled up in the smoke, etc. in the final chicane.
Surprisingly enough, because that corner is kind of like it has kind of like just one lane for you to navigate on, and from what it looked like, the Cadillac was standing right at the middle of the line. But I think because there were relative gaps, they were able to get out safely in there. As Apex comes into the pit lane, you said 30 laps, right on the money for them. And we were talking about that, going for the 30-30-30. We're going to look at, I think this is on them of sorts. As William comes into the pit lane and SimRC stayed out for one more lap. Don't know if that was intentional or not for SimRC to stay one more lap.
I see WSR Esports butt kicker's perspective on that one, because we've seen a lot of prototypes go around the outside there into the final chicane, but WSR go for the inside. Here's the rematch. It's a bit easier this time. WSR Esports butt kicker get past the Mustang, which seemed relatively unfazed by all of that. Normally you'd expect a deck lid or something to come off. So here we go. GT3 cars directly in front. Both of them go right. And then, actually, I think the lane was probably open for WSR to go that way.
I agree.
They couldn't go around the outside. It was open to the inside. Perhaps the SimRC Mustang moved just a little bit in reaction to what the Mercedes was doing heading to the pit lane.
Could be. I can agree on that statement.
That's just one of the tough parts of the racetrack, isn't it? There's always going to be one place where you've got this little... Do I go left? Do I go right? Do I go for it? Do I have to wait in the multi-class traffic? It's not so cut and dry.
And not only that pit entry is kind of like you're going straight, but you have to brake immediately afterwards. So it's not like, for example, Interlagos, right, where we covered this before here at IVRA, where it's very cutthroat. You just go straight in, then you have a lot of room to brake. As we have an LMP2 battle between Nix and Nürburgring from what it looks like.
And Geodesic, why not? Good things come in threes, maybe. So Nürburgring Esports Schwabenschwanz, the Swallow's Tail in 5th. It's Esports in 6th, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold. They had a penalty that I think was either speeding or cutting the chicane on pit entry. And of course that costs you near on 40 seconds. Typically. Speeding on pit lane does. I don't know what an unsafe pit entry actually costs you these days. But that took them away from the podium battle. Has them back here in 7th at the moment.
Unsafe pit entry, I think, is up to 40 seconds. Depends on how egregious it is, I think.
Because I thought a black flag on pit entry was a black flag on pit entry, whether you got it from an unsafe pit entry or from speeding on pit lane. I thought they measured the same, but I didn't want to confidently say something that was wrong. So here's Geodesic outside of Nix. They braked a little bit earlier. We're looking for an over-under, but then the outside lane stayed open. So Frank Smits driving the Geodesic car, gets the nose chopped off of him. Daniel Valley for Nix Esports is going to stay in front for the moment. Great news for Dennis Vika from Nürburgring Esports, but then he goes the wrong side of the Mercedes AMG. They're sandwiched on Williams Esports Academy, and eventually they get around, probably not making things very fun for the GT3 from Williams Esports Academy, and they end up all back as they were amongst this LMP2 group. Nürburgring Esports ahead of Nix, ahead of Hydro Race Geodesic Racing.
And is that the leader, Motegi, that is just right in the middle of all these LMP2 cars?
I can't tell the 17 from the 78, but I think it might be the 17 there, yes.
Yeah. All right, let me bring this up. We've talked to Motegi about this so many times ago, and I know that the Green Army is gonna get at me. Like it, I haven't been taught that blame Lorenzo hashtag, and I've seen the hashtags and everything. But give us something that we can recognize the cars.
Here's a squeeze at turn 11, and again, mostly prototypes go to the right of GT cars on the way in here. So that's something to just remember, keep a little eye on. Absolute Motorsport Asalith and BS Competition are heading down towards turn 1 of the Motegi road course. And as it gets darker, the illuminated ring around the sniffing apparatus of the BMW M Hybrid V8 will become even more noticeable. It's got headlights, but it's got kidney lights too.
Yeah, it's white. You got to blend in with the zebra outlook, right? So you cannot go like the purple sniff lights that sometimes I see in the BMW hybrid M hybrid V8 car, unfortunately.
Working through the LMP2, easily done for Asalith, more challenging for BS Competition. Tiny bit of time lost. Well, I remember saying that the track temperature was 27 degrees a couple of hours ago. Many parts of the racetrack, not only are they shaded by the cloud, but I think the way that the mountains, the valleys work around here, I think you've got the sun partially obscured most of the way around. So the track temp's dropping. It's down to 22.8, and it will quickly drop even further. Good news for anyone trying to extend their stint on a set of tyres.
Yeah, it's gonna make this easier for them, despite the tarmac we've talked about. I think just a few minutes ago, if you had to go to an opportunity for you to double stint the tires at the early portions of the race, this could be especially the LMP2s. This could play into your advantage in comparison to other teams who wasted more rubber right now and had to save now, right? And if you are within some really good battles, but let's see how this one will go for, especially for LMP2s, since now there was a pit stop from the Vasa team. The gap is at 4 seconds.
Congestion around the LMP2 battle right here. It continues to work to the favour of Nürburgring Esports Schwalbenschwanz. Nix Esports look like they're going to get down the inside there to try to protect their position from Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold to get better traction off the turn 10 hairpin, heading past the support paddock pits, down towards the toughest braking zone on the racetrack at turn 11. Downhill, track drops away, makes you want to understeer and push wide on the exit into the gravel. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold look like they're ahead into 6th place and really could hold onto it this time around. Bit of a slide coming out of the final chicane for both of them. This is not settled yet. Frank Smits ahead of Daniel Valley now, who won't give up on it. But that Geodesic Racing Gold car has been quick at times, down the inside of 1, tight on the inside of 2. They're going to be side by side, heading down towards turn 3. A switch across from Smits, who will have it into turn 3.
I honestly thought the room the doors wasn't going to open for Nix to try to put the car on the inside from the way that Frank Smits put the car on turn number 1. But provided some really good moments of a battle right here, even though the biggest benefit of all these things will be the Nürburgring Schwalbenschwanz team that is breaking away right now.
Running some calculations again on GTP fuel strategy. You've got the very, very last pitters of this window. So the Orbit drop bear car just left pit lane, and they have still 73 laps to get to the checkered flag. So there's no one who I think have fallen within the window of only one stop to go. It's 2 more stops from here for everyone in GTP, but a different story for all of these GT3 Pro stops. I think a lot of these cars that are stopping now have just one more stop to get to the end of the race.
Now, how do you go through this? Let's just say you're Orbit drop bear, and you say, okay, we have 73 laps. How do we make it in 3 stints, right? In this one, then the next 2. Do you go for a very tiny short pit stop at the very end, like 5 laps? That would take you, what, David, 10 seconds in the pit lane, potentially? Or do you split it 3-way evenly, and you try to minimize the pit lane time for each pit stop that you're going to do?
You got to think what's going to leave you exposed. So there's a couple things you can be exposed to. Is the safety car probability, and the other being your number of tire sets. So there's a world where you take 3/4 of a tank of fuel, and then at the next stop, leave your tires on, take 3/4 of a tank of fuel, and then you have covered your fuel, covered your short stop, and if there is a safety car, you have a set of tires left to throw on if there's a late safety car. What you don't want to do is be in a late safety car situation where you need to take a lot of fuel and don't have a set of tires to go with. If you plan on needing to double stint your tires to a late splash and dash, and there's a safety car before you splash and dash, and you have no tires to throw on, I think you're vulnerable.
Yeah, this is... Actually, you might have a point in there, and this is what for me is kind of interesting as this goes on, right? It's how do you negotiate this moving forward? We were just having an internal topic right here, I think on the same topic as the GDPs. As Ewan is about to come in a short bit, he mentioned that they have about 64 laps, right, David, give or take? And I think they're going to be able to make Undergreen for sure. I think one more pit stop for them should be just enough for them to make it to the end, right?
Yeah, because they're running longer stints than even GTP, and then they also, inverted commas, save a couple of laps because across the next 2 hours or so they will go a few laps down to the outright leaders as well, which ticks off the lap count of the race more quickly because it's based on the GTPs, not based on what the GT3s are doing. This is something the GTPs are doing. It's battling for 9th and 10th. Very wide there from the Acura from Asalith. Gives an opportunity for BS Competitions, BMW. They'll be just shown the outside of the turn 10 hairpin. They'll be shown a little bit of hip and shoulder as well, but they'll need to be left some space. And they're going to look to cut back. We're heading down the back straight support paddocks, the alternative pit lane and start finish line, both aiming for the inside of turn 11 at the bottom of the hill. The Acura goes in first, but it goes in deep, and we have a safety car because look at a stranded GT3.
Oh.
The green flag run comes to an end at Motegi. We have a safety car in the IVRA Endurance Series.
Yeah, Aztec Visceral GT3 just underneath the bridge, just stop right there, like it is a smart 4-2 part vertically. Next to the exit of turn number 11. Looking forward to see that on the replay. But David, I think you just called it, right? The mid-lane yellow flag. What could have caused, what the teams are going to play out right here, because this opens up the whole final portion of this race, right?
What? And
Ow!
the GT3 runs wide. It's on the grass, and they gas it up, trying to get back on the road, spin it around, spear across the racetrack into the arm code, and then that GT3 is done. Do enough damage that it is going nowhere. I love the chopper and elevated angle on that. That was a little too arty for me on that car going out. Exactly what led to that incident, because he wasn't hit, didn't do nothing.
It's
one
odd
coincidence.
to see that, and it's odd for you to see Patrick do that kind of mistake right there.
Field approaching turn 9 behind the safety car. So just before the hairpin at the far end of the circuit.
Oh, now I know what happened. The throttle actually sticked for Patrick, and that's why he ran right straight into the wall and caused the second yellow flag of this race. Just technical failures in the wheel.
So the throttle still on causes him to run wide, and then when he releases the brakes in the gravel, it fires up. Okay. Field's come to a complete stop with the concertina on the way towards turn 10. But they're going to sort it out now. Pace car speed, 64 kilometers an hour around here. So 4 kilometers faster than the pit speed limit. So the pace car will have looked to have found the number 17 Motegi Racing. I hope it hasn't got it confused with the 78.
What is going to be interesting for me is if they reshuffle all this, right? The gap is gone. Basically, everything that Motegi has tried to withheld disappears. We have a whole new race with 60-ish laps to go. Now, I would say 60, maybe 59 laps to go. This becomes a full sprint race towards everybody, and this could potentially become a one-lap fold for everybody, right?
Race Control currently
depending
trying
on
to
where we start.
wave GT cars around the pace car. Don't know if it's going as cleanly as Race Control are hoping.
Yeah. Because it is the first reshuffling of the cars that have an overlap or are basically in front of the leader, right? So they do get on a wave around of sorts.
Seeing more GTs get waved right now. Drone cam is active under safety car. So as we look towards 69 laps remaining, this is the onboard of what's brought out the yellow. That is a stuck throttle for Patrick Hingston in the Acetec Visceral Mercedes AMG GT3. Causes an almighty incident. I think he kills the engine himself because of the stuck throttle, and then with the engine off, Race Control have no choice but to throw a yellow when there's a stopped car with the engine off. Ewan O'Leary joins us once again as we unpack what's brought this yellow, how long the yellow is going to take, and therefore what situation we're going to find ourselves in when we go racing again. This breathes life back into all of this.
Yeah, it certainly does. Very interesting indeed. 2 hours 23 to go means that we probably do have time for the remainder of this race, as long as it's not a really badly interrupted final part of the race. It will be myself, Ian Lear, and David Haynes to take you to the flag, but Lorenzo will stay with us just for a few more moments while David has a bit of a break. He's doing the last 6 hours, after all. So we'll get back to the restart in a few hours' time, Lorenzo, of course, but I feel like this has come at a really awkward time, actually, for the prototypes, especially GTP. 68 laps to go, as far as I can see. We've only seen a few 34-lap stints. They came right at the start of the race. One of them was the Apex Racing team that were able to do it, but that was because of a caution. I can't see them managing 34 laps under green. This could be very awkward.
No, it's extremely awkward for that to happen. In my point of view, I think this makes the race become a very big question mark in my opinion. But let's just say this opens up the pit stops, right? And everybody's allowed the pit stop under the pit open. I'm looking over here, for example, Maniti's on 14 laps, Apex is on 8 laps, 5 laps, 6 laps less. Movano is on, impressively for me, Movano is I think he might be one of the biggest winners in all this. 12 laps, 9 laps for Fiercely Forward. I think this is basically a free pit stop for everybody. Reset the whole GTP grid and they can make it in one more pit stop. Because what's the point of you not pit stopping right now when you know if you don't pit stop right now, you might start at lap 240 and you're like 15 laps in, and you're probably gonna have to take an extra pit stop at the end of the race, right? So this is gonna be an interesting scenario moving forward in this race on how the GTPs will behave whenever the pit is open.
Certainly will. I think race control will be. I'm not sure if they'll be doing a bit of looking into the safety car here, but suddenly it seems to me that 7 cars have appeared on the lead lap when there was only 5 earlier, but don't know quite how that's even happened, to be honest with you. But anyway, there is 7 cars on the lead lap for the overall race. We have got 7 also on the lead lap in LMP2. There's 2 1 lap down, another couple 2 laps down. And in GT3, we have got 17 still on the lead lap. That's going to be a very, very big fight for the win, I am sure. But who's going to take top spot? It's difficult to know just for the moment. The longer we stay under caution, though, I think the more this helps GTPs. GT3s, as we've already spoken about, will definitely make it. LMP2 definitely won't, so they'll accept the fact that they've got to make 2 more stops even after this one. However, the caution helps GTPs. And as of the time we get to the line, there'll be 67 laps to go. And with every lap we do under caution, the possibility of them making it just gets a little bit bigger.
Yeah, but and you were talking about this helps GTP. I was just glancing immediately into the LMP2 category right now. The only team that is on a offset strategy within the top 5 is the Tatum Vesta. They are within 10 laps, right? So everybody else gets basically also another free pit stop. The Alcatraz has a free pit stop. Fiercely Forward, SRN TFR Alliance, Nürburgring, Hydro Race Geodesic kind of gets a free pit stop, even though it doesn't have a very similar strategy to Tatum Vesta. So it basically, this yellow flag is going to reset the whole scope of this race, and we don't know where to go from there, right?
It could still be, though, that there is a change of lead, because Apex Racing Team have done 6 less laps than Maniti Racing have done on this stint. Not least the fact that Maniti will be a little bit disappointed to have lost their lead, and it was growing, by the way, during that previous stint. But they might well be a little bit displeased in where they come out here as well. They have got a relatively long stop to make. In fact, it's longer than everybody on the lead lap, apart from Orion Race Team. So I do wonder where the race leaders, Maniti Racing, are actually going to end up once they've made their pit stop here. It may be in a position that they're not going to enjoy, and it's certainly not going to be in the lead, I don't think.
But you're talking about Apex not taking a pit stop, right? Because they have 6 laps less.
No, I'm talking about them taking less fuel and so a less time in the stop.
Ah, okay. Now I can see where you're trying to get with this. Yeah, this could be interesting in my opinion. You ponder a really good question. I think David might be good or just as good as myself to answer this question. I don't think they're going to be in a whole lot of danger for them to take less fuel, but then again, like I said before, the whole gap they constructed in the entirety of the race is basically gone. Now they know there's a real threat right behind them, and there won't be any fuel saving left for you to do. It's just basically flat-footed all the way to the end. So Apex is gonna have like free reign to attack any lap they want.
Now then, this should be the time, I think, where pit lane will open. Let's see, though. Are we ready yet for the pit lane to open? It does indeed. No, that doesn't look like it. We are not there just yet, I don't think. Oh, no, we are. Excuse me, but the leaders stay out. Okay. That is surprising. Fast Repair Motorsport are in from 1 lap down. Now, is this a... No, it's not an emergency stop. This is the drivers at least a lap down coming in. So none of the lead lap drivers in GTP have decided to come into pit lane because they don't believe they can make it home. Well, I do. so anyway, Movado are in. So it's only the top 2, apologies, who have stayed out. We've not yet got to the other lead lap drivers, apologies. So let's see. Orion Race Team also in from GTP. The LMP2s are in the lead. They know that they can't make it home on one more stop anyway. So I think they're just thinking, well, let's come in anyway. BS Competition also decide not to come in. Don't forget, most of the GT3s have only just made a stop, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to come in. Door Esports and Apex Racing Academy haven't made a stop in the recent past though, and so it does make sense for them to come in, and they do, alongside Instinct Mechanic Racing and WSR Esports Butt Kicker. So the top 5 in GTP stay out on the circuit, whereas the Orion and Movado cars both come into pit lane with 67 laps to go. Can they make it home as the queue goes on at the end of pit lane? Who's going to get out first in LMP2? It looks like Tatum Besta will hold on to the lead ahead of Delatos Automotive. Then it will be Fiercely Forward who are in 3rd position. It's pretty much as we were in LMP2.
Yeah, but before I go off for my final, before David takes over for me for the final time, I think, like I said before, this resets LMP2. This becomes a whole new race for the LMP2. I think this actually become a 1 stop and a half for them, right? In my opinion, which might make this a very exciting. But the top 2 more specifically, not pitting for me is interesting because I think they're betting this on restarting on lap 240. That would take them about 260 to 265, and maybe risk it out. Where it would bring them at the end of things. So it's like that chess game of who's gonna have the edge on another driver, and I think Maniti's gambling high on this one. It's kind of like putting all in on this one, just like you said before. So the race is going to be very exciting moving forward.
Any predictions to give us before you leave?
I think, because I think we're on a situation where this could be the situation of yellow breeding yellows, right? Because I think the attrition rate is going to explode right now, especially with cars being close to one another in the GTPs. Apex might come out on top on this, but it will come down to strategy and see if their fuel range is going to basically be reaching about 266 and be safe until the end.
Let's see. Thanks very much, Lorenzo, for your contribution throughout the race. It's been great to be alongside you for a good portion of this one. We look forward to seeing it in the next round, of course. The IVRA Endurance Series will be a few weeks away. Joining myself, Illyrian, will be David Haynes for the last 2 hours 13 at maximum. We suspect it might well be a little bit shorter of that. Give us your opinion, David, on that pit stop cycle. The top 5 in GTP staying out. I personally think they've made the wrong call, and I think Movado and Orion are really onto something there. What do you think?
Yeah, I followed Dion Fiallo's logic of Manidi pitting would put a whole heap of other GTPs back on the lead lap that haven't been able to now. So you look at everyone who pitted underneath that just then, the only ones on the lead lap to the outright leader is Movano and Orion. They've got one more stop to make, while Manidi have 2 more to make. So would you rather be on the best strategy with 15 cars on the lead lap with you, or be slightly compromised with only 2 cars on the lead lap with you that have got a much better strategy than you? So it is a tough game to play in that regard for GTP.
It's a good point that Dion makes. I don't see the trade-off quite flipping to their advantage, though. I've got to be honest. I don't see the trade-off being quite worth it. I mean, yes, they are keeping only 7 cars on the lead lap, and that does help simplify things quite a lot.
I'm with you here that
Manidi
have definitely got 2 more pit stops to make, while on the lead lap, in the train, directly behind them, Solpec might be able to make it on 1 more. Movano definitely only need 1 more stop, and Orion, race team 46, definitely only need 1 more stop, and they are directly in the safety car line to restart behind Manidi, who need to hit pit lane twice.
I'm not sure about Solpec, but certainly about those that have just come in. They certainly only need 1 more stop. I mean, we've seen 34 laps under green. So if there's no more cautions, I think those 2 are going to finish 1 and 2. But anyway, that's just me. Let's see, indeed, if we do go green from here on in as well. It may not be quite like that. Hydrace Geodesic Racing, by the way, have come into pit lane from the GTPs, so not sure why they've elected to wait. They might have just wanted to get themselves out of the way, though, because they are 4 laps down, and so they maybe wanted to start at the back of the GTP train. But it's worth remembering, in the IVRA Endurance Series, the GTPs are filtered through to the front ahead of the LMP2s, who are filtered ahead of the GT3s, none of whom came in, which makes sense, really. David, you were talking with Lorenzo about the 1 stop remaining for GT3s. They would have been fine without this caution, to be honest.
Yeah, and then again, with their long stints, they've got no worries on tyres, though. So if you could not lose a lap, not lose too much track position, but put a new set of tyres on, I'd kind of be tempted for that in GT3. There's a few of them that did that. But, yeah, it's probably LMP2 that could be most touch and go on tyre sets, but they've been saved by the long green runs and not multiple safety cars where the temptation's there to whack a new set on. Weather update, it's moved to coming from the northeast. At one point it was from the west, it moved to the north, now it's from the northeast. We've almost had a full 180.
Chance is still low, though, I'm presuming.
Yeah, whichever way it blows, it's not bringing any rain, unfortunately.
Okay. So, a clean and dry
you know
race.
What they mean is that any way the wind blows doesn't really matter to me.
Is that some musical reference?
It could be the air pressure could be little high, little low, but it won't bring any rain.
Okay. So a relief to some, but I think so a few people were looking forward to the rain, but there you go, not everybody. Lights are still on top of the safety car, so I'm not sure. I think we're going to have 1 more lap, but I don't see anybody out of line at the moment.
Lights still on the safety car. They would be off if this was the final lap.
Yes, and the reason why is because the lapped cars are not yet out of the way of the lead. Is that why? Oh, some end of line penalties here, is it? To filter
bring them
through.
All back within line. All is looking at the pace car. You excited for a new model?
Are we getting one?
We are. We're getting a BMW M2 Club Sport.
Okay. I mean, I don't even know what this car is at the moment, to be honest.
Well, that's what's interesting about it. Is it's a sedan.
Yeah.
That's all it is. So your options for iRacing safety cars once upon a time were only Ford Mustang, I think, and then we got Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, we got truck, we got sedan, and now we're getting BMW M2 CS. This is the car that brought out the safety car, I believe, when Patrick Kingston's throttle stuck, spun him into the wall at speed, and then of course I think he probably had to reach for the ignition button to kill it. So it's about to go a lap down.
Over the line for the pace car. Will the lights go out here? You'd imagine so. Not yet. But they might do further around the lap for the green flag to be waved. Not seeing any safety car infringements, by the way, which is good. So everybody has done everything correctly. We will indeed restart with 7 on the lead lap. We will have overall, that is 7 also in LMP2, although Tatum Vesta have gone to the very back. So they came out first, they've gone to the very back. That's a replay of Patrick Hingston and what brought out this this caution. We also have 17 on the lead lap in GT3. None of the main contenders have had to go down to the back of the lead lap for them, but Tatum Vesta have in LMP2. That's a disappointment for them to be down at the back of their line at the moment. And Orion race team as well have had to. Oh no, sorry, they already were. Excuse me. So yeah, just Tatum Vesta who've had to drop back in LMP2.
They pit a lap later than everyone else in their class, or how did they do that?
I don't think so. I think they just went to the end of the line, to be honest. I don't know really what that's all about.
Stopped the same lap as everyone else who stopped under this safety car, as they are 2.2 laps into the stint, just like Delatraz.
A bit odd, to be honest. I don't know what's going on there. And the lights are still on the safety car as well, so I don't know who's out of line or whether we're just waiting for the final sector to have the lights turn off. That sometimes happens on road course safety cars. On the ovals, it turns the lights off over the line. With sort of an average lap time of sort of 100 seconds or so, we have still got plenty of time to complete this race. Just over 60 laps to go, 64 to go at the line here. And with every caution lap that goes by, I can't help but feel like Movano and Orion really gained from it by saving all this fuel, and maybe Solpec as well, though I'm still sceptical that they're going to make it.
Just looking at how very, very good safety car Barney is at holding this consistent 60 km/h speed reminds me that I had the opportunity to do a free lap of Sebring in a road car, and the rules was 35 miles an hour. If we see you doing faster than 35 miles an hour, like we're tearing you one and then we're kicking you out of here. So it's like, okay, this is a very nice opportunity to do a slow lap at speed, slow lap of Sebring for free. But yeah, doing 35 miles an hour, in that case about 50 k's an hour around a racetrack, it feels wrong. You wanna open it up a little, and that's kind of what safety car Barney's doing here at 60 k's an hour.
Yeah, it should really be faster for road courses, shouldn't it? But it's not really built for that, I suppose.
So I was just full top down in the rental Mustang, waving at every corner post as we did 50 k's an hour around Sebring.
Yeah. Well, oh, we've got someone out of place. That's why. We've got an LMP2 that has been holding everybody up here. So, who is the culprit? I don't know at the moment. It looks like Hyperion, actually. Now, that's maybe cost us a lap under green there. It's certainly cost us a caution. Oh no, we've still got some more LMP2s to come through as well here. So, not sure who that is coming through. Is that Morida's M squad as well, getting their lap back? This is multiple teams actually getting their laps back here in LMP2. We may well see Composite Performance doing the same as well. They've already seen them go around, so I'd be surprised if they have to as well.
And then they have to reshuffle these ahead of the GT3s before they restart as well, don't they?
I think so. They should manage that before the end of the next lap. Oh, we've got a stopper though. Composite Performance are in the background, so they're not going to be coming through on anybody. They'll just be making their pit stop. Of course, they took the wave around here, so they are back to 1 lap down again now, but decent recovery from them, I suppose. They had an incident very early on in the race. They were involved in the first caution, well, they smashed into effects simulation, and they repaired that damage. We're 2 laps down, and they finally got to 1 lap down again now, with a 10th place finish, looking like it's in the bag for Composite Performance here. So a good drive from them, and good points to pick up at the end of the day as the field makes its way over the line rather slowly. Very difficult to generate any tyre temperature, I'd imagine, at this sort of speed. We saw them really trying to in towards turn 10 last time round. Thought we were going green, but not quite. We've had to wait another lap.
I just heard race control say we will be going green this time by, which is great to see. Lights are off the top of the safety car, and race control will not be extending this caution at the moment based on what they see. The only thing left to sort out is those LMP2s we saw unlapping themselves, is that when they come around to the tail of this field, they need to then proceed past the GT3s and find a slot in behind all of the other LMP2s, so we maintain all of the GTPs, then all of the LMP2s, then all of the GT3 Pros, and we won't be restarting with any mixed classes. So it's just on the GT3s to let those LMP2s pass, and those LMP2s to find a slot and a little gap between classes.
Yes, so they should manage that. They'll be tearing up to the back of the train now. Will those LMP2s? They're just about there now. Hyperion slotting into line, and Moradness will do the same as well. So that will leave us 9 on the lead lap instead in LMP2. The smallest class at the front of the race should still be the 7 in GTP. So 2 hours to go, and 63 laps when we go back green again. And hopefully it's a green flag run to the end as well. We really want to see how this develops right to the very end of the race now. We have still got a good 20 minutes to play with, so I think in theory we could have another 2 cautions and still make it home, but hopefully we do get a green flag run to complete lap number 300 and indeed this race.
Do you want to hear what I see on the weather radar, Ewan?
Oh no. Okay. Well, yes, I do actually.
Nothing.
Oh.
Nothing at all. Not a damn thing.
That is a shame. I thought you were really hyping something up there. But, no. We have...
good news, though, is that the wind currently blowing from the northeast will eventually go to the southeast, then the south, then the west, to bring us around a full 360 degrees of wind.
Crikey. In just a 9-hour race.
Yeah.
It's a bit bizarre.
You remember
So-
what I told you about windsocks?
Yes.
So, if the wind's blowing 16 kilometers an hour, how many stripes on the windsock will be horizontal?
I don't know how many knots that is, but I'm going to go with 3.
1.5 at this
Oh,
kind
okay.
of,
Less right. And indeed the wind is slightly dissipating now as well.
and it's about time to go racing.
It certainly is. Just past 4 o'clock virtual standard time. Just less than 2 hours to go here at Motegi. And finally, the second caution of the day coming. Oh, and a spin already in the background. WSR Esports on cold tyres. Spin out of turn 14. They'll get back going again, but they'll be in amongst the LMP2s by the looks of things. Oh, they'll just sneak out in time ahead of the leader. Speaking of the leader, Motegi Racing hold on to the lead ahead of Apex Racing Team. And then in third place, fiercely forward Red, and Dylan Scrivens is right in here as well with Solpec Racing. 4th in line, followed by Williams, then Movano, then Orion. They are a little bit further back though because they pitted, of course, in this race. A dramatic restart though for WSR, who lose it immediately out of turn 14.
Things to look out for now that we're green flag racing again. Are Solpec going to be saving fuel to make this on just one more stop? How much of an advantage over the rest of the field can Motegi Racing extend, knowing that we think they're headed for 2 more stops, and Movano, Azuro and Orion Race Team should be able to go flat out and only make 1 more stop. They could come through this field once you start to see more pit stops from the leaders, there's the replay. It was just cold tyres and exuberance off the race start. Lucky to get going and stay ahead of all of the other class cars and still just blend in with the GTPs.
That cost WSR 6 places and off. Nick's Esports, I think, in the background there for LMP2. That was contact. It was indeed Anthony Yang, who's gone off the road, I'm afraid, there in the number 100. He's gotten away, thankfully, before the GT3s as well, but more contact down there. You can see Ruben Bonga, meanwhile, in the BS BMW, just ahead of Johan Ruhr in second place. The battle for the lead resumes just in with the same contenders as we had before the caution.
Well, this is going to be a look, and it's not just a cold tyre situation, it's a hook for Anthony Ng as he was trying to battle wheel to wheel there. Did he push out wide? Did he get pinched a little bit? But it's not just a whoops, no traction on cold tyres. That was car-to-car contact.
First thing for race control to look at since the restart is between those two. The car making the contact, by the way, was the Moradness M Squad LMP2 of Adam Brockway, who's in the car to the end of the race from here. We have a look at the four leaders in GT3. BS Competition, followed by Grin and Go. Sherry Esport are up to third, and then Simify Esports, who are in fourth position. Lots of contenders who have been here since the start, but Sherry Esport getting themselves involved in the podium conversation now.
This pushes the finish of the race back a little bit with all of that safety car, and I'm seeing the sun is basically half set over in the west. So you can see the headlights shining bright right now, and it's not too long before it will get mighty dark around here. Now this is one of the road courses that has lights, so there's light towers, you see them all around. They will come on, but it's still dark. At least I hope IVRA have paid for the light towers in their track rental.
Put a 50p in the meter and we'll be okay. Under the bridge they go.
In this economy, Ewan.
Yeah. Absolutely, under the bridge they go for Nurture's Automotive, still leading in LMP2, fiercely forward in second. Then it's Nürburgring Esports who are up to third. That is not the third place car right in behind them. That is CRZ Simsport, who are in 11th, but third in this queue. Then it's Nürburgring Esports. You can see in the white and light blue, if you like. Then behind them, SRN, then Hyperion in the light blue and black, further on in the background. Still, by the way, 61 laps to go as we're completing this one. Maxime Naz has opened up the biggest lead in the field, 1.7 seconds over the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, 22 laps into this stint now. A good chunk of those, almost, I want to say almost 10, but I probably exaggerate just based on the time, doing 60 kilometers an hour, were behind safety car. So, yeah, 10 more easily in this tank for Maxim Naz and Maniti Racing, but not 15 more easily. Maybe 12 or 13 more. It's getting a bit messy.
What is going on back here? Orion trying to work their way through lap traffic here, amongst other things. This is the number 1 Movado Rosso car getting ahead of Maniti Racing Black. That is Norbert Taras in the green and black, and here comes Orion. This is important for Orion. They need to stay with the number 33 Movado. Those are the two contenders who only have one stop left, and they do get down the inside. But Maniti have to go wide. Geodesic go through. They're 4 laps down, so they're just unlapping themselves as well. Maniti lose 2 spots in the queue, but not any positions in the race itself.
Someone else is around in the final sector there, didn't pick up exactly, but things are complicated in GTP because of how many cars are the lap down. You've got cars battling each other that are 1 lap down, battling cars that are battling each other that are the lap up, and it's all chaos here, trying to dissect who's on what lap with whom. The real battles are at Williams Esports Academy, Solpec, and a couple of others. This is not again, right?
It is.
Oh, man.
State goes round again, and he's now behind some of the MP2s actually as well. Not a good restart for him. He's down to 14th, which is the last of the cars 1 lap down. The battle for 4th place in GTP, is still going on. Solpec ahead of Williams Esports Academy, and it's worth giving a mention to Williams Esports Academy for persevering today. They've had good speed, great speed in fact. However, an issue early on has kept them back, and under such a long green flag run of over 6 hours, don't forget, we didn't see Williams Esports Academy really in contention, but it came just at the right time. They were on the lead lap, and now they're in the conversation for at least a top 5.
So we're thinking critical lap number for GTP would be 31, 32 laps to go.
I reckon they can push it to 34. We've seen 34 on the green today.
You want lap count 266 to go as at the watershed.
Yeah. Well, in that case, do you think Solpec can do another 22? And I think the answer to that is no, because that would mean 37 laps on this stint for them.
Behind safety car, and that's basically nothing behind safety car.
It's true.
Can you hybrid it behind the safety car? Like, is this one of those cars that is very economical at low speeds? Because some race cars aren't, but some are.
This is true. I mean, BS Competition, don't forget, earlier were trying to be so economical under safety car, they actually stalled the car, had to come to a stop to get the engine restarted, then passed people under safety car and got a penalty for it. Eventually, of course, involved in an incident down at turn number 10, which saw them drop off the lead lap. They're currently the first of those on the lead lap, though, in 8th place. Meanwhile, Jan Ruhr does not have the speed of the BS Competition leading GT3, and look at the pressure he's under now in the bottom of your screen. At the top, Apex Racing Team fending off fiercely forward, and Dylan Scrivens in the yellow and black BMW.
Battles are plenty, of course, after the safety car restart across all of the classes. 2 stops to go for all in LMP2. GTP, a question mark about who's best placed. GT3 Pro, no worries for everyone, basically. One more stop, get to the end of this 300 lap race from here. And this is the picture of quite a few of these classes. A dominant leader in class, and then battle 2nd, 3rd, 4th, the rest.
Worth noting, isn't it, that the GT3s will get to the end of today. If there's no more cautions, they'll get to the end of today without having made a single stop under caution. They didn't pit under the first one. Most of them didn't pit under this one. So a very bizarre race in that respect, but you're right, the GT3s will be staying out of pit lane, you would imagine. These cars, by the way, aren't that far ahead of GTP traffic that will be coming up onto the back of them. I wonder how that will affect this battle for that is now 2nd place, as you say, 1.3 seconds out to BS Competition. Grid and Go leads Scherer, then Simify in the battle for 2nd place.
This has brought so many cars back into the picture in GT3 Pro that we just weren't talking about for hours and hours in the middle point of the race. So Scherer Esports and Simify, suddenly, what a chance they stand. Very similar strategy to the cars around them, not lacking tyres, not lacking fuel, and now they're right with the leader. And even Williams Esports Academy, who were in the picture for quite a while, well, suddenly they're only a couple of seconds back off the race lead. They've got Becken Jasir back in the car, and he's been one of the quickest drivers all race. In fact, I think Becken Jasir has the fastest lap of the race, and he's just matched it on the previous lap as well. So he's flying, and once he can get past Team PGZ back there, if he can, I reckon he's still a chance at a podium, a chance at the win here. Jasir has been really, really quick when he's been in the Williams Esports Academy GT3 just back there.
Certainly has, because you remember that the Williams car lost the lead to Grid and Go in the early part of the race, where it was just them two fighting for the win. But it was Becken Jasir that won it back again. Quite a few hours ago it would have been now. However, he is back on the charge. He's the only driver to have done a 1:49 in the race. It shows you just how quick he has been. As meanwhile, there's a pit stop in LMP2. Hyperion Racing pit from 3rd place. That leaves Nürburgring Esports now in 3rd. At the top of your screen, there they are. Toby Prosser into the pit lane for what will be... Oh, that could be quite awkward, actually. There could be another couple of stops even after this one for this car. I don't know what their fuel situation is. They might need some saving. I don't know. 27 laps has been the most that we've seen under green from LMP2 today, as we have traffic again.
all of the bunched GT3 cars, all of the bunched GTP cars. It makes a real mess around the far side of the road course at Motegi. There's your race leader picking his way through some Mustangs, seeing some side-by-side battling GT3s ahead.
Goodness me, that was close. Dylan Scrivens there, very nearly hit by one of the big Mustangs from Hoisting Bell, Delta Sport and Impulse. That's quite a wall of Mustang for you to get yourself through. Down the inside, meanwhile, for Visceral on Sim RC down into turn 11. You see that just in the background of Dylan Scrivens. He goes free wide underneath the bridge to get them both on the inside for the Visceral car, and he's got it by the looks of things in the background there. Oh no, he hasn't quite. Great run around the outside for Sim RC. Further around in the background, this is madness here in GT3 and GTP all at the same time.
The Williams Esports Academy GTP here has gotten ahead of Blake Reynolds in the Soltec Racing. So that's a position gain, bit of a flashing of the headlights action amongst all of the GT3s as the GTPs work their way through. It's gone well for David Sobrero as he's picked his way through the traffic and for position.
Nicely done. Fantastically done from Maniti Racing at the front, by the way. Speaking of getting through traffic, the gap's going to be over 3 seconds by the time this is all said and done. This is what happened to Scrivens, by the way. Can't believe he wasn't hit by someone, to be honest. Maybe it's the camera angle that makes it look a bit closer than it really is, but goodness me, it looked close between the Mustangs and Scrivens.
Don't change lanes in the middle of a roundabout if you can avoid it.
No, exactly. Oof. It doesn't get any easier to watch. Goodness me. Scrivens gets away with it though. He's still third ahead of Williams Esports Academy, as you say, now fourth in the race. Bivano are 8 seconds ahead of Orion, by the way, further back of those who can make it on one more stop, unless you're counting Solpec, in which case they are at the head of those who can make it on just one more stop. As I've already said, I think they can't, but we will see. They've got to be fuel saving though to at least try.
Yeah, so I mean we've pegged the critical lap as 260 something. I reckon they can get close enough to then be able to then do a big final stint fuel save. It's a slow pit lane here. It's a challenging pit lane entry. How much you lose by taking an extra pit stop when it's a splash and dash is really dependent on those factors. So Spa Endurance Pit, there's no such thing as a splash and dash because it takes a minute to transit pit lane. There are some other circuits like Silverstone, the modern pit lane, where you can really only lose like 10 seconds sometimes with the drive-through, depending on the car, depending on the weather, etc. Here it's somewhere in between, where I have it as almost 20 seconds for a drive-through.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. Change for second in GT3, by the way. Scherer are moving on up. Second place for them ahead now of Stimify and Grid and Go, who are now third and fourth. There it is in the main part of your screen. The light blue of Scherer in the McLaren on its IVRA Endurance debut, don't forget, ahead of the light green and black McLaren of Grid and Go, followed by the orange and black of Simify. More GTP traffic still working its way through. Orion race team are the last in the train of the GTPs pretty much here. They are not where they need to be. They could very well be overtaken, as I believe that was the floodlights getting switched on, by the way. It's just about 4:15 virtual standard time now, coming up to 4:20 virtual standard time. Sunset is in officially 15 minutes time.
There we go, lights on, and you'll notice here that, trying to rhyme, Becky Jasia has gotten through there on that position, closing in quickly on these next spots in GT3 Pro. So Williams Esports Academy up into fifth. Not too much traffic for Jasia to set a fastest lap of the race at this point, but he is flying.
Oh dear. Geodesic have made contact with a GT3 down here. Not sure who that was. Geodesic are down to 7th though, as it's side by side for 3rd. Meanwhile in GT3, this has not been traffic induced. This is a pure battle. Simify have got themselves alongside as they make their way down in towards turn number 3. They have not been able to get through though. Grid and Go are slipping and sliding all of a sudden on this restart.
Yep, this is so good for Williams behind as well as they close in a couple more car lengths. Not too much traffic because they've had the GTPs for the most part come through. I think these guys are still a little while away from the LMP2s working their way through to them, so you could have a calm lap or two for GT3s to try to sort themselves out, and that's what's happening. The battle for third, Go Esports versus Simify, and soon to be versus Williams.
I can just see it. He is coming. He is in 5th place now. He's passed Team PGZ, and he is on his way. 7/10 of a second gained on Simify last time round for Beckham Jasir. And look at how close the Lamborghini was around turn 9. That forces Johan Rohr on the defensive line, and here goes Simify down the inside. Oh, that was just a back out at the very end. It looked like Lucas Perez was going to fake to go one way, actually go down the other. He decides to back out of it in the end, and Beckham Jasir now closes in.
But here comes the LMP2, so your leader, Delatraz Automotive, trying to use the straight line pace of the LMP2 to jump past, bolt past a couple of GT3s all the way down there. That's great for them, because now they'll get a clean run onto the front straight, continue to extend their lead. And there's still so many other LMP2s to come through that you've got to look at in your mirrors if you're the GT3 cars, while you're also still trying to battle amongst yourselves. Does it present an opportunity for Williams Esports Academy to make a little bit of hay right here?
Here we go. There's a gap here down the inside for Simify at turn 2. No, there was a small window of opportunity, but Lucas Perez decides that that's not the chance to take, and so decides not to. Towards turn 3. The trio of them, I should say, line astern in the battle for third in GT3 Pro. A little bit of clean air for the GTPs, meanwhile, where Motegi Racing have gained nearly 5 seconds on the field. Apex Racing Team second, headed fiercely forward. The gap back to Movano in 6th, the first of those who we are sure can make it home. 14 seconds. I still don't see how those leaders don't need to make up a load of time, to be honest, as Beckham Jasir does now get alongside. He's free wide with an SRN LMP2 that sneaks up the inside but almost parks it in front of him. Here he goes around the outside of turn 8 though. This should be his place. Oh, there's a squeeze on the exit, but he's got the inside for turn 9, and Beckham Jasir dives for the apex. He slams his Mercedes in front of the Lamborghini, and he's got 4th place.
The LMP2s are trying to squeeze each other here. Simify's been boxed out, but he ran wide through the left-hander part of the S's there, and that's put Simify on the back foot there, where Williams Esports Academy, Beckham Jasir could get a run down the inside of the next corner, which he really used. Threw it down there across the nose of the Lamborghini, managed to hold on. LMP2s, they've got doors. Do they actually bang them when they're side by side? Answers on the back of a postcard, I suppose.
Side by side it is between Moradness and Tatum Vesta as well. Two of the strongest teams pace-wise, but have been set back in these last couple of moments. They started this restart from pretty much the end of the line. Moradness make their way past Sarah now. Here goes Tatum Vesta, not quite down the inside. Geodesic dropped positions, I think, to both of these two when they went off a couple of moments ago down at turn number 11. So the battle for 4th place in LMP2 will be one to watch in these next few moments as well, as they now lap the leader of GT3. They'll be in clean air for a little while as well.
Well, an hour or two of leading this race, and then Tatum Vesta somehow, through the pit stop cycle under the safety car, cycled back to 6th or 7th in the train, up to 5th now, pressuring for 4th. Super racy between both of these, not a whole lot of space being given all around the racetrack. They're leaning on each other, and once again, it's just a bit of contact, carbon on carbon. Delara P217 versus Delara P217.
And there's a third one as well. Hydrace Geodesic Racing Gold are involved too. In 6th place currently, they are previous race leaders. In fact, all 3 of these teams are previous race leaders. In fact, the 5 of the top 6 are. That's what a kind of race it's been here in LMP2. It's been a race of change, and the 3 at the moment in LMP2 on your screen have all been on the top of the tree. Just an hour and 40 to go at maximum, but realistically there's 50 laps to go. Next time the overall leaders make their way past the line, how many laps does that mean these LMP2s have got? I reckon they've probably got near 50 themselves.
Difference of line through the final sector here, a chance to dive into the final corners to set up for Tatum Vesta on Moradness M Squad. The problem though is that Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Gold's been coming back into the picture here, just behind Tatum Vesta, and it's limiting their options to try to stick a really gutsy overtake. They had a lap or 2 window where they were angling for it. That battling cost them just enough time to bring this geodesic prototype back into the picture.
We've got a perfect view now of the fight in LMP2. Down to first gear for corner number 3. Just upshifting into second for the next left-hander at 4. Then down the straight. And another great overtaking chance in towards turn 5. As we saw last lap, Tutton Vesta were on the outside line into this corner, of course. They stayed behind, though, on that occasion. The GTPs, meanwhile, will be into GT3 traffic again very shortly. But will Maxime Naz decide to even bother? He is 33 laps about to be into his stint. This is 33rd lap, I should say. And so this could be the time we see the first of the GTP pit stops for the penultimate time in this race.
Many places to keep our eye on.
This is one of them.
Here, with Apex Racing Team and Fiercely Forward, just got a little bit of LMP2 traffic to work through. Williams Esports Academy closing in on them just a little bit on the previous lap, so they're the car back in 4th as they work out of turn 5 under the banking to the outer expanses of the circuit. So they're dropping back a little bit in 5th place, and we all know why, because they're saving fuel because they only need one more stop here.
Okay. I'm not convinced, but we'll see. We will see. They're certainly going to go longest, we can agree on that. They're going to go longest of those who didn't pit under that caution and are on the lead lap. It's a narrow category, but there's only 5 of them. But that is certainly going to be the case for them. Maybe it is indeed why they've dropped to the back of those 5 and are now being closed on by Movano and Tanguy Billen, who is now nearly 15 seconds behind Maniti. Down the inside for Scrivens as he follows Hubert through. Now we're into GT3 traffic again. I'm surprised Maxime Naz has decided to persevere with this. He's going to lose time going through the GT3s again because they're doing stuff like this.
Horsepower on show for the prototype, so he's able to clear a big chunk. This is mental stuff right here.
Oh, Dory Sports shoved out wide. These are lead lap battles, don't forget, between XPD Racing and Dory Sports, who still managed to get down the inside. The Apex Racing Academy can't get involved with Absolute Motorsport by the looks of things. Oh, sorry, both of those two, Absolute and Apex, can't get involved because there's a big Mustang in the way. Still side by side as prototype traffic weave through. Oh, somebody doesn't see Dylan Scrivens, who's stuck up on the outside line. He's going to lose heaps of time in this one. He's stuck up on the outside of a Mustang. Now he's boxed in. Oh, he's going to lose a lot of time to the Apex Racing team, who scamper away with 2nd place.
Absolute mayhem trying to cut through here, and there's heaps more prototypes to come, like Williams Esports Academy. You've got a whole nother chunk that are going to try to work through these GT3s battling side by side. Big mix of marks here as well. Ferrari, McLaren, Mustang, Mercedes, Corvette.
It's fantastic to see the variety and the racing as well. Prototype traffic coming through again down the back straight here into the most difficult braking zone on the circuit. They're all going to be firing down here. PS Competition able to clear them all relatively well there. The LMP2 not so much, as there's side-to-side contact with XPD. And so Dory Sports will have another chance into 12, 13 and 14. And Maniti Racing decide that enough is enough. Either that or they are running out of fuel because Maxime Naz comes in from the lead of this race.
Well, we've got 2 GTPs with meatballs, and the number 62s just had to tow Hydrace Geodesic Racing's GTP, so I don't know exactly what's going on amongst them.
Not sure. With Maniti Racing coming in, by the way. Oh, and yes, Solpec have come into pit lane. I don't know if you just mentioned that or if you've seen that, but Solpec have already been in for Blake Reynolds, and so they won't be making it on one more stop.
Great shame.
It would have been nice to see them try, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. Tom Hooper gets in for Maniti Racing. He will be taking charge of these final 48 laps of the race. That's exactly what we've got left. So it is going to be a short final stint here, but how far behind Orion race team, are they? Well, first of all, how far behind Solpek? Because that's the current advantage. 32 seconds for Solpek in the pit lane. They've taken a short stop. Beniti are certainly behind the number 60.
Oh, this is what happened to those two GTPs. There's damage. That's where the damage to Geodesic came from. And what about 78 Maniti?
Yeah, they've just pitted. That's
They picked up a big chunk of damage somewhere else as well.
oh, okay, sorry. I'm thinking of the other Beniti. Apologies. Grid and Go still holds on to third here. Beckham just see if he wants to win this race. Does need to get himself past this Grid and Go car with relative urgency. By the way, the GT3s are being passed about 3 or 4 times an hour. So just subtract that from the race distance effectively. Once we start getting down towards that last hour, coming up in about 10 laps time or so, I reckon they can do about 40 laps an hour here in this circuit. So that's what we're looking at here, with 46 to go, about 42 or so for the GT3s as Austin Young pulls off the road, and that will be the end of it. Goes straight
these are
on.
more replays for Geodesic.
Though I guess race control deciding that is not worthy of a caution. I've just had one after all. Penalties to come through, by the way, since the restart. Moradness have got 10 seconds of a penalty. Julian Raymer from Scherer has got a, 20-second pit lane for accelerating too early on the restart and causing a collision. Number 78, Maniti, have got a 5-second penalty for attempting an overtake without an overlap. 298, has got a penalty as well. They are running a little bit further down, though. Apex Racing Academy and Lorenzo Manfredotti, that's a 10-second penalty for them for attempting an overtake and causing a collision. But other than that, that is pretty much it. That's a very damaged Austin Young. I'm afraid it's not really been Geodesic's race.
No, and I'm not sure if they picked up some damage, tried to repair it, didn't repair right, they went back out on track and then that happened or something. So there's a couple of things that went for them. This is some penalties being served. That's the 78 Maniti that already had other dramas as well. Like their meatball flag is still active. You see damage on the front left. There might be suspension, under tray damage, some other damage on this car. So that penalty is the least of their concerns because the damage is far more significant.
Especially considering the penalty was 5 seconds and they're about to lose a lot more. As battle for 11th place, into turn 11 for 4th place, I should say, comes in to our screen. Moradness versus Chatham, Vesta and Geodesic. Again, it's the same battle as when we left it. Does indeed look like Geodesic have retired from the race. 248 laps gone, I think, for them, that is. I think they should be classified, though, with that amount of laps. I'll just check that. There's, of course, a minimum amount of distance you have to do. They've got to complete 75% of the laps of the race-winning cars. That's 225 laps required from all of the GTPs. All of them have managed that, so all 16 will score points. As Williams Esports Academy and Dennis Sobrero comes into pit lane now from third in the Williams Esports Academy car. That will provoke Movano Azuro up again into third place now. I can't help but think they are surely on course to be in the lead, if not win this race. I can't really believe it.
Yeah, they're the best placed car here because it's all opening up. They'll definitely get to 265 or whatever the critical lap ends up being. And they're just seeing cars pit from in front of them, pit from in front of them. And then they'll be in a situation once Apex and Fiercely Forward are in that everyone needs to make one more stop and they'll be leading the race. So you're leading the race and everyone needs one more stop. You're the race leader. Like, that's how it works.
Forgive my ignorance, though.
Movano, it's just seas parting stuff for them.
Sorry, forgive my ignorance, though, David. Can you get your head around quite why the other 5 on the lead lap missed that? I mean, I saw it happening at the time. the other arguments were being made, well, you know, keep other people lapped down and keep the track position, which I do get from Apex and Maniti's point of view especially, but surely if there's a chance to come in under caution and reducing the amount of pit stops you have to make in the entire day, surely you've got to take that chance.
Doing a dyno horsepower check on Dalatraz there as they make their pit stop. It's definitely not critical lap number for LMP2s yet. They've got an even shorter range than the hybrid large tank GTPs do.
I'd be comfortable any time after maybe lap 272 for the leader. I'd be comfortable in LMP2. So most of them should make it on 2 more stops, but not just the one, as if we've got in the other classes. We're still waiting on a pit stop next from Moradness, who have now done 31 laps in an LMP2. That's quite impressive from this red car on the screen. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the first of those who have pitted here. Williams versus Solpeck, and Williams have got ahead of Solpeck here. So not only have Maniti missed the strategy, in my opinion, under the caution, they've had an extraordinarily long stop compared to the others. 13 seconds longer than Williams, 16 seconds longer than Solpeck, and they're behind them both comfortably.
Yeah, slightly short stop though in the one just completed from Williams Esports and Solpeck. So neither of them completely brimmed the fuel tank, which it looks like Maniti have done, heading for a shorter stop later. So Williams, I think actually perhaps quite cleverly here, have looked to defend a little bit more track position. But I'm still, yeah, it's Movano in an incredibly solid position, then Williams, then Solpeck, then Maniti Racing.
Don't forget about Orion as well, who are on the Movano strategy.
Yeah.
So they'll be second. I mean, even in second, but Orion have got half a minute over the rest at the moment for second place. You know, they've got a very big gap to lose there. And I can't see them losing it, to be honest. It's a fight for third, in my opinion, between the rest, as we've got a battle for third. Meanwhile, in LMP2, a spin in the background from one of the Mustangs. That's from GT3, of course. One of the 4 Mustangs getting wide through turn 8. Spins to the inside of the circuit.
Yeah, it was really busy around that part of the track for GT3 Pro. Mustang has gone off, but didn't look to hit anything.
No. Well, a relief for them. We follow SRN, who are now up to second place because of all the pit stops here. They will be making their own now, though. Penultimate stop of the day here in LMP2. Tutton Vesta Red go ahead. Busy forward will still lead in LMP2 here, and they'll be making their pit stop next, I would have thought, at the end of this lap coming up, along with Tutton, Vesta and Geodesic, who will be in not too long after them, as we follow again the GT3s. This is Grid and Go, still ahead of Williams Esports, and they've done a very good job in keeping Beckham Jasir back. This, meanwhile, is Jordan Lebois, who goes for a spin. It was slight contact indeed with the LMP2.
But I think the LMP2 was there most of the whole way, and the Mustang just gets out a little bit wide through a part where, yeah, sure, it compromises your line if another car tries to pass you there, but it's been happening all day. It's been like that all day. Apex Racing Team, GTP, hits from second. Marshall Hubert swaps to Daniel Civisabo, and they are not going to run 40 laps on one tank of fuel, I don't think.
That would be extraordinary. But Daniel Civisabo is a very, very quick driver indeed, so do not count Apex out just yet. How long's their pit stop going to be? I'd imagine with a driver change, they'll drop behind Williams and Solpeck. And probably around Maniti, actually. We'll see, though, what the...
No, quick stop, though. So they've done the driver change,
it is.
but only enough fuel to cover the 30-second driver change. They haven't gone the full 50-something seconds of fuel.
Interesting. So they are indeed in 4th place. All of a sudden, Maniti are at the tail end of the lead lap and looking a bit sheepish at the moment. is quite remarkable. The possibly final restart of the Motegi 300 in the IVRA Endurance Series. Third place in GT3 Pro being fought over fiercely, and Grid and Go holding on to it for the moment. It will become the battle for second place though, don't forget, because Scherer have got a penalty to serve. Julian Raymer accelerating early on the restart and causing a collision, got a 20-second time penalty, and so they will drop way behind these guys who, as I say, are effectively fighting for second place.
Team PGZ Mustang. Forgive me, Team PGZ Mustang's come back in the picture here as well. There was a time when the Williams left them for dust. Now they're back with Simplify, Williams Esports Academy, and in this third place battle as well. So the way that they've battled, the way that the traffic's fallen, it's up to PGZ just look a little more competitive and bring them back to this group.
They've very much benefited from all this commotion. I can just see not quite looking as quick as he was just a few moments ago. He was tearing past Simify, for example. Looked like at that point that he was going to get past Grid and Go and Johan Royer in about a lap or two as well. That certainly has not happened here in the battle. Just behind these guys, by the way, is the Ferrari of Drago Racing. That is Vlad Kimichev. Worth giving those guys a bit of a mention, of course, because they qualified down in 27th. They didn't get a lap in, really, and so they're up 20 places on the day, suddenly fighting for a top 5 finish. And with Simify and PGZ firing into these final couple of corners, they'll be right here now as well. That was too deep into the corner from Lucas Perez, and here comes Batu Vettorino trying to come through in the Mustang.
Simify were wide at turn 11 because of the LMP2 car that passed them. Then they were on the defensive against the Mustang of PGZ. And then, of course, like you say, the Drago Racing Ferrari looms closer because of that.
Fiercely forward red in from the lead of the race, by the way. Movano and Orion are going to assume race lead at the very front of the pack. So we go aboard with the Ferrari now of Drago Racing. It's the best view at that battle that goes all the way up to third place between Grid and Go and Williams. But they can get involved themselves here. And Ferrari, the best placed of those in that manufacturer, of course. With BS Competition still leading in the BMW, nearly 4 seconds ahead of Scherer Esport in second. There is Orion, who get up into second position in GTB. They are a good half minute almost ahead of Apex Racing Team. 24 seconds the gap, but of course they are not only stopping once more, as are Movano. They do have the longest stop, of course. That is worth noting. They will probably have long stops. However, they are in such a good position with 39 laps to go.
50-second stop there for Fiercely Forward Red, so they've completely brimmed that tank, and it will cost them the track position compared to a few of their rivals who've sort of three-quarter filled at their previous stops. Yeah, BS Competition, some of the others clearly doing that.
We've had a message through from Race Control, by the way, that Williams and Stolpek should not be on the lead lap. We both received an incorrect rave around. They've not got a penalty, and I don't think it was their fault. However, they are on the lead lap when they shouldn't have been, and have been instructed to give up their lap at the next pit stop, and there will be one more for both of them. Williams have confirmed that they will do that at the next pit stop. We believe that we're waiting for Stolpek to confirm, but both of those two will fall off the lead lap. It will return to being a 5 on the lead lap, as I believe it was meant to be, actually. I said it at the time, but I didn't want to shout too loudly in case I was getting it wrong. But yes, both of those two got the wave around incorrectly, and so we will return to 5 on the lead lap at some point during these next pit stops in the last 40 laps.
Does nothing to stop Movano or Orion, though, who gained a whole lot from Maniti not pitting under that last safety car.
Which I still don't really understand, but there you go. Not to keep banging on about it.
Well, with a correct wave around procedure. What they did was cost themselves a race win, but lock themselves in a top 5.
And in effect, they have still now. But I mean, well, to be fair, I get that thinking a bit more. If they really are thinking about limiting those teams, especially teams like BS Competition, who are a lap down, you know, the reigning champions, the #1 Movano is going to be a lap down and going to stay there. You know, I do get it from that respect. Geodesic as well. I get it from that respect, keeping them a lap down. However, if you're trying to win a race, they surely can't have thought that was the race-winning move.
It's big fish, little pond stuff.
All 3 classes on show here, by the way. With this being a Ryan race team trying to stay away from the rest in GTP. Gap down to less than 19 seconds. They are being closed in on at a rate of knots here. Yalvaz is not going as quickly as he needs to as things stand on that low fuel, especially to get up and finish on the podium here. At least finish in 2nd place, but we'll see later on whether he can manage it. This is the battle for 3rd. Here goes Beckham Jasir, applying that pressure now to the McLaren, currently in 3rd place.
Do you speak sign language?
Well, he's making me feel like I do.
Yeah, I understand all of a sudden.
Yeah, that was very obvious what was going on there. Meanwhile, pit stops in LMP2 have had Geodesic back in the lead here, or at least it should be, with Nick's Esports into the pit lane. This is Maximilian Renner, meanwhile, going for a spin at the final corner.
Trying to get to the oval, maybe. But it's that curve that you ride and that change of direction in the final chicane that can be super tricky, and maybe that's the reason we don't see a whole lot of Porsche 911 GT3s in category.
Yeah, there are none this time round. The number 100 makes its way out. The Geodesic now lead ahead of Delatraz Automotive. There's been a shorter pit stop from Geodesic, 5 seconds shorter than Delatraz to try and get that track position, and they have succeeded. Fiercely forward, another 1 second behind. We have got a proper race on in LMP2 now again as well.
Still a while from crossing critical lap for these LMP2s, about 2 or 3 laps from finding it in GTP. So Movano and Ryan race team still good to get to that sort of crossover point. LMP2, it's about racing to that next pit stop.
We are there in GT3 as well, by the way, talking about critical lap numbers. We are there, in my opinion. With just about 36 laps to go at the end of this one. They should get lapped another 3 times at least. We've seen as high as 34 lap stints under green flag conditions in the past in this race, so it should be okay from here for GT3, and they need it as well because they're starting to run a bit low on the old fuel. This is Williams Esports Academy and Beckham Jasir's 38th lap of the stint, but showing you once again here just how long you can go with a long caution like that.
Williams Esports Academy, GT3 are going to hit the lane because Fuel Wizard Ewan O'Leary says the critical lap number has been reached, and they agree. Team PGZ agree. A few other GT3 Pro teams might also agree. Looks like Beckham Jasir will stay. I think that's quite important for the Williams Esports Academy's chances.
I think if you were on that team and you had the choice, you'd leave him in as well. He's been very quick so far in this race to see if he can get a bit of an undercut as well, although it is on heavier fuel. It's always more difficult, of course, in endurance racing like this. Marius Rummelfanger is holding on to the top 5 right now from Hyperion Racing. What a recovery this will be for team number 104. They were really crumpled and their car almost destroyed after a very early crash with composite performance and effect simulations. They are now, though, looking at a top 5. They're on the lead lap. They're in the conversation. And David Vega's applying that pressure now in the light blue just behind.
Just keeping an eye on some of these pit stop times across GT3 and where people were resuming, how much fuel they were taking. So there are some 35-second stops, some 40-second stops. There's a few teams that are probably still carrying a little bit of fuel, but they've come in at the opening of the window to top off, definitely get to the end, and then, well, if a safety car happens in this final hour of the race, you're already good to go and you can stay out and not worry. And that would grant you track position over those that hadn't stopped yet. If a safety car came, now we're past the critical lap. IndyCar style strategy.
Yes. This Door Esports versus Impulse Racing for 13th place. This is actually not that far ahead of where Beckham Jasir has ended up. He is currently, sorry, it's just behind them, I should say. Just 10 seconds behind Beckham Jasir. Jürgen Frank is in, meanwhile, from SimRC. They're running in the low top 5 earlier on in the race. It doesn't look like they're going to finish there. Maybe a low top 10 finish for them. But a solid start to the season, nevertheless. And with Beckham Jasir now gone from the front group, all of the top 10 are separated by at least a second incrementally at the moment, but pit stops have got to be coming thick and fast pretty shortly, you'd imagine. Meanwhile, this is Dylan Scrivens versus Tom Hooper. Once the 2 on the lead lap that shouldn't be there are out of the way, this will be for 4th place.
I was going to ask, do you think this eventually becomes for the podium? But Apex Racing Team could have both of these covered and quite cleanly. So that's tough for Maniti. Perhaps they overfueled a tiny bit at that other stop, knowing they still had one more to come. And you want your last fuel stop to cover the time that the tyres take as well. So there's no point having, you know, a full tank of fuel and then only needing 10 seconds and not having enough time to change the tyres in your final stop is what I think.
I wonder whether, yeah, these two, Maniti and Fiercey Forward, took full service there so that they'll be taking literally just a splash at the very end of the race. Yeah, so how many laps have they done now? 13 laps in the case of Maniti. There's still 34 to go. That's probably about a 10-15 lap field somewhere in there. Dylan Scrivens is not actually that far away from making it at all. He'll need well less than 10 laps of fuel when he pits in, as we've got pit stops here in GT3 for Vlad Kimichev and Lucas Perez. They are going to be out in the other order. Perez ahead of Kimichev, but where is Jasir going to be? You'd imagine he will be ahead of both of these cars. After all, he did just overtake Simify not that long ago.
Yeah, there goes Simify. So their Lamborghini's rolling down the lane. Kimichev's just going to get rolling in the Ferrari, burning out just ahead. Just ahead of the McLaren. So that's a good jump from these guys.
Simify have jumped Williams, yeah. So Williams came in first. They will have needed the longest stop, and they are, as a result, behind Simify all over again. That probably means Grid and Go will be able to get out ahead of them. And so Williams could be off the podium again in a few moments' time as we have a look at the leader. Movano Azuro, number 33, at the head of the race. That pit call through the caution has worked wonders for them. There are now 32 laps to go when they get to the line. There's surely no concerns about them making it home on fuel.
Yeah, I mean, once you're looking at just 30 laps to go in a couple's time, no need to conserve anything there. You can go flat out, full for it. They've got nearly 22 seconds over Orion Race Team in second, are on the same strategy as them, and then a whole heap of time, basically half a lap, over anyone else that could challenge, like Motegi Racing, who they have almost a whole minute on.
There they go.
Here we go. Okay.
Thought they were going to be tight, and indeed there they are into pit lane. Tanguy Billon at the head of the race. Orion, by the way, 13 seconds ahead of Apex. It's really a case here, and by the way, the gap was about 35 seconds when Billon came in. I think the real disparity here is going to be how much shorter is the pit stop going to be for Apex. They will come in, of course, in about 22 laps time or so. They'll have to put 10 laps or so of fuel in. Marcus Hamilton, by the way, gets into the 33. How much time is 10 laps of fuel going to take them versus the full service of Marcus Hamilton here? Nearly 50 seconds expected in the box.
Yes, so the tyres are done quite a while before the fuel is done. Fast Repair Motorsports, the other Acura just in the back a shot there, that are sharing their pit stall with the Ferrari. There are 35 pit stalls, so 20 of them are shared. If you want to not have to share a pit stall, make sure you qualify between 21st and 35th outright.
Shouldn't be how it is, really, shouldn't it? We've had this discussion before.
I did the same thing yesterday.
Yeah. It'd be first to 20th get a free pit stall, and then those at the back have to share. But anyway, it's not really fair in multi-class racing anyway, is it? Because there's so many of them. So, you know, make of that what you will. It's difficult to work out. There is Jalvaz. He's 12 seconds ahead of Daniel Civichavo. I'm not sure how much longer he's going to be able to go now. This is lap 36 of his stint. And there are 31 laps to go at the end of this lap. We'll try and keep you updated at home. I know you can't see it on the top left of your screen because we can't show that to you for this round as a result of the way the session's showing up. There's still 66 minutes remaining. We should have time to complete the race with at least 20 minutes to spare, as Orion now do come in to pit lane, and they'll put maybe a lap less fuel in than Mivano just did.
It's an unholy creation in the pit stall ahead. Biblically accurate Ford hypercar.
I got some maths to do here, by the way, David. 34 seconds was the stop for this car, the Apex Racing team. I'm trying to work out how much fuel they would have got on board with that, because that then will tell us a little bit about how many laps they can go here and how many laps they will need to put of fuel in to that car at the end, and indeed whether they will stay out ahead of Mivano Azzurro. The gap is stabilising now at 34 seconds. Can Apex get in fuel, get out before Mivano come past?
Just seeing a replay of some dramas for Tatum Vesta there, as if they've got perhaps a tiny bit of damage as the Apex Racing Team car came past. And that was the one you're asking the question about, right?
Yep. And they get out ahead of Mivano. I'm going to go with no, but I think the gap will be less than 10 seconds as of right now. That's an awkward. That's a weird one. And they certainly won't be anywhere near if they get a penalty for that kind of thing.
So they're all up at racing speed now to give us an accurate margin. Mivano Azzurro to Apex Racing Team.
Oh, Johan Ruhr has been spun around. Oh, Simify just about avoid, but Ruhr was in second place in the class. Simify will move up to second once WSR Esports come in, and Jasir will be up to third as a result of that spin there for Ruhr. That was certainly on the which was it? It was an LMP2. I'll get the number for you in a few moments' time, but that was not Johan Ruhr's fault.
LMP2 stuff once again. Yeah, so just the pit lane transit is 20 seconds. Plus Apex are 10 laps shorter on fuel than Movano. So that's a third of a tank.
However,
which is going to be a third of 50, so 20 plus a third of 50.
but I don't think they put a full load in this time around because it was only 34 seconds their last stop.
Okay, how about another 2/3 of a tank? So 30, 20, 50 seconds. Oh yeah, I reckon Apex's pit loss is more like 40 to 50 seconds. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so then I follow your logic in the end. Yeah, Movano ahead of Apex, but only by about 10 seconds.
So, yeah, we've got split strategies here in the lead lap. I'll try and explain it to you in the simplest possible terms, those at home. The Movano Azzurro and Orion race team cars, number 33 and 46, are the only ones that can make it home. Take out the fact that Williams Esports Academy and Saltpit Precision Racing are in second and third. They will lose a lap after being given an incorrect rave around in the previous caution. So we're really down to 5 on the lead lap. As I say, Movano and Orion are making it home. The Apex Racing team of the other 3 remaining on the lead lap didn't take a full fuel load in the previous time round, so we think they're taking about 2/3 of a tank. We think that'll cost them between 40 and 50 seconds. I think closer towards 40 actually, but the current gap is only at 37 seconds between Movano and Apex. Apex have got to really run out this advantage on the lower fuel while they can to try and pit ahead or at least close to Movano when they come out, and they might well have a shot at this race win at the very end. Williams Esports Academy, sorry, should be taken out of the equation, apologies. Fiercely Forward and Motegi Racing are only about 16 and 13 seconds ahead of Movano respectively. They can't even drive through before making it out ahead of Movano, but in the same way, neither of them are making it home. So they will have to do a splash and dash at the very end here. I'd imagine they're on course for 4th and 5th as things stand.
Be pretty fascinating to the end. Notice how dark it's gotten around the racetrack. Not that long ago we were still racing in the sun, then the circuit lights came on, the car lights came on, the sun disappeared behind the mountains. Now it's disappeared well behind the horizon.
Saltpit are indeed serving that lap penalty, by the way. They will be back off the lead lap again now. And Williams will do the same as well once they pit, but that could be another few laps away. As I said, the floodlights are really making their difference now. As you can see, the battle for 6th place in the top of your screen in GT3. Grid and Go are going to have to get their morale up off the floor here and defend from Visceral, Drago and Maniti, who are all queuing up behind them.
Dark, the flashing headlights is a little more effective, but the flame shooting of the McLaren not quite as strong as its previous generation, but still noticeable in the dark. Battling for GT3 Pro here. That earlier incident so costly for Grid and Go, as you saw a few of their key rivals that they had pace on get past them. Simify got by, Williams got by. Now they seem to be in a tough place since then. Visceral lining up, Drago lining up. Maniti racing red. When you're down, there's no shortage of people who queue up to have a swing.
The final spot inside the top 5 up for grabs, but it will become 4th place. Instinct Mechanic Racing, I don't think, have made their final stop yet. Maximilian Renner came in under the caution, excuse me, and so they will drop out the way. Here goes Visceral. Oh, it's a shoulder bars down the inside of turn number 9. Matteo Cuenza gets ahead of Johan Ruhr, and look at this, Drago Racing and Vlad Kimachev coming up on the outside now in the Ferrari. He's going to be pushed out wide. Johan Ruhr again overtaken, this time muscled past by Matteo Cuenza.
Well, it was also tough on those GTP cars as they ended up boxed in and amongst the battle of the GT3, just needing to wait their turn till the straight came along and they could put their power down, and has gone by on the way to turn 11.
Great run onto the front straight. Mego Racing will be in with a chance here in towards turn 1, but that's the Orion race team car coming back past, so will there be a move here? Oh, there will! He tries to come into that gap just by Kimichev. Does he get down the inside? Not quite in towards turn number 1. He's going to need the exit from 2. Crouches right in behind the very sleek McLaren, of course, and shouldn't have a chance then in towards turn number 3. The exit not quite good enough on this occasion. Brewer again having to leave space this time for the number of the 11th placed Orbit drop bear car. Harrison Lilas still 1 lap down. But Coenza is through into 4th place as it is now, and here comes Movano through the middle. They are just ahead of Orion, of course. Oh, so that's the other Movano car, I should say. That's the number 1. They are just ahead of Solpec. Blake Reynolds has come out way down, of course, down in 13th place.
Yeah, both teams that needed to give up laps have given up laps, so Solpec now in 13th, battling 12th. And the other car that needed to give up its lap has as well, but then somehow...
Williams haven't yet, no.
No? Okay.
Williams are still second, so we're still waiting for them to give up their lap, but yeah, we have seen Solpec do it. Their pit stop was 30 seconds, and then so they waited another 100 seconds or so. After the damage that you were reporting on earlier on for Motegi Racing Black, by the way, they're down to 15th now, and they're 5 laps off the lead. That's the number 78. It has just made a 6-minute, nearly 7-minute pit stop there. So, Geodesic Racing are now leading in LMP2. Delta's Automotive in second with Augustin Bernier. This is the battle for the race, effectively. We are going to see Delatraz in earlier, though, than Geodesic, so it could well be a longer stop for them. It certainly was a longer stop last time round for them as well, so I wonder if Geodesic could maybe offset that pitting in earlier by under-fueling a little bit. We'll wait and find out, of course, when they pit in, but we are at the stage now with 24 laps to go when we get to the line that the LMP2s can also make it home, so everybody now indeed can make it home.
And by my back of the envelope stuff, this is the only class where you need to really worry about the 10 tyre sets, because if you know, we're doing your regular pit stop strategy and then the first yellow comes out and you make an extra pit stop and put an extra set of tyres on, and you pit it under that other yellow and put an extra set of tyres on at your pit stop, you're not able to take tyres every single stop the whole way through this. So just keep an eye on tyres at the very final stop for some of these LMP2s.
Yeah, I reckon today's a 12 stint race for the LMP2s. So you will have to double stint once or twice, but we've just had an incident through that may well shape this battle. Maximilian Fritz, 30-second time penalty for a collision with the number 247. That was gridandgo.com esports. That was the spin we saw them have out of turn number 2. It was the race-leading LMP2 that spun Johan Brewer around, and that has cost Maximilian Fritz a chance at this race win.
Yeah, we thought that Delatraz was still in the best position in all of this, but now it's gonna near enough confirm that for them.
Oh, and here we go.
In this pit stop.
So they will pit in if they've seen it, and they do. So meanwhile, further up the pit lane, by the way, Apex Racing Team are in. This is the moment in the race. Movano Azuro will need to get out ahead of Apex Racing Team if they want to try and win this race. Marcus Hamilton, new into that car, of course, full of fuel at the moment. The Apex Racing Team making their pit stop. Daniel Civisamo having to put in, we think, about 30 seconds worth of fuel. Where is Marcus Hamilton? We don't know just for the moment. Sabo still stationary as far as I can tell. There is Marcus Hamilton back out onto the circuit. Sabo still not moving. The Apex Racing team nowhere to be seen in the background. They've still not exited pit lane. It's a ginormous advantage. Movano hold nearly 10 seconds with 24 laps to go. They hold the advantage over the rest of the field with still 2 to stop. He's only 21 seconds off the lead. Surely he will be the leader once those two come in, and then he will have to fend off that 7.3 second margin he holds over the Apex Racing team.
Really entering the game on phase of the race right now. So it is game on. Things are looking good for Movano Azuro.
There is at the Apex Racing team. Daniel Sabo, I think, has been the quickest driver in that car all day, but 7 seconds with 24 laps to go. He's going to need at least 3 tenths a lap there. You know, that seems doable, to be honest. That does seem relatively doable for someone of Daniel Sabo's ability.
Fiercely Forward with 1 stop to make, leading the race at the moment ahead of Motegi Racing also with 1 stop to make. Fiercely Forward gold pit from LMP2. Tatum Vesta go back to the lead of their class just for a brief moment where they had been for so long.
Yeah, Delatraz have been in to make their final pit stop, as we've seen. Of course, they're a long way now ahead of Geodesic, who are indeed behind Hyperion and Nürburgring Esports, who are all going to the end here now as well. I'm slightly concerned about Hyperion. They may well need a splash and dash. There goes the Williams Esports car back out onto the circuit again. They are now back a lap down again after giving up that lap. So BS Competition now the first car 1 lap down. And as you say, by staying out under the caution, as you said earlier, Motegi Racing have effectively secured themselves a top 5. Oh, and they've secured themselves 4th place actually now, because Orion Race Team have just got a 30-second time penalty as well for causing a collision with the number 221 GT3. That is the Team PDZ Ford Mustang. They were challenging for a top 5, but they've been taken out of contention by Orion, who will have a 30-second time penalty, and they will finish 5th, I think, in the group. They are a minute ahead of BS Competition. As long as they hold on to that, their post-race penalty should not cost them any places.
Motegi with a bit of traffic there, lost about a second to Fiercely Forward Red, who lead the race for as long as they can in this. Motegi, I feel, only 5 laps away from needing to make a stop, and then that will get them to the end. Probably putting them somewhere around Orion Race Team.
Fiercely Forward Gold have got out ahead of Dallas Automotive in LMP2. Tatum Vesta are currently making their final pit stop. Luca Gramke recently been off the road, of course, and is not going to be leading here. Fiercely Forward should hang on to the lead here in LMP2. Still 3 stops to make there for the top 3 in that class, but it looks like the Fiercely Forward car is going to be leading there by 7.6 seconds, their current margin over Delatraz.
Fun Ferrari 296 GT3 facts for you, Ewan. The air intakes in the headlights, the left-hand side one just feeds a blower fan in the cockpit. The right-hand side one feeds the air conditioning.
Wow. I didn't know air intakes were placed in the headlights.
They are in the 296 GT3.
Yeah. There you go. The best of them in the field, the one you're looking at the moment, Drago Racing. There aren't too many of them. XPD Racing have gone with 1 as well, but they're not quite in the top 10. They're 11th. Like Kimichev, of course, coming from the back of the field, as I was commenting earlier on, with that car. And a good drive from him, and of course Manuel Troncoso, both being at the wheel of this car. But how many have we got left to stop? In GT3, no one. In LMP2, you've still got 3 to stop at the very front. And in the overall, and the lead lap anyway I'm talking about here, the top two are still yet to pit in. Tom Hooper in the Motegi Racing number 17 surely is in any time now. He is, well, I say any time now, it's probably actually a few laps away, but he's completed lap number 28 of his stint.
Give her a Drago Racing look. They see McLarens at the moment. This is a bit of a mess going on for GTPs.
He's off the lead lap, of course. It is Fast Repair Motorsport versus the Williams Esports Academy car. You'd imagine David Sobrero is going to be able to get through here. And he, oh dear, he has a look alongside. He has contact. Not able to do it in towards turn 7. Here he goes now, though, at turn 9. And he does now make the move. 8th place for Williams. They have got another 2 seconds and they can catch Absolute Motorsport, and then it'll be difficult. Another half minute up to BS Competition now in the number 89. They can make it home as well. So it looks like 7th will be the limit now for Williams.
The reviest of the GTPs, the Acura. Fast Repair, bit of lift and coast, I reckon. Yeah, they're gonna need 32 laps in the final stint to get to the checkered flag.
Maybe a tiny bit safe. I think 31 laps running full green without any lifting and coasting, I think, in these cars. So any more than that, you will need a little bit of saving, but it's not inconceivable at all. I mean, earlier in the race, we've seen plenty of times 34 lap stints without extreme fuel saving as SRN make their way into the pit lane from LMP2. That leaves us with 2 more stops remaining in LMP2. This SRN car will not be on the podium by the looks of things.
They're very equal to all of their domestic tyre manufacturers here at Motegi, because you go underneath one bridge, it says Bridgestone. You go underneath the other, it says Dunlop. So they don't mind so long as you buy local.
No, indeed, and they're willing to put up the sponsor or the signs of whoever gives them the money, I suppose. In a competition around the signs of the circuit. Williams try and find their way through here on Absolute Motorsport Aston, is it? Or is it Orion trying to unlap themselves? They are indeed trying to unlap themselves here. This is Orion car running in 5th place. They absolutely run nose to tail and they go through the turns 12, 13 and 14 out onto the front straight again. And Sobrero should be able to get himself through here. Always awkward unlapping yourself here, but he is faster, and that much is clear. Here he goes. He gets alongside, they'll be 3 wide. And Orion not necessarily willing to give this one up. They don't really want to let Sobrero through, but now they're going to have to. The Williams car wanting to push on and try and get up into 7th place.
Yeah, the Orion car, since the safety car restart an hour and some ago, I mean, they were on a good strategy, the same as Movano, but their pace has not been like Movano. And that's where teams that have had to double stop, like Apex Racing Team, have got ahead of them. But by being last car on the lead lap, they are a little protected from BS Competition or others that could get them.
Just about, yeah. They're a minute ahead of BS Competition. They're not making another pit stop today, Orion, so that penalty will be applied post-race, as always. Race controls investigations are coming to a close now, pretty much. There's nothing at the moment being investigated with 18 laps to go now in the race. We are still waiting for those final pit stops. It is the 31st lap of Tom Hooper's stint in the Motegi racing car. Now, He's going to need about half a tank of fuel here. Could only be 25 seconds, might be a 45-second loss or so. I don't know. They're only under half a minute ahead of Apex Racing Team. I can't see them staying ahead of the number 99, to be honest. And look at this. Daniel Sibisabo is closing on Marcus Hamilton. 2.6 seconds. The battle for third right now. It will be, though, for the lead of the race.
Last lap. About 4/10 taken, so trending at it.
And that's ahead of the schedule I was talking about earlier on as well, needing 3/10 a lap or so to give himself a few laps to pass at the very end. He looks like he's going to give himself upwards of 10 laps here as Motegi Racing do come in now. Tom Hooper is in. As I said, I can't see this being anything other than a 4th place finish here for Motegi Racing. A race I think they could have won, personally, but there you go. You can do these decisions made under caution. That final caution very much shaping the way this race in the final few moments, anyway, final couple of hours has been run.
Yeah, aboard for a second there with Motegi Racing behind Drago Racing, behind Grid and Go. And down here with a couple of prototypes looming in the background. They do have good lights underneath the bridges here as well, not just all the way around. In fact, that's one of the brightest lit places anywhere is underneath the banking of the oval course, formerly known as Twin Ring Motegi. Now it's not a twin ring, it's a mobility resort.
Whatever that means. You can do.
I got to feel like even in Japanese that doesn't mean anything.
Well, I've heard multiple translations like that. If you translate Japanese literally, it does sound very strange in English, I've found over time. And I think that is one of them as well. But I don't know. I don't know whose fault that is. but it does sound a little bit odd to the English-speaking ear, anyway. But yes, I guess they can't call it Twin Ring Motegi anymore because they don't really use the oval anymore. I don't think it is usable, is it?
I think they can do demonstrations and testing and other things on it, but I don't think it's in raceable condition.
No. Meanwhile, Williams Esports Academy get past Absolute Motorsport. Didn't take them very long to chase that margin down, and even less time to make the pass as well. Trapping the Acura down behind one of the Mustangs to work your way through into 7th position. It's a great place for Williams Esports Academy to be with less than 20 laps remaining. In fact, 16 laps remaining as they cross the line now.
Just a bit of a wiggle trying to get underneath BS Competitions GT3 on the exit of turn 2 there.
This back with Grid and Go. Holding on to 5th place quite well now, with Drago Racing in 6th. Then just behind them, a pair of McLarens. The 2 Motegi McLarens indeed. 6th and, 7th, and then the other one is a bit further back, but they are running line astern in the race. For 6th position. Gap between Movado and Apex, by the way, below 2 seconds now for the first time. Magnus has very much fallen on the Motegi 300. The opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25. It's been a fantastic opening to the season. You're looking forward to seeing more, then first of all, the previous IVRA seasons are all still on RaceSpotTV and available for you to watch, but for more live action, we'll be back in 3 weeks' time at the Sebring 200. 200 laps around the iconic Sebring International Circuit in our final endurance round of 2024 before we're set for 5 rounds in 2025. It'll be a great watch, as IVRA always is. 1.5 seconds now, the gap between Movano and Apex. This race for what is going to be the race win is getting very, very close indeed.
Well, it's the red Movano versus Solpec here. I do think that these two teams that had to give up their lap significantly after, it's cost them more than if they just hadn't got a lap at the time.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell, I think.
Because it's moved
yeah.
them from being the front of the lap down to being the back of the cars a lap down.
Yeah, I get what you mean. But there's not a lot that you can do to rectify exactly as it should have been. It's quite difficult, but there you go. The number one, meanwhile, makes his way through into 11th place on Solpec. So, yeah, they might be a bit disappointed with their finish in the end, down in 12th place now. 1 second between Movano and Apex. This is getting close between Marcus Hamilton and Daniel Civisabo. And the great thing that Civisabo has done as well is gone catching him at a much quicker pace than just the 3 tenths a lap I was talking about him requiring. But what he's done, he's given himself 14 laps now to work a way through.
That's sectors, not just the last laps. So 2 tenths in the final sector is mainly down into turn 11 and then through the final chicane. Quite a bit of time to be gained there, I suppose. Certainly feels like one of the more challenging, more technical bits. The downhill braking zone from high speed off the back straight, then underneath the bridge, and there's just so much expansive space near the pit entry that you can kind of get lost in the sea of tarmac there as you then try to shape your angle in towards the final chicane, and it tightens on the way in.
This is going to be a grandstand finish for the Motegi 300. I feel like we were going to get one anyway. Apex were catching Motegi Racing for the front of the race, even if the race had stayed under green for pretty much the entirety of this one. In case you've not been with us so far, the opening 10 minutes of the race was interrupted very quickly indeed by a caution after 3 LMP2s crashed into one another. Eventually, we got a really nice green flag run together of only over 6 hours, I should say. It's given us just under 2 hours of racing remaining, and a run to the flag. 13 to go now in this race for Marcus Hamilton to hang on. At the moment, it's the battle for second place, but fiercely forward, Red and Dylan Scrivens are still yet to come in, and they may well not come in for another 5 laps. It'll be a real splash and dash for them. 25 seconds the gap between fiercely forward and Movano. Starting to wonder whether it's possible for them to stay out in the lead here. I guess it has to be a really, really short stop if they're going to.
This is going to have to be laps of their life, driver of the day stuff to hold on.
Drago Racing without a front end there. The Drago Racing Ferrari has no front end. They are still going, so we may not require a caution. Vlad Kimichev it is. Oh, he was getting hounded there by a couple of prototypes, and bang! The Movano, the Motegi car that was running by behind them smashes straight into Vlad Kimichev, and that's a disappointing end to a great drive from Drago Racing all day long.
It's knocked the air conditioning air intakes out as well, so yeah, it's just nasty with the LMP2, and then the GT3s behind picked the wrong way to avoid.
The most disappointing part, the air conditioning gone. Now Movano put a couple of GT3s between themselves and Apex Racing Team with 12 laps to go now. That's good for them. Fantastic, actually, from Marcus Hamilton. Great run through traffic this time round. and he's hanging on down the inside of another couple in towards turn 3. He's got a bit of a gap now over Daniel Sivisabo. Last time round, gained half a second. It's going to be such a fantastic end to the race between these two. An absolute nail-biter in store in the darkness of Motegi. Could be the longest race this season. We've been racing now for nearly 8.5 hours. The 300 laps of this race continue. To put that into context, by the way, that is 1,440 kilometres. And not quite the distance that we had last time we raced here, where we went for 313 laps in a 1,500 kilometre race at this venue. We'll be just shy of that here, but we will get all 300 laps in by the looks of things now. It will be 11 to go as Marcus Hamilton crosses the line now.
A little holding pattern again. Taking another look at Vlad Kimichev. The LMP2 thought that he was going to hold tight on the exit. He thought, you've got no overlap with me, I'm taking the racing line, I'm racing. He got tagged from behind, then he got tagged from in front.
Nix Esports coming from the lead in LMP2. That should give Fiercely Forward the lead in that class, as we were expecting. Orion race team just ahead of Maniti Racing, but number 46, of course, has a 30-second time penalty that will be applied to their race time at the very end of the race. There goes Fiercely Forward. They lead again. Magnus Nielsen. What's his gap going to be? It's over 6 seconds to Dallas Automotive.
Here we go, just 17 seconds. I'm looking to... It's not saying a tyre change for me. Did you see a tyre change on the Nix Esports?
No, but also with 10 laps to go, I suppose there's no need.
Well, there just might be none.
Yeah, well, and that, yeah, very true.
Amazing how you can convince yourself you don't need something when you don't have it.
Yeah. There was another set in there. Yeah, they might as well have convinced themselves that that they did need another tyre set. But there you go. What's your thoughts on the battle for the lead at the moment? And I am talking about Fiercely Forward Red in GTP. 26.7 seconds, very nearly. They've got 10 laps to go as things stand currently. They've done 30 laps. First of all, how far are they going to go? They've been doing 32, 33 laps generally through the consistency of this race. I wonder whether that can continue. In that case, there'll be about 7 laps to go, 7 laps worth of fuel. That's just about a 12-second fill to add on to the pit lane travelling time. They're not going to be a million miles behind Movano and Apex.
Yeah, so they've got 26 at the moment. A straight drive-through is 20. Hello, we've got another GT3 with no headlights. It's a good thing that this track is lit, because normally race cars do need headlights.
That's the Maniti that come through and smashed Vlad Kimichev, I think.
Ah, so it's an eye for an eye, leaving the whole world in darkness.
Yes.
I wonder where the air conditioning comes into a McLaren.
Well, there's probably some cool air coming through just the car at the moment, to be honest, given the way that's mashed up. Not that it's a particularly warm
Drago
evening.
Racing have a meatball, but the Maniti car does not, for having no headlights.
That's harsh.
So we really are stewarding to IMSA rules. You only need a quarter of a headlight intermittently, and you're all good.
Well, Visceral Esports, of course, the cause of the most recent and final caution of this race, are out of the race. It looks like they may well be joined by Drago Racing. We'll see if they can get back out there again at the end. Hydros Geodesic Racing's GTP also out of this race, so they will score points and Visceral may well do as well. BS Turner and Effect Simulations won't score halfway points or indeed end of race points because they have not completed enough laps. But over 50 cars will score points at the end of today, which is a fantastic tally to have achieved for this entire grid. It's been a very good race indeed. A long 6-hour green flag run right through the middle of this one, despite the congestion on this difficult circuit. It is a good way to start the IVRA Endurance Series season, and it's not over yet. 28 seconds, the gap that Fiercely Forward currently hold, with 8 laps to go when they get to the line. Will the Movano Apex battle slow them down enough to allow Fiercely Forward to take them both and get through and take the win for themselves?
Pace has been good as well, relative to Movano. So I said 26.5 seconds, now it's 28. Something they're making it look significantly doable to contend, and I would risk it all as Fiercely Forward. You know, short film me, give me that track position, make sure I can rejoin in front, and if the traffic, you know, means they can't pass me for one lap, then I survive one more lap, and then we're in business.
Let's see what they decide to do. On board with Daniel Subisabo. This is a difficult situation to be in, isn't it? You want to get ahead of Movano, but you don't want to lose yourself so much time that you end up losing track position and maybe the race to Fiercely Forward. It's balanced on a knife edge, this race. Eight hours 33. It's come down to this. Fiercely Forward still with one stop to go. 28 seconds out front. Movano and Apex having made their final stop, but Subisabo makes a mistake. These kinds of errors can cost you races, and Daniel Subisabo there has just dropped a whole load of time.
That is so key to all of this battle, because if you ride it behind them, then there's also pressure by extension on Fiercely Forward Red. Subisabo drops back. Now there's less pushing Movano along.
And here we go. Fiercely Forward are in. It was either going to be this one or next one. So 7 laps of fuel required. Can Dylan Scrivens pack that in less than 8 seconds? He might have a chance here. He might have a chance.
He might have no tyres.
Yeah, certainly no tyres. No need here. How long's the fill going to be? Should be about 12. It's just under 10. Has Scrivens done it here? Have Fiercely Forward been quick enough? There goes the Movano car on the right-hand side. Marcus Hamilton's coming in, but he's not coming quick enough. And Dylan Scrivens is going to be in the lead. Now, can he strike? Can Marcus Hamilton strike while he's down at the moment? Fiercely Forward may well have just pulled this one off here with pace on the low fuel, on the long stint, right towards the end of this race. They have just got the track position with 7 laps to go here at Motegi.
Tyres on Fiercely Forward, 33 laps old. Tyres on Movano, 25 laps old. Tyres on Apex Racing Team, 17 laps old. For whatever that's worth in these track conditions. Down at 21 degrees Celsius, wind up at 22 kilometers an hour. That's 2 stripes on the windsock, Ewan. So it is cold, dark, breezy conditions out there. But one hell of a race that we're set for in these final couple of laps. How short have they short fueled that Fiercely Forward car is the question for me, because I said, you know, just whatever it takes to give me that track position, I'll cough and splutter on the final lap rather than come out in third and settle for third and give myself no chance.
I reckon they will have to do a tiny bit of lift and save here, but it won't be much if they do. Movano will be right there. Marcus Hamilton was being caught by Daniel Subisabo very quickly indeed, but with a car in front of him, how is he going to perform? There's a bit of free track here, by the way, as well, just for the moment. That suggests that by the end of this race, towards the end of this, there may well be a little bit less free track. I can see some GTs up ahead, and so these guys can as well. Over the line they go at the end of lap 294. 6 laps remaining in the Motegi 300, and the 3 you're seeing on your screen are the top 3 at the moment in this race.
And maybe no one said it all race because we think it's a dirty word, but I'll say it. I'll say Bob. We've got a BMW racing an Acura, racing a Porsche within a second of each other to the end of 300 laps of Motegi here. All of them stand a chance. All of them have something going in their favour. Fiercely Forward Red has got that track position right now. This Porsche are on board with Apex Racing Team. I believe they ought to have some of the freshest tyres here if they can utilise them, if they haven't burnt them off a little bit, slid them a little bit, trying to close in that gap on Movano that they've been doing all this stint long.
And the point about that, Scrivens, of course, should be on the oldest tyres, I think, at the front of this race. I believe both of the second and third place cars will have changed tyres more recently than Scrivens. There they go, diving down the inside. There's going to be some aggression through traffic now. Watch out, GT3, because these guys are about to come through one more time. I believe they'll have the entire field to lap here in the last 5 laps of this race.
Down at turn 11, back underneath the banking, back into the infield of Motegi. And yeah, every yin has its yang, and what goes up must come down. This little bit of clean track that they've got right now simply cannot last, because all the other cars, they're out there on track still somewhere. The pace of these GTPs means they're going to catch them eventually. They're 4 to 5 seconds a lap quicker than LMP2s, but significantly quicker, 13, 14, 15 seconds a lap quicker than those GT3 Pro cars, and that's why they catch them so often, so many times per stint, so many times per hour. And in these remaining laps, will be one more time through the traffic, you imagine.
By the way, just to talk about Acura again, by the way, second place currently in the race. Didn't get a single of their manufacturer in the top 10 in qualifying. It's been a remarkable race for them when it was looking pretty dire. This Acura, probably a lot of credit has to go to the number 33 team for getting this car into the top 5, because they're the only Acura on the lead lap. Absolute Motorsport down in 8th place. Fast Repair Motorsport down in 10th. The reigning champions are not even in the top 10 here. The Movano teammates down in 11th. It's been a great race from number 33 as one of the GT3s pulls out the way of the front 3. They don't want any part of this fight.
Yeah, wow, they say not me, not I. You go on. Head down to turn 11. One of the best fuel-saving opportunities here, if you need it and if you can. You've got Movano Azuro bearing down the back of you here from Fiercely Forward Red's perspective. A lot more traffic to come up on this lap. The conditions are very quick, very, very quick. If you've got the tyres, I'm not sure that everyone here does.
Not really. They'll all be firing down the inside here at turn 1. And the Lamborghini just stays wide. Again, there's an acceptance here as they're coming through the back end of the GT3s. They know the leading battle's coming through, so they don't want to get in the way here with 4 laps to go.
I mean, you're always wary of the quick prototypes when you're a GT, but when you see it's first, second, third, they're battling it out, under 5 laps to go, you say, I want to not be involved in that too badly.
Oh, Simossi diving down the inside of Hoisting Belt, and Movano are going to get right into the back now of Fiercely Forward. This is for the race. The top 3 prototypes on your screen, slaloming through traffic. Oh, so close to the grass on the gravel in the outside line. Oh, Simi Sabu just blocked as he tried to go around the outside of turn 7. Now through turn 8 they go. Round the outside again. Here goes Movano. They're close. They're looking. Simi Sabu dives down the inside. It's 3 wide at turn 9 and they're gone. Oh, no. Fiercely Forward off into the gravel. Movano crowded out wide. And Daniel Simisamu takes 2 places in 1 corner, and he leads the race with 3 laps to go.
3 prototypes, 3 wide, going into turn 9, and you thought this cannot end well, and on the exit, it couldn't. Fiercely Forward Red gets spun around, and they were minding their line there. They got dived outside, they got dived inside, and the driver who dived inside, Simi goes to the race lead from 3rd to 1st. That Porsche prototype leads us now.
And he puts traffic between himself and Marcus Hamilton. He'll be slowed up here through turn 1, but he does have a small margin. Dylan Scrivens is going to be seething, I think, after that one, but I'm not sure he gave enough room on the exit there. We'll have another look at the moment, of course, and we'll have a look at what the stewards have to say as well. 25-second penalty in the meantime for number 178. That is in the LMP2 class. Down towards the back, though, that's CRZ Simsport. That will be applied after the race, and it should not matter. Here goes in towards turn number 4. Sivy again putting traffic between himself and Marcus Hamilton. It's going rather well for him, but that wasn't too good. This is the move again. I mean, pick the bones out of this one. It's very difficult indeed to see what indeed really went on there.
Well, if you grip the hot dog too firmly, right, sometimes the hot dog might slide out the middle of the bun. I mean, gosh, there's something to be said for everyone there. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Sivy Sabo dives in from later than everyone else to make it 3 wide. Does make contact, does rub. He's 3 tyres in the grass down the inside. There's an argument that he cut the corner to force open the inside lane there when he was nothing near an apex. And then there's an argument that the car around the outside, that Movano spun them. There's an argument that they went too wide when they had a car on their outside and spun themselves across. So, not my monkeys, not my circus, but man, I think for me that was super optimistic from Apex Racing Team to make that 3 wide when they had nothing on the way into the braking zone. They were on the grass on the inside trying to open that can.
Well, they're on the penultimate lap now. This is lap 299 of 300, and a look down the inside from Marcus Hamilton because it's desperation time now. 1.6 seconds is the advantage, and there's a flash of the lights from Grid and Go. This is the onboard from Marcus Hamilton. Could he have gone anywhere on the outside there? Maybe there was space on the right-hand side. They will argue not. Busy Forward are going to argue their case, of course, as well. They're currently in 3rd place. 7.6 seconds behind these guys. They are out of the leading fight. It looks like Movano might be now as well. Apex Racing Team look like they're somewhat cruising with nearly 2 seconds. As long as they avoid a huge clump of traffic, they might be okay here. Well, after 8 hours and 3/4 of racing, it all came down to that. In towards turn 9. But Daniel Sivy has come out the other side in the lead, and he has not let that opportunity pass him by. There is still investigating that incident, by the way, as there is the Fiercely Forward leading LMP2. They are still going to get a race win in a class, I think, here tonight. He'll be in the LMP2 class. White flag will wave for Daniel Sivy. Lap 300 begins for the Apex Racing Team, but will they be penalised for that move down the inside in towards turn 9? That will be their main focus and concern at this stage, with nearly 2 seconds on the racetrack.
Man, did you want drama from 300 laps of Motegi? You've got it, and it's been delivered from iRacing's newest, shiniest, biggest, sports car racing's newest hypercars. The hottest thing in sports car racing right now. It's delivering it in the IVRA Endurance Series.
Remarkable opening to the season. The IVRA Endurance Series. Fantastic race here at the Motegi 300. It's had pretty much everything. Long green flag runs of over 6 hours earlier on today. A relatively late caution, giving us 3 drivers for the lead, battling at the very end. And speaking of battles, this is still going on for 6th place, and this could turn ugly between Nürburgring and Moradness. But further up front, the Apex Racing Team are coming into the final few corners at the moment. Their gap just under 2 seconds as we come towards the end of lap number 300. It looks like the Apex Racing Team are going to win here on the road. They're in the final sector as things stand. Daniel Sivy, a fantastic drive from him today. Passing Movano and Fiercely Forward at the very end of this race to give themselves the chance of winning. There they go, in towards turn number 1. And on the road, Apex Racing Team are the winners of the Motegi 300 in the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25. It's Marcus Hamilton who's going to finish second on the road, just under 2 seconds behind, and Fiercely Forward, who will be disgruntled, finishing down in third. In the LMP2 class, Fiercely Forward are going to get their class win. Instead, it is going to be in LMP2, Magnus Nielsen getting out ahead of Delta's Automotive, who have led for so long today, to take Fiercely Forward a win in this class. The first time in LMP2 for about 2 years we've seen this car in the IVRA Endurance Series, and it's going to be Fiercely Forward who take this car over the line first. 6.5 seconds their margin in the end, in a very exciting race. Meanwhile, PS Competition, they're in the final few corners at the moment as well, after struggling in qualifying to even break the top 10. They're going to break the field here and win this race, as recorded by an entire lap.
Well, I don't know how much drama you want, but that's how much you're going to get from GTP. Relatively civil in LMP2 and GT3 Pro in the end, all things considered. With how much was on the line, with how much we said was going on for GTP, with, you know, old tyres, medium tyres, fresher tyres inside of that top 3, everyone with something to go for in the first race of the season. Wow.
Yes, Competition win in GT3. As I say, it will look like they've won by a lap on the result sheet. In reality, it was closer than that, but nevertheless, a great win. And there's another chance to talk about the wins. there's a lot of smoke. And some donuts from Ruben Bonga, who wins in the BS Competition car. Of course, they're the reigning champions in GT3 Pro, or BS Turner. I don't know if we can call these guys reigning champions, or whether it's the other car really that DNF'd this race, but BS Competition have certainly won, and certainly improved on the last time that we were racing at Motegi, i.e. they weren't here, and they're winning this time round in GT3 Pro. Let's have a look at the race results. I'm not even sure if it's possible, since we've got 300 laps completed and the race is technically still going in the session because of the 9-hour limit, of course. However, we have done our 300 laps, and we can indeed see our results. All of those without a time gap are those that finished on the lead lap. So Daniel Sibisabo winning, of course, from Marcus Hamilton by about 2 seconds. Dylan Scrivens was about 10 seconds back for Fiercely Forward. Maniti and Orion finished in the top 5. Orion will drop back, of course, as a result of their post-race penalty. However, not as far back as BS Competition, who secure 6th place. It's Williams Esports Academy 7th, then at Orbit drop there, Fast Repair Motorsport and Solpec Precision Racing, who round out the top 10. In 11th is the reigning champions, number 1 Movano, ahead of Absolute Motorsport, and then the rest of them in GTP. It's WSR Esports 1 lap down. P1Docs.com had damage, of course, and finished 4 down. Maniti Racing 5 down after their late damage under the last restart. And Austin Young for Hydrace Genetic Racing retired, of course, finishing 52 laps down, but they will score points. In LMP2, Fiercely Forward win by 6.8 seconds at Delta's Automotive, with Tatum Vesta rounding out the podium. Nix Esports with a good strategy late on get up into 4th ahead of SRN, finishing 5th. Nürburgring Esports held off Moradness for 6th place at the end, with Hydrace Genetic, Hyperion Racing and Composite Performance rounding out the top 10. That was a good recovery from Composite Performance after getting into a crash in the opening part of the race. CRZ Simsport finished 3 down. Effect Simulations will not score any points. They, of course, retired after that opening lap incident in the first 10 or so minutes. Ruben Bonga wins in GT3 for BS Competition, with Simify Esports alongside. Williams Esports Academy round out the podium with Aztec Simsports Visceral, and GridandGo.com rounding out the top 5. Tour Esports at Mediti Racing round out that little cluster of McLarens, with Impulse Racing, the first of the Fords, in 8th. The first of the Ferraris was 9th for XPD Racing. SimRC rounded out the top 10. Not far behind them, Absolute Motorsport Asliv in the only Corvette ahead of the Apex Racing Academy car. Instinct Mechanic Racing pitted under that last caution and were unusual in the GT3 to do so. They did climb to 13th, though, ahead of WSR Esports Bookgiger and Scherer Esports. WSR Esports would like them 2 laps down, with Delta Sport 2 laps down as well. Geodesic, Hoistingveld and Voltasim Racing rounded out the top 20, with 21st held by Scuderia Volpit. It was German Sim Racing 3 laps down, Maniti Racing 5 down, after a late incident. Drago Racing with their late incident as well, 8 down. GPGZ had an incident after the restart of the last stint as well to finish 9 laps down. 66 laps down with the Visceral car. I'm not entirely sure they're quite going to get points, but they might well do. In fact, I think they are. But BS Competition, BS Turner, I should say, will not. They sandwich the entire field as first and last in the field. And it is them who we can chat to first, midfield S and Ruben Bonga. Welcome in to you both. First of all, Ruben, you had the pleasure of taking the car over the line. Just how were those final few laps here around this circuit and that final stint of the race, of course, with that relatively late caution?
Well, first of all, thank you. The last stint was pretty calm. I had a big gap. I was just really bringing the car home, counting down the laps. But it was really enjoyable. The car was on rails.
And Phil, tell us a little bit about the long sort of green flag run of over 6 hours. First of all, were you expecting to have such a long green flag run without any caution interruption? And second of all, how was the general flow of the traffic once you were in such a long run like that?
Well, it was a lot of hard work out there. You know, qualifying, we just simply didn't have the pace that the other cars had. And we just put our heads down and picked them off one by one. I worked pretty hard on the fuel strategy at the beginning of the race, and that really paid off in overcutting a lot of people. So I was just textbook, honestly. Everything was just flowing so perfectly for us from the start to the finish. Not really many things went wrong, and yeah, I couldn't be happier.
And just last one, Phil, is that qualifying pace that you mentioned a concern for future rounds, or is it just a Motegi thing?
It's hard to say. Well, you never really know. I think we just lacked that a little bit. I think, you know, maybe at the next track we'll have it for everyone else. So we'll see.
Better to be stronger in the race, I suppose, than qualifying. Well, congratulations on the race win here tonight, and we look forward to seeing you in 3 weeks' time at Sebring.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks very much, Phil Denez and Ruben Bonga. They're the winners in BS Competition. I thought we were going to get the LMP2 winners a few minutes ago, but they seem to have disappeared again. So I don't know what's going on there. But anyway, they are looking like they're not going to be joining us. Well, the stewards have had their verdict, David. The no further action call has come in. The stewards saying that the Apex Racing team makes a late move on both cars down the inside. Car 11 attempts to leave room. That should be who should that be? Car number 11 in the field. That should be Fiercely Forward, shouldn't it? Attempts to leave room on the inside, but is limited by the 33 on the outside. Of course, Movado being stuck up there. All three cars managed to navigate through the middle of the corner and begin to exit with the 99 behind. But on exit, cars 11 and 33, that's Movado and Fiercely Forward, come together. The car 11 Fiercely Forward tracks out across the nose of Movado Racing, and it's called a racing incident. So apologies for reading that out all in text form out loud, but that's what the stewards have said here, David. I think it would be a shame to end the race like that in a penalty post-race and all that, but you know, it's one that's going to be talked about for a long time, especially for Fiercely Forward, who were spun around in that move. But it's a moment that will live long in the memory, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very aggressive late race move. We want these do or die moments, I guess, at the end of a long race like this. They had it all on the line to play for, trying to pass some cars that maybe had taken the safety car strategy a little better. But it's a victory for them in the end, as they saw what they wanted and really put as much on the line as they thought they could to take it.
Well, that is one that's going to be talked about for some time, as I'm sure. But it's been a thoroughly enjoyable Race 2 broadcast here for the last 10 hours or so, live on RaceSpotTV. I've been Ewan O'Leary alongside David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonda. Ramiro Augustin Cisneros has been behind the cameras for the second half of the race, and of course, Justin Ollis was for the first half. A big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in over the course of the afternoon and evening here for the opening round of the IVRA Endurance Series for 2024-25. This has been the Motegi 300. We'll see you in 3 weeks' time for the Sebring 200 as a new season of Endurance Series racing continues. For now, though, it's goodbye.